The villainous noble doesn't want to die, so he swore to not die as one of the 4 heavenly kings. Volume 2. By Yukitsugu Kuroka. Translated by Ren Kuan at JP Translations for Fun. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1. Northern Steria. The Northern Steria territory borders the empire to the north of the kingdom. It is ruled by the Margrave of Steria, renowned for their great achievements during past wars with the empire. The Steria territory, which lies at the foot of the ice mountain range, is a frigid land ill-suited for agriculture. Frequent skirmishes with the empire add to the struggles, but its soldiers are reputed to be exceptionally strong and highly trained. As the light from the teleportation crystal fades, Eureka and I find ourselves standing in the center of a dimly lit room. A magic circle is inscribed on the floor beneath us, serving as a marking for the teleportation destination. In other words, we're already in the Steria territory. It's my first time using a teleportation crystal for long-distance travel, but it really is instantaneous. Why, young master? Eureka crumples to the ground, her usually immaculate black hair now disheveled. What's wrong? What's wrong, you ask? Why would you do something so reckless? What will the head butler say? He's been giving me a hard time ever since the banquet. She mumbles something under her breath, her shoulders slumped. What's this? Do you have issues with your workplace relationships? At my question, Eureka lets out a deep sigh and gracefully stands up. Perish the thought. My apologies for showing such an unsightly display. She gives her usual elegant bow. What a quick recovery. As we exchange words, hurried footsteps echo from the hallway, and the door bursts open. A man, fully armed, enters. He narrows his eyes suspiciously as he looks at us. Ha! Who the hell are you? I didn't hear anything about a new shipment. So, he must be one of the guards hired by the slave buyer. From his words, I can deduce that this is where slaves transported by teleportation are received. The teleportation crystal is only used for transferring slaves, and the transactions between the slaver and the buyer must be done via telepathy or something. A crystal small enough could easily be hidden among other cargo. Judging from the way this man speaks, it seems the buyer here regularly purchases slaves. Eureka fixes the man with a cold stare. Young master, how should I deal with him? Don't kill him. As you wish. In an instant, Eureka closes the distance between them and swings her wand. The man reaches for the sword at his waist, but he's too slow. She strikes him in the head, and his body slams into the wall before collapsing to the floor, limp. Blood trickles from his head, while droplets drip from Eureka's wand. Wait, is he still alive? I didn't kill him. I swear, Eureka hastily explains, having noticed my stare. Is that true? Well, it doesn't really matter if a mere guard dies. By the way, that wand. I thought it was a conduit for channeling magic, especially since she used it during healing. But is it actually just a blunt weapon? Beyond the door is a hallway, and through the window, I can see a blizzard raging outside. Now that I think about it, it feels colder than it did before we teleported. Even indoors, the chill is biting. As expected of the freezing Steria territory. Who the hell are you? Hearing the commotion, another man, dressed similarly to the previous one, appeared. Another guard, huh? How diligent, patrolling so late at night. He was quickly dealt with by Eureka. We had made quite a bit of noise, but no more guards seemed to be coming. Glancing at my pocket watch, I saw that it was 3 a.m. Most people would be fast asleep by now. There are probably only a few guards patrolling at this hour. Still, this is a massive mansion. Searching every room would be a pain. We were standing in a corner of the hallway, but just by looking at its length, it was clear how large this mansion was. I expanded my magical energy over a wide area, using magic detection. However, I received no responses from within the mansion. Magic detection is used to find those with magical power, be they monsters, humans with magic, or enchanted objects. In other words, there's no one with magical power in this mansion. The slave buyer mentioned in the records had a name I didn't recognize, and as expected, it seems they weren't a noble with magic. Perhaps they're a merchant. Please, wait a moment. Sensing that I was using detection, Eureka cast her own detection spell. It wasn't a spell I recognized. Judging by the inscriptions in the magic circle, it seemed to be some kind of sound-based detection magic. I've found them. Most likely, it's the owner of this mansion. Really? It only took a few seconds after casting her spell to find them. Impressive. Not only is she capable of the highest level of healing magic, but she's skilled in detection as well. So why aren't you named? Well, you see, I'm not very good at combat. Not good at combat. The woman who just bludgeoned a grown man with a wand says that. Well, I suppose the Dark Knights are a combat-focused group, and their evaluations would naturally lean toward battle prowess. Led by Eureka, I opened the door to the room where the suspected buyer was. What? A short, rotund man in nightclothes, holding a lantern, stared at us in shock. He must have woken up upon hearing the noise. Eureka raised her wand, ready to move, but I stopped her with a hand gesture and activated Dark Hand. Countless dark hands shot out from my shadow, instantly restraining the man. They pinned his arms and legs while covering his mouth to prevent him from screaming. Well done. Spare me the flattery. You should at least have a non-lethal way to subdue someone. As I chastised Eureka for her praise, her shoulders noticeably slumped. I didn't know who this man was, but it would be risky to injure someone of high status in another territory. Killing him was, of course, out of the question. But even striking him with a wand could cause problems. If we were going to go that far, we might as well kill him, destroy all evidence, and burn the mansion to the ground. As I looked around the room, my gaze landed on a garish, over-decorated bed. On it sat a half-naked girl, her lifeless eyes staring at us. Judging by her appearance, she seemed to be about the same age as Fall. Despite the man being restrained, she showed no reaction, nor did she attempt to flee. She merely looked at us with empty, emotionless eyes. Though the girl appeared clean, her body and face were covered in bruises, as if she had been regularly subjected to violence. Eureka leaned in and whispered softly, "She's most likely a slave. I can tell just by looking." At my feet, the rotund man wriggled annoyingly, letting out muffled sounds of as he twisted his body. I summoned a dark spear and drove it into the floor, just inches from his face. The man froze in terror, his frightened eyes locking onto mine. "Don't make a fuss. If you stay quiet, I won't kill you." The man frantically nodded, ceasing his resistance. Next, I approached the half-naked girl sitting on the bed. She continued to gaze at me blankly, making no attempt to flee or cover her exposed chest. On her left cheek was a painful-looking bruise, as though she'd been struck. Several more bruises marred her body, but it was the sight of her ankles that made me furrow my brow. There were deep, painful cuts, her tendons had likely been severed. So, she couldn't escape even if she wanted to. How pitiful. "Young master, it's likely that man has been abusing this girl." "I told you, I can see that." Eureka spoke hesitantly, as if unsure how to phrase it. Was she mocking me? It's obvious enough why a young woman would be purchased as a slave. Besides, it's not as if she's endured the worst possible treatment. She was merely beaten and used as an outlet for the man's lust. Her tendons were cut so she couldn't escape, and she was robbed of any hope for the future. Still, things could have been worse. Slaves have no rights, after all. Some are used as test subjects for gruesome experiments, dismembered while still alive for use in dark magic rituals. Compared to that, she's fortunate. At least she's still in one piece. Of course, from her perspective, it's probably a state so miserable she'd rather die. I fixed my gaze on the slave girl and asked her a question. "Are you Norn?" At the mention of her name, the girl's once emotionless eyes widened slightly. She tried to speak, her lips moving, but no sound came out. I glanced at her neck and noticed a similar cut. Her throat had been slashed. She couldn't scream for help, nor could she escape. How thorough. Judging by her reaction to the name, this girl was likely Norn. Eureka glared at the man with cold fury. Perhaps as a fellow woman, she found this unforgivable. I didn't mind her anger, but I hoped she wouldn't do anything rash. "Eureka, heal this girl. Cleanse her as well." "Understood." The The moment I issued the order, Eureka began casting healing magic on Norn. Eureka is a master of the highest level healing magic, capable of regenerating even lost limbs. She would have no trouble healing the girl's bruises, throat, and severed tendons. Bringing Eureka along was the right choice after all. With her around, any wound, so long as the person was still alive, could be healed. I had already prepared for the worst-case scenario, where Norn, sold into slavery, might have lost her limbs or, worse, no longer even resembled a human. In fact, in the 3rd chapter of the story, Norn appeared before the protagonists, transformed into a creature after repeated experiments. So, she had been sold to the Empire after passing through this man's hands. After being used to satisfy the man's desires, she'd been turned into an experiment and made into a creature. Truly a tragic fate. These thoughts drifted through my mind as I approached the bound man and questioned him. "Did you buy that girl from a slave trader in lightless territory?" The man nodded obediently, without any hint of resistance or defiance. "Do you have a teleportation crystal for traveling to lightless territory?" He shook his head. Well, that made sense. If they were using teleportation crystals to deliver slaves, a one-way trip from lightless territory to Steria would be enough. It seemed there was no easy way to return from here. I had hoped to get back to Roguebelt by dawn, but now it looked like I'd be stuck listening to Carlos's nagging complaints again. Feeling a sense of impending frustration, I glanced out the window. Outside was a fierce snowstorm, the streets blanketed in white, and towering in the distance were the ice-capped peaks of the Frost Mountains. As I watched, a shadow with wide wings flew through the air. I'd heard that the Frost Mountains of Steria were home to wyverns. In fact, Steria had a tradition of taming and riding them as mounts. I started to think. How could I return to lightless territory from Steria? There were no teleportation crystals. Traveling by land would take too long, so that was out of the question. What about traveling by sea? Now that the threat of the Devil of the Abyss had been eliminated, traveling by ship would be much faster than overland. But that had its own complications. First of all, securing a ship would be difficult. This wasn't my territory. Causing trouble here would only reflect poorly on my father. Even if I claimed to have slain the demon that plagued the sea, no one would risk lending me a ship. No one would believe the word of a mere child. I wouldn't believe it myself if I were in their position. Using one of the shadow familiars I had summoned from the abyss was another option. A large enough one could carry me on its back. But that, too, was not ideal. None of the sea creatures I'd summoned were suited for riding, and I wasn't eager to get soaked in seawater. Besides, my first sea voyage had been an absolute disaster, and I wasn't keen on repeating the experience anytime soon. That left the wyverns in the Frost Mountains. Since they were tamed for riding, they were likely comfortable mounts. I could kill one, turn it into a shadow familiar, and have an untiring mount that could fly at full speed indefinitely. Yes, that was a good plan. I'd go capture one immediately. I turned to Eureka, who was still healing the girl. "Eureka, how much longer will the healing take?" "I apologize, but I still need a bit more time. While her throat and the tendons in her legs have healed, restoring them fully will take some time." "I see. In that case, I'll step out for a bit." "What? Where are you going?" Eureka looked at me in confusion, and I shrugged. "I'm going to secure a way for us to return to the territory. Don't worry, I'll be back in about an hour." But Eureka cast a nervous glance at the man still bound by the Dark Hand's restraints. "Don't worry. Those bindings won't come undone even if I leave. However, if something unexpected happens while I'm gone, you may act as you see fit. If worst comes to worst, you have my permission to kill him. Just make sure that girl stays alive, no matter what." Eureka gave me a resigned, weary smile and stared off into the distance. "Lord Carlos must have his hands full with you. What's that supposed to mean?" "Nothing, really. Take care and come back safely." "Very well. I'm counting on you." With that, I leaped out the window, landing on a dark hand I had summoned, and headed toward the mountain range where I had spotted the wyvern. They got away. From a distance, I'd seen them flying around this area, but by the time I got closer, they were gone. not even showing up on my magic detection. Did they escape beyond its range? Damn, sharp senses on those things. Must be that wild instinct. How could they flee just because a single human, no, a kid, was approaching? Even if they're low tier, they're still dragons, after all. Though, the snowstorm was making it hard to see. Thanks to my magic barrier, I wasn't getting hit by the snow or wind, but cold was cold. I wasn't exactly dressed for a trek through the snowy mountains, and I had no desire to stay in this freezing place any longer than I had to. I flew around the mountain range, expanding my magic detection to search for the wyverns. Every now and then, I'd catch sight of one in the distance, but whenever I got close, they'd flee without fail. The speed of my dark hand couldn't keep up with the wyverns in flight. Even if I switched to a flight spell, there's no way I could match their speed. Growing irritated, I fired a dark orb at a distant wyvern, but it easily dodged. And after that, they stopped showing themselves altogether. Damn lizards with wings, pulling clever tricks like that. I was tempted to just blow this entire mountain range away with magic. If I did, the wyverns would be forced out of their homes, swarming out. I impulsively started to conjure a massive dark spear above me, but then I shook my head. Wait. Stay calm. This isn't my territory, and causing trouble here isn't an option. Besides, I'm not at full strength right now. My magic has recovered a little, but I'm still operating with less than 10% of my usual reserves. I can't use ancient magic, of course, and even high-tier spells would be too much to cast repeatedly. If I'm careless with mid-tier spells, I could easily run out of magic altogether. To think that I, of all people, would have to be stingy with mid-tier magic. This current situation, where my magic is so restricted, reminds me of the second chapter of the story, when I fought against the protagonist's forces as Rofus, the Shadow Wolf. Back then, I had been conserving most of my magic for summoning a massive pack of shadow wolves to aid in taking over the kingdom, which left me unable to use ancient or high-tier magic freely. If I had been at full power, I never would have lost to those worthless heroes. Still, no matter what, I'll never let myself reach the point of magical depletion again. Acting rashly out of emotion is one of my bad habits. I need to control it. I'll circle the mountain range a little longer, and if I still can't find them, I'll think of a different approach. Honestly, I never expected wyverns to be this skittish and quick. They could learn a thing or two from the more aggressive sea creatures. Though, in fairness, those only got that way because of the influence of the abyssal leviathan. Perhaps wyverns, despite their fierce appearance, are actually more docile creatures than I thought, considering they can be tamed and used as riding mounts. As I continued circling the mountains, my magic detection finally picked up a wyvern. But the magic signature was weak, and it was coming from lower down the mountain, closer to the inhabited areas. Naturally, the Frost Mountains are home to more than just wyverns. I could sense smaller magic signatures here and there, but this one near the village, this faint presence unmistakably belonged to a wyvern. Even though it was the dead of night, it was still close to civilization. If a guard spotted me, it would be a hassle, so I lowered my altitude and approached the faint magic signature with low-altitude flight. I gradually got closer to the source of the reaction, until I finally arrived. What the? A wyvern died of old age. I landed on the ground, and what lay before me was the corpse of a wyvern. Its wing was mangled, clearly broken, indicating that its death wasn't due to old age. Beside its face, a white flower had been placed. Flowers, here in this land? It seemed flowers could bloom even in such cold regions. The fact that someone had laid a flower by its side meant there were humans who came to visit it. This wyvern was likely once a tamed mount, used for riding. Had I mistaken the lingering magic from its corpse for that of a living wyvern? It's true that magic can remain in a corpse, but the wavelength of magic in life and after death is different. I had thought I was sensing a living wyvern, but perhaps the signature was too faint, and I misread it. Well, no matter. In any case, this works out better for me. I don't have to bother capturing it or killing it. I fixed my gaze on the wyvern's corpse and muttered, "Devour." From my shadow, an amorphous darkness, filled with countless eyes, slithered out and engulfed the wyvern's corpse. Even with one wing shattered, my shadow devourer would restore its damaged body and turn it into a shadow servant. The wyvern's entire body was swallowed by the shadow, and then it began to stir, letting out a mighty roar as it rose to its feet. It turned its gaze toward me. Something was off. Instinctively, I leapt backward. In the next moment, the wyvern, now a shadow servant, lunged at the spot where I had just been standing, jaws wide open. Had I hesitated for even a second, I'd be halfway down its throat by now. What the hell? The wyvern glared at me, its newly restored, darkened wing flaring out as it flapped them. There was no doubt the damage had been repaired. My shadow devourer had worked. Yet, the darkness that had completely enveloped the wyvern's body was now receding, as if being pushed away by something. Soon, only the repaired wing remained cloaked in shadow, while the rest of its body became exposed. It was resisting the dark control, driven by an unusually strong will. So, it hadn't been dead after all. I'd heard that dragons had immense vitality, but to think it survived in that state. I'd never tried using Shadow Devour on something that was still alive, but now I understood what happened when I did. Though it refused to obey me, the shadow coating its wing was still siphoning off my already depleted magic. This wyvern had been on the verge of death, that much was certain. Could it be that it's now absorbing my magic, using it to recover? Damn thing. I let out a sigh, but oh well. It just meant I'd have to kill it first before making it a proper shadow servant. What a nuisance. Guess I'll just kill you. I summoned a dark scythe into my hand, pointing its blade at the wyvern. But just then, my magic detection picked up a new signal. This time, the wavelength was human. What do you think you're doing? A boy's voice rang out between me and the wyvern. I turned toward the voice, eyes widening. Standing there was a blond boy dressed in winter gear. I recognized him immediately. In the story, he was one of my comrades, someone who had stood alongside me, the shadow wolf Rofus, as an ally. Like me, he served the second demon Lord Raymond, and among the 4 heavenly kings, he was hailed as the strongest. There was no mistaking it. Despite his youthful appearance, this was Valm, the dragon rider. Section. The dream Rofus had witnessed unfolded from beginning to end through the protagonist's perspective. As such, Rofus, in his current state, had no memories of his time as one of the 4 heavenly kings, the shadow wolf, Rofus. In that dream, where he was killed thousands upon thousands of times, Rofus had indeed fought as the 4 heavenly kings' shadow wolf during those moments, but it was nothing more than a reliving of someone else's experience. Rofus now had no knowledge of what kind of relationships the shadow wolf Rofus had built with his fellow comrades, like the second demon Lord Raymond or the other heavenly kings, during that era. Yet, just as those countless deaths left a deep-rooted fear of being slaughtered in Rofus's mind, the memories and emotions tied to his time as one of the 4 heavenly kings had also become engraved in the depths of his soul, residing in his subconscious mind. In the story, Valm, the dragon rider, was Rofus's comrade who rebelled against the kingdom alongside Raymond. He was both an ally and a source of envy for Rofus. It was not Rofus, but Valm, who always stood at Raymond's side. During critical moments, it was invariably Valm whom Raymond called upon. Though Rofus hailed from a Marquis family, it seemed to him that Valm, despite his inferior lineage, had earned Raymond's trust and favor far more than he had. This reality deeply seeded a sense of inferiority in Rofus. That twisted and distorted sense of inferiority continued to fester within the depths of his soul as the story unfolded. The dark emotions Rofus harbored toward Valm, his feelings of inferiority and jealousy, had been suppressed and bottled up over time. Yet, these feelings were volatile, ready to erupt at the slightest trigger. And the chance encounter with Valm Rio Draconis was more than enough of a spark to shatter the dam that held back Rofus's buried emotions. Even such a seemingly trivial coincidence could easily ignite the explosion of long-simmering resentment within Rofus's heart. Section. Flugel. Why? What happened? You should be dead. Valm muttered the name of his beloved dragon as he slowly approached the creature. The wyvern, which had been facing me, immediately spread its wings and flew to Valm, pressing its head against him in an affectionate manner. Could it really be? Is this truly Flugel? He stroked the wyvern's head, unable to believe it, tears welling up in his eyes. Wiping them away, Valm turned his gaze toward me. Did you bring Flugel back to life? Just who are you? Valm was saying something, but his words didn't reach me. From the moment I laid eyes on him, a deep, inexplicable black emotion began to well up from the depths of my soul. That dark feeling consumed my thoughts, easily trampling over the rationality that tried to suppress it, and burst forth like a raging torrent. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Ah ha 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 ha! What erupted from me was a deranged laugh. Following the dark emotions was a wave of exhilaration from deep within. Yes, Valm, was standing right in front of me. I thought we wouldn't meet until much later, but here he was, far sooner than I ever expected. Sure, Steria was Valm's homeland, so it wasn't strange for him to be here. But do you know how vast Steria is? How improbable it is that we would meet in this very place, in these circumstances, right after I'd been flying around the icy mountains in search of wyverns. What kind of insane string of coincidences led to this? How could I not feel like this was fate? What's so funny? Valm looked at me with confusion as I laughed like a madman. Wiping away the tears that had escaped from laughing too hard, I spread my arms wide and answered him, pouring out my feelings. What's so funny, you ask? How could I not laugh at this? I'm not one to believe in gods, but just for this moment, I'll offer them my gratitude. After all, here we are, face to face. Valm Rio Draconis. How do you know my name? I don't understand a word you've been saying. Who are you? Valm recoiled in suspicion, and naturally, the tip of his spear pointed in my direction. Seeing that, I couldn't help but grin. So, you're ready to fight, are you? How delightful. Valm, let me tell you something. I hate you more than anyone else in this world. A black, seething emotion akin to rage surged within me, spilling over into the air as waves of magical energy. Though Valm was caught in the direct blast of that energy, he merely turned pale, refusing to flinch. His wyvern, too, growled at me in warning. Yes, that's how it should be. It would be no fun if he fainted from the pressure. How dare he be called the strongest of the 4 heavenly kings while ignoring me? I'll show him who the true strongest is. He'll feel it with his very body. What is this monstrous magic? Are you even human? How rude. I'm as human as they come. In fact, just yesterday, I even suffered from magical exhaustion. Because of that, I've barely any magic left. You're telling me this is barely any magic? Impossible. Enough chit-chat. How long do you plan to stand there like an idiot? Hurry up and mount your dragon already. What surged within me now was an incredibly childish emotion. I wanted to show Valm my true power. I simply wanted to establish once and for all who was superior, me or him. Behind me, I conjured countless massive spheres of darkness, locking my aim on Valm. Such a number of spells. Ignoring Valm's astonishment, I unleashed all the dark spheres without hesitation. I had no intention of killing him here. These spheres weren't lethal enough for that. As expected, Valm immediately mounted his wyvern and soared into the sky to evade the barrage of dark spheres. Now that Valm was riding his dragon, I would finally witness the true prowess of dragon riding. Therefore, it would only be fitting that I didn't hold back. Riding isn't your exclusive territory. Come forth, Strath. From my shadow, an enormous tentacled beast emerged, looming terrifyingly large. Strath's massive form shook the ground with every movement, causing destruction to ripple through the area, triggering landslides and avalanches. It was a true natural disaster. Is that a kraken? Why is it here on land, away from the sea? Do you have time to be surprised? You seem rather composed. That annoys me too. Strath's numerous tentacles lunged toward the airborne Valm, but from above, I watched as they failed to touch the swiftly darting wyvern. I began firing dark spheres at Valm, attempting to catch him off guard amidst the chaos of Strath's thrashing limbs. But, of course, it was futile. Even though I had infused Strath's tentacles with a fair amount of magic, their weight prevented them from moving quickly. If I had summoned him at sea, it would have been a different story. But this was my mistake for calling him forth in the mountains. The wyvern Valm rode carved a path through the sky at a breathtaking speed, a sight that defied belief for something carrying a person. It was a perfect union of man and dragon. Now that's what you call living up to the name of Dragon Rider. What are you thinking? Summoning such a monster here? What if it causes harm to nearby villages? Valm was furious, visibly agitated, yet he didn't seem inclined to attack me. He evaded my attacks without even a close call. It was impossible that my onslaught was so overwhelming that he was focused solely on dodging. Despite his anger, there was not a trace of panic on Valm's face. Strath's tentacles and my dark spheres were evidently not serious threats to him. Even though it was 3 years before the story began, he was still impressively strong. That aspect of him, that was what irritated me. I had always wondered if he was truly as strong as they claimed. The strongest of the 4 heavenly kings? A mere dragon knight who was slightly skilled with a spear and excelled at riding dragons. I heard he could use lightning magic as well, but his total magical capacity was minuscule compared to mine, practically insignificant. His magic was far inferior to mine, even at my reduced state. Where was his strength, then? It was obvious to me. The strongest of the 4 heavenly kings had to be me. How long do you plan to keep running, Valm? I'm starting to tire of this little game. I halted the barrage of dark spheres. There was no magic suited to capturing someone so adept at high-speed maneuvers. With those speeds, most spells would be evaded. Even a barrage could be dodged, and tracking spells would likely fail to catch up. If I had sufficient magic, I could unleash a barrage that left no room for escape, but currently, I lacked that luxury. Instead, I would conserve unnecessary magic expenditure and use it where it was needed. Magic must be utilized efficiently. I stopped the dark spheres and redirected that power to Strath. With the influx of magic, Strath's massive form swelled further, and the number of tentacles increased more than 2-fold. What the? Valm's shock was palpable. Each tentacle that had previously been dodged thickened considerably, and their numbers had doubled. Without the barrage of spells, dealing with this multitude of tentacles would be no small task. Realizing he could no longer evade indefinitely, Valm began to retaliate against the tentacles with his spear, imbued with lightning magic. As his spear cleaved through the tentacles, Strath's dark limbs exploded. Mo. The illuminating property of lightning, like fire or light, was inherently unfavorable against darkness. Yet, while it was challenging, they shouldn't have burst apart like that. In these past few days, I had indeed been fortunate with matchups. If the number of tentacles continued to dwindle, the situation would turn unfavorable for me. Although tentacles could regenerate as long as I had magic, I chose not to do so for now. The regeneration of a shadow familiar consumed a considerable amount of magic. If my magic were at full strength, it would be a different story, but I lacked the surplus needed to replenish Strath's form. In that moment, a ray of sunlight caught my eye. Looking toward the horizon at the end of the mountains, I noticed it was brightening. Ha! Pulling out my pocket watch, I saw the hands pointed to 4:30. The time limit had long since passed. My heated thoughts cooled rapidly, as if submerged in ice water. What a mistake! I had told Usurika I would return in an hour, yet here I was, having gone too far. The black emotions that had surged were now suppressed, and I found myself questioning why I had even attacked Valm. While I certainly held a grudge against him, what was I thinking, wasting valuable magic like this? What had I been doing? It was as if I had been under some kind of control. What control? It was needless to say. Those emotions were undeniably my own. I took a deep breath and closed the lid of the pocket watch. Then, I refocused on Valm. I had indeed lost my composure, but having come this far, it would be a good opportunity to settle once and for all who was superior, me or Valm. The games are over. Let's go all out, Valm. In response to my words, all of Strath's tentacles surged toward Valm simultaneously. One spear alone would not be able to fend off the multitude attacking from all directions. Valm unleashed a series of rapid thrusts at an incredible speed, annihilating all the encroaching tentacles. Overwhelmed by the relentless assault, Strath exceeded its limits and dissipated into mist. Ha! What are you, a monster? I infused my body with magic, enhancing my physical strength to close in rapidly on Valm. What? Valm's shock was evident as I suddenly appeared before him. It was no surprise. I had taken advantage of the moment when Valm was surrounded by tentacles, obscured from view. Given that I had been relying solely on magic and Strath's tentacles for long-range attacks, my sudden approach must have caught him off guard. I conjured a dark scythe in my hand and struck at Valm. He deflected my scythe with his spear charged with lightning, and we entered a deadlock atop his dragon. "You're a magician, aren't you?" I never said I couldn't fight up close. However, despite the differences in our compatibility, I hadn't expected to find myself in a stalemate against a weapon specifically designed for cutting. His lightning affinity exhibited a magical prowess beyond my expectations. By the way, I also had some experience in close combat. Carlos had personally trained me, yet still, Valm's sheer skill in close combat far surpassed my own. The moment of balance was fleeting. My dark scythe was easily deflected by Valm's refined spear techniques. I hastily attempted to counter, swinging my scythe 2-3 times, but each was met with minimal movement on his part, ultimately resulting in my weapon being knocked aside. I had thought I could push him back quickly due to our weapon disparity, but I had underestimated him. Seizing the opportunity as my scythe was deflected, Valm lunged at me. "Prepare yourself." The sharp thrust of his lightning-infused spear was launched toward me. However, it never reached its target. My magical barrier blocked it, halting the spear just shy of me. Valm grimaced bitterly at having his powerful thrust thwarted. "It's tough. Recently, I've had the chance to learn just how troublesome a solid magical barrier can be." I grasped the spear, halted by the reinforced barrier, with a dark arm I had conjured in place of my missing left arm, and I smiled. "Don't worry, I'll heal your dragon's wounds later." "I'd appreciate that." Valm closed his eyes as if conceding. Without hesitation, I swung the dark scythe and cleaved through both him and his dragon. Blood splattered in the air as I severed one of the dragon's wings, which let out a pained cry as it began to plummet. Both Valm and I fell from the sky alongside his dragon. Section. At the foot of the mountain range, we fell into a snowy area. The thick layer of snow cushioned our landing, and in my case, the magical barrier I had cast absorbed the impact. As for Valm, he had rolled to absorb the fall, so neither of us suffered significant damage. The dragon, with its wings severed, was also revived and restored thanks to my magic. I drank a mana potion I had stored in my cloak and tossed a healing potion to Valm. "Here. Drink this." "Thanks." Valm opened the potion without hesitation and gulped it down. Being of the highest quality, the potion rapidly healed the gash on his shoulder inflicted by my scythe. Valm grimaced as he realized the potion's worth. "This is quite a luxury. I don't have many of these on hand." Why worry about money? What was this man fretting about finances for? More importantly, you should be a bit suspicious. This is something given to you by an assailant. At this point, I doubt it would be poison. If you were inclined to kill me, I would already be dead. I scoffed at his confidence. "You say that, but the tip of your spear was never aimed at my vital points. Not even for the final blow. You targeted my shoulder. Your attacks, on the other hand, lacked any intent to kill from start to finish. Besides, I have a mountain of questions for you." "Well, that's fair enough." From there, Valm bombarded me with questions. He wanted to know why I knew his name, how the supposedly dead Flugel was still alive, and why I had suddenly attacked him. His relentless why inquiries were all ignored. All those questions stemmed from my impulsive actions. I acknowledged that it was my fault for being unable to suppress my dark emotions, wanting to settle which of us was superior like a childish quarrel. However, I prioritized my own circumstances this time. I settled on the idea of discussing those questions another time if the mood struck me. Valm didn't seem satisfied, but I managed to calm him. I then summarized my reasons for coming to the Steria territory. Looking back, it was fortunate to have encountered Valm here. If I remembered correctly, his father was a deputy lord governing a territory within Steria. If Valm was here, it meant this was under his father's jurisdiction. I decided to pass the matter of the portly merchant who had bought the residents of Lightless as slaves to Valm, delegating it to him. I informed Valm about the slave purchaser and handed him a trinket bearing the emblem of Lightless. I presented him with an item bearing my family crest as proof of my claims. This would validate my story, and Valm's father wouldn't be able to dismiss the matter, especially with another house's emblem presented. Valm was taken aback upon seeing our crest. Lightless, huh? If I remember correctly, the legitimate heir is about my age. His name was Rofus. Are you him? You know quite a bit. Impressive. Everyone knows about you. You're quite the celebrity. I was curious about how he had become famous. More importantly, as I explained, I need a way back to the Lightless territory. Lend me that dragon. Once you've delivered us, I'll release it from this spell. As I gazed at the dragon, Valm fell silent for a moment before speaking. Released from the spell? What happens if you do that? Most likely, it won't be able to maintain its life. It won't die instantly, but it won't last long either. Is the spell you cast on that flugel reversible at any time? Well, I can lift it whenever I want, but this dragon was too strong-willed for me to control, and there was no benefit in using it as a shadow familiar. I could easily dismiss it as an unnecessary burden, but for now, it was a valuable means of transportation back to the Lightless territory. I had no intention of lifting the spell until we returned. Valm continued to gaze at the flugel. If Rofus doesn't lift the spell, will the flugel remain alive indefinitely? Well, yes, that would be the case. I looked at Valm. Was he seriously suggesting I keep it alive like this? It felt strange for me, who used the dead as shadow familiars, to question that. Would he truly be all right with a twisted existence sustained by another's power? I personally would despise such a distorted life, living because of someone else's will. Valm knelt, placing both hands on the ground and bowing his head. Then, if possible, please don't lift the spell. The flugel broke its wing to protect me. It was just a young dragon, with so much ahead of it, and because of me. Please, I'll do anything I can. Valm's desperate plea as he knelt, looking pained, was hard to watch. The man known as the strongest of the 4 heavenly kings, Valm the Dragon Rider, was reduced to this. I didn't understand the reason, but a sense of discomfort and irritation surged within me. I shook my head to dispel the dark emotions rising again. Enough. Raise your head. Don't show me such an undignified sight again. I'm sorry, thank you. Just don't bow your head again. The value of life varies from person to person. If Valm and the dragon were okay with that, it was not my place to interfere. Upon reflection, if granting him a favor by merely feeding the magic of one dragon wasn't a bad deal. Valm readily agreed to temporarily lend me the dragon. I was worried about whether it would listen to me, but it seemed to obey Valm's commands and didn't act out when I mounted it. Just as I was about to depart, Valm called out to me, "Thank you for telling me about the slave trade." That wealthy merchant Jalan had many dark rumors surrounding him, but it was difficult to catch him in the act, and my father had been struggling with it. I think we can finally take action against him because of this. You really helped. Is that so? Well, good luck with that. Ah, that portly man was named Jalan, wasn't he? To me, the management of other territories wasn't of concern. I just hoped he would handle it without causing trouble for the Lightless territory. I took off into the sky, heading back to the mansion where Eureka was waiting. The darkness of night had already retreated, and a faint light from the rising sun appeared on the horizon. Section. Early morning in Rogubelt. On a hill near the residence of the leaders, Carlos stood, gazing intently at the vast sea stretching into the distance. Carlos was waiting for Rofus's return. Just before transferring to the Steria territory the night before, Rofus had said, "I'll manage the return from here." If a transfer stone to the Lightless territory was found there, it would be no problem. If not, Carlos anticipated Rofus would use sea routes or flight magic to return the shortest way. Heading directly south from the Steria territory would lead him to Rogubelt. Master. Carlos had already been waiting for about 2 hours, yet Rofus had yet to appear. This was to be expected. If he were taking the sea route, it would take a full day to travel the distance by ship. Flight magic wouldn't be particularly fast either, so he shouldn't have returned yet. It might seem pointless to wait here. However, Rofus had said he would finish by morning. Rofus always fulfilled what he promised. Of course, he was also capricious and didn't carry out everything he said, but this was likely a promise he would keep. Therefore, Carlos was sure Rofus would rescue Norn, the resident of Roggebelt sold into slavery, and return to the lightless territory by morning. As Carlos served as Rofus's caretaker, he held a certain conviction about this. Yet, a shadow flickered across Carlos's expression. Rofus had the immense power to execute his whims, but he wasn't in top form at the moment. He had exhausted much of his magic, and although he had healed, his body was still recovering from illness, not to mention he had lost his left arm. With Eureka, the Dark Knight, accompanying him, he should be safe unless something extraordinary happens. Carlos recalled Rofus's back as he faced the demon whale alone, having freed them. Because of his great power, Rofus had a tendency to shoulder problems on his own. I hope he hasn't been injured again. Carlos closed his eyes, pondering the hardships Eureka must be enduring. Suddenly, he sensed a surge of magical energy rapidly approaching from the northern Steria Sea. Enhancing his vision with magic, Carlos scanned the distance. In the sky, he spotted a shadow resembling wings coming toward them. Is that a flying dragon? The dragon approached Roggebelt, tracing an incredible arc through the sky. On its back, Carlos could see Rofus, Eureka, and what appeared to be the girl Norn. Carlos was aware of the custom in Steria territory of raising flying dragons as steeds. However, he had never imagined Rofus would return riding one. Truly, I can't compete with my master. With Rofus confirmed safe, Carlos's face broke into a smile. However, although Carlos's magical detection wasn't as exceptional as Rofus's, he could still perceive high-density magical energy clearly. Yet, the amount of magic he sensed from Rofus felt weak. It seems he's pushed himself again. Predicting where the dragon would land based on its rapid approach, Carlos took off, eager to greet his returning master from the lightless territory. Section. Above the waters near Roggebelt, Rofus confirmed that land was approaching and let out a sigh of relief, managing to arrive before his magic was completely depleted. He had been flying across the sea of magic, riding the dragon borrowed from Valm. This dragon consumed magic far more than Rofus had anticipated. If he had been in perfect condition, it wouldn't have been an issue, but in his current fatigued state, it was quite difficult. He had consumed all his mana potions along the way, yet his magical energy was nearly at its limit. The dragon was merely following Rofus's commands under Valm's instruction, and as a result, it was aggressively siphoning Rofus's magic to increase its speed. As a consequence, they arrived at Roggebelt much sooner than Rofus had expected, but he was on the verge of losing consciousness due to his dwindling magic. Young master, your magic is. Eureka expressed concern for Rofus, whose complexion had grown pale. We're almost there. It's fine. Rofus scanned the area for a suitable landing spot. He knew a landing on the beach could cause quite a stir. Right there. Dragon, land over there. Rofus pointed to a rocky area slightly away from Roggebelt and signaled the dragon to descend. The dragon let out a cry before slowly lowering itself, landing in a manner that minimized the burden on its rider. Being a riding dragon, it was quite perceptive in such matters. Rofus felt a sense of admiration for how well Valm had trained it. Carlos was already waiting at the designated landing spot, bowing as the three dismounted. Once they had all gotten off, the dragon immediately took to the skies again, flying back toward the Steria territory, having completed its duty. Rofus couldn't help but smile at Carlos's bow. Thank you for the welcome. I have been waiting for you. It seems you've pushed yourself quite hard. A brief exchange passed between the two. Eureka couldn't hide her surprise. How was it that Carlos was waiting as if he had been given advance notice? There had been no sign of Rofus communicating telepathically during the journey, and he had seemed to decide on the landing spot only moments ago. Yet, Carlos appeared to have anticipated it, and Rofus accepted it as if it were entirely natural. The extraordinary trust between them made Eureka cover her mouth in astonishment. Not only was their bond remarkable, but Carlos's seemingly prophetic behavior also filled Eureka with awe. As a Dark Knight, she viewed Alba, the foremost of the Dark Knights, as a being of unimaginable power, typically modest yet formidable. Each Dark Knight was a top-tier elite, and even if all of them faced off against Alba, it would likely be a victory for the Dark Knights, albeit at the cost of significant casualties. Realizing the strength of someone like Alba, Eureka shuddered at the thought of Carlos, Alba's predecessor, not being an ordinary individual as well. Noticing her gaze, Carlos turned his attention to Eureka. Feeling suddenly tense, Eureka straightened her posture. However, the look Carlos gave her was filled with warmth. "Thank you for accompanying Rofus. It must have been quite challenging given the sudden circumstances." "And no, it was nothing at all." Eureka, caught off guard, hesitated slightly before saluting. Carlos then turned his gaze to Norn, who shrank back in fear, hiding behind Eureka. Noticing this, Carlos frowned slightly. "Is she the one in question?" "Yes, I rescued her. I intended to hand her over to Rogibelt," Rofus replied, stifling a yawn as he was beset by sudden drowsiness from his depleted magic. However, Carlos quietly averted his gaze. "That may not be advisable." "Why not?" "First, it would be best to send her to the church." Carlos responded calmly to Rofus's question. Norn's fear of men was evident, much like that of other rescued slaves. Their excessive fear seemed to disrupt their daily lives, suggesting a traumatic past that left them in such a state. Most of the rescued individuals bore injuries that required urgent treatment, and it was clear they had suffered inhumane treatment. While physical wounds could be treated, mental healing was also necessary, so all rescued residents were temporarily entrusted to the church. Though Norn had received physical treatment from Eureka, Carlos noted her mental state appeared quite unstable. Rofus fixed a sharp gaze on Norn. "Is that so?" Despite Rofus's piercing look, Norn did not appear overly fearful. Perhaps it was because Rofus had saved her from a dire situation, or maybe it was simply her youthful spirit, or both. Norn clenched her teeth and looked at Rofus with determined eyes. "I want to go back. I want to return to Rogibelt. I want to see everyone waiting for me, to see Fall." With a trembling yet resolute voice, Norn expressed her wish. Hearing this, Rofus smiled, his lips curling up. "That's it. She's no longer a slave, she's a person. She can decide what she wants to do. If she wants to go back to Rogibelt, then let's return her." Carlos's eyes widened slightly as he compared Norn and Rofus. While it was clear Norn still harbored some fear of men, her eyes reflected a strong will, uncharacteristic of someone who had been a slave. Carlos narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering what could have happened during their journey, what had been said to her. While Eureka was skilled in physical healing, healing mental wounds would require time. Observing Norn, it was evident that her mental scars had not fully healed, yet she demonstrated a strong desire to move forward. Something must have encouraged that will, but it was hard to believe Rofus had played a direct role in soothing the wounded commoners, and Eureka would likely not overstep her boundaries as a Dark Knight. Carlos pondered this but ultimately shrugged, unsure. "If that is the case, I have nothing further to add." As Carlos quietly looked down, Rofus glanced around. "Hey, Carlos, where's the carriage?" "It is prepared at the foot of the hill. But aren't you going to stop by Rogibelt?" At Carlos's question, Rofus began to walk away, his tone indicating reluctance to respond. "Why would I? I've finished everything I needed to do," Rofus stated firmly. However, Carlos pressed on, appearing somewhat unconvinced. "Wait a moment. Aren't you going to see Lady Farathiana? Why is her name coming up? What are you trying to say?" Rofus furrowed his brow. Carlos shifted his gaze to Norn. "She is a friend of Lady Farathiana, isn't she? You could take her directly to her. I don't need to go. More importantly, what's with this? Why are you referring to a commoner with honorifics?" Rofus frowned at Carlos, who continued to use respectful terms when referring to Fall. But Carlos casually dropped a bombshell. "No, she is a candidate for your future wife." "Ha!" Rofus's expression instantly froze. Eureka and Norn covered their mouths in shock. Carlos continued cheerfully. "It seemed to me that you were quite fond of her. If it appeared that way, then your eyes are blind, Carlos." Rofus spat out the words and began to walk toward the carriage prepared at the foot of the hill, clearly indicating he wanted to disengage. Carlos persisted. Wait, what's going on? You participated in the banquet last night. I told you I'm done. I have no intention of coming back here again. Young master. Ignoring Carlos's attempt to stop him, Rofus continued forward, then turned to give instructions to Eureka. Eureka, see to it that Norn is sent home. Why yes, sir. Eureka, taken aback and unsure how to respond, quickly saluted. Norn sensed the tense atmosphere and looked anxiously at Rofus's retreating figure. Young master. Watching Rofus head toward the carriage alone, Carlos stood frozen. He was puzzled by Rofus's behavior. This staunch refusal was unexpected for him. Why? What went wrong? Had his joking remark about a potential wife struck a nerve? Carlos pondered this but found no answer. From his perspective, the relationship between Fall and Rofus was certainly not a negative one. At the very least, Carlos had never seen Rofus let his guard down with anyone else to the extent he had with Fall. True, Rofus showed a tendency to be less than candid about Fall's affections, but he had never outright rejected her. Yet now, there was a clear sense of refusal emanating from Rofus, as if he was even avoiding facing Fall. Had something happened in the Steria territory? Or had he suddenly become aware of their social differences? Carlos continued to think, but no clear answers surfaced. Nevertheless, the changes he had observed in Rofus over the past few days were, in Carlos's view, quite encouraging. Rofus had always been alone. Although his relationships with his parents and siblings were decent now, he had lived apart from his family since he was 10, which had only deepened his sense of entitlement and isolation. Possessing immense magical power and exceptional aptitude for magic, Rofus had no equal. Remarkably, despite the twists and turns, he had formed an equal relationship with Fall, a commoner. Although he would deny it, Carlos saw Rofus, while often grumbling, genuinely enjoying his time with Fall, an expression of happiness he never showed to his blood relatives or to Carlos himself. Carlos lightly pressed his fingers to his eyes and let out a quiet sigh. He then turned his gaze to Eureka and Norn. Eureka, was it? Why yes. I am Eureka. Startled by her name being called, Eureka stiffened. Carlos gently bowed his head. I apologize for taking her from you on the young master's orders, but I will be sending her to Rogibelt myself. But? Actually, I have not yet explained the situation regarding those rescued from slavery to the people of Rogibelt. They must be worried, so I will take her there and convey the message. In the meantime, I would appreciate it if you could look after the young master for me. Why yes. Eureka struggled to respond. Having been directly ordered by Rofus, she knew that even if it was Carlos, she could not assign tasks to others based on her own judgment without risking reprimand later. Sensing Eureka's anxiety, Carlos smiled gently. You need not worry. Just say it was on my instructions, and all will be well. If you say so, Carlos. Having witnessed the trust between Rofus and Carlos moments before, Eureka nodded earnestly. Carlos then knelt before Norn, who looked anxious. I. Norn hesitated to approach, but Carlos kept his head bowed and spoke. I am Carlos, the young master's butler. I understand this is all quite sudden and confusing, but I will take full responsibility for guiding you to Rogibelt. I hope you won't mind accompanying this old man. Norn felt her tension ease slightly at Carlos's gentle demeanor and calm voice. Rofus's butler. I see. I'm sorry for being scared. I'm okay now. Trying to smile despite her apprehension, Norn managed a strained expression. Carlos admired her courage, took a couple of steps back, and began leading the way to Rogibelt, with Norn following. Meanwhile, Eureka hurried after Rofus, who was making his way to the carriage. Chapter 2. Spirit-possessed Farathiana. Norn, who had been confined as a slave for nearly 6 months, struggled down the rocky mountain path, her muscles weakened despite receiving treatment for her injuries. Carlos accompanied her, gradually offering his support until he was finally carrying her back to Rogibelt. Although Norn still held a deep-seated fear of men, she had started to let her guard down thanks to Carlos's gentle demeanor and his constant consideration for her. Carried in his arms, Norn gazed intently at Carlos's face, marked by numerous wrinkles and a neatly trimmed mustache. I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused, she murmured. Carlos smiled kindly at her. What trouble? It's nothing compared to this. Look, we've arrived. Before them lay the town of Roguebelt, and beyond it, the vast ocean. The familiar scent of the shore and the cries of seagulls filled the air. Tears welled up in Norn's eyes as she beheld the scene she thought she would never see again. Carlos set her down, and though she walked slowly, she began to move forward on her own. In Roguebelt, residents were bustling about, cleaning up after the previous night's festivities. One of the townsfolk noticed Norn's return and dropped the wooden crate he was carrying. "Hey, isn't that Norn? It's really her. The Norn who was kidnapped. She's back." More residents responded, gathering around at the news. Norn. Parting the crowd was Lilia, the innkeeper's daughter, who rushed forward and embraced Norn. Norn accepted the hug and returned it. "It's been a while, Lilia. Are you okay? Did they treat you badly? Rofus helped me escape." "I see. You've lost so much weight." Norn didn't deny it, and Lilia instinctively tightened her embrace. Meanwhile, the gathered townsfolk parted like waves, creating a path for someone standing at the front, an astonished Fall. Section. About 6 months ago, Norn's childhood friend, was taken away by Clinton's private soldiers. During that time, monsters had become increasingly violent, causing damage to fishing boats, prompting Fall and other skilled young sailors, including Log, to gather and address the situation. Norn's abduction occurred amidst these events, marking her as the first resident of Roguebelt to be kidnapped. When the tax payments fell short due to monster attacks, the private soldiers ignored the pleas of the townsfolk. Fall, returning from monster extermination, was naturally furious. She stormed into Clinton's estate in the port town, demanding Norn's return, but her demands were ignored. Subsequently, several houses in Roguebelt were burned down. The reality that any action she took could endanger others was enough to restrain Fall's actions. The kidnappings of residents continued, targeting primarily women and children, while the population of Roguebelt dwindled as people fled. During this hellish period, Fall could only curse her own powerlessness. Now, half a year had passed since Norn's abduction, and Fall had long resigned herself to the belief that she would never see her again. She had nearly given up hope of rescuing her. Yet, here she was, standing before her, having returned to the village the morning after the celebration. Norn. Fall uttered her name, a name she thought she would never call again. Upon hearing her, Norn smiled through her tears. "I'm back. It's been a while, Fall." Fall approached slowly, reaching out to touch her soft, pale cheek. It felt real, not a dream or an illusion. Norn smiled. "What's with that bandana? You look like a boy, it doesn't suit you." Seeing Norn laugh as she always had before her abduction made tears stream down Fall's face. "Norn." Fall embraced her gently, and Norn returned the hug. "Norn. Norn." As she repeated her name, Fall wept like a child, tears flowing uncontrollably, spilling from the depths of her soul. It was the tears of a story, the tears of Farathiana. In the story, she hadn't been saved. No, she hadn't been able to save her. The hatred he harbored for Rofus, which had settled deep within her soul, felt as though it was being washed away. As Fall sobbed, Norn gently stroked her head and spoke softly in her ear so only she could hear. "Rofus helped me." At the mention of that name, Fall jerked her head up. "Rofus? Yes. Do you know him?" Fall averted her gaze, finding it difficult to respond. "Ah, yes. He's a benefactor of Roguebelt. He's a noble, but he's not a bad guy." "Is that so? Could he be your good friend?" Norn recalled Carlos's words from earlier about a potential future wife, and Fall visibly flinched at her question. What? Did that guy Rofus say something?" Norn shook her head. "He didn't mention you at all. He just scolded me for crying and told me not to be weak, saying I had someone waiting for me back home. He was really angry and brought up your name then." "Damn that Rofus." Fall sighed, a mix of exasperation and resignation. When Norn was rescued from her captor and was about to return to Roguebelt after treatment from Eureka, she had cried and refused to go. She felt an overwhelming sense of shame about facing the townsfolk after what had happened to her. Having her dignity as a person thoroughly violated, she had lost all hope and even wished for death. But instead of comforting her, Rofus had reprimanded her. Though his tone was harsh, hearing Foal's name somehow gave Norn a flicker of hope. She thought about what her life would be like if she hadn't been saved and could never see Roguebelt or Foal again. The thought sent shivers down her spine. Rofus is a kind person. He helped me. No way, he's definitely not kind. Foal replied seriously, but Norn giggled softly. Then she noticed the redness around her eyes. Foal, what's with your eyes? It looks like you cried all night. Foal looked away. It's nothing. Did something happen? Could it be about Rofus? It's nothing. Just then, Log, who had been watching Foal and Norn with the townsfolk, widened his eyes in realization. Had they overheard his conversation with Rofus last night? Cold sweat began to trickle down his back. Foal, about what happened yesterday. Before Log could finish, Carla stepped forward. Excuse me for interrupting this reunion. Wait, you're the butler? Foal's eyes went wide in surprise. Please, just call me Carlos. It's a pleasure, Lady Farathiana. Foal furrowed her brows, noticing that Rofus was nowhere in sight. Carlos, still bowing his head, quietly spoke. Master will not be returning. He likely won't come to Roguebelt again. What? The expression drained from Foal's face. Section. Foal was running, instinctively channeling magic into her legs, moving at a speed beyond that of an ordinary person. After reuniting with Norn, the words Carlos had said lingered in her mind. Rofus would not be returning. Upon hearing that, Foal's initial feelings were not sadness or loneliness, but anger. Rofus had saved her life, rescued Roguebelt, and even saved Norn, her childhood friend, whom she thought she would never see again. The gratitude she felt was immeasurable. Yet Rofus was leaving without so much as letting her say a word of thanks or acknowledgement. How selfish and self-serving could he be? Foal understood that this was a completely irrational way to think. After all, she had been saved, and here she was expressing her grievances. However, the thought of parting without being able to speak or even see Rofus's face filled her with dread. Then, as if to bolster her resolve, Norn smiled and said, Foal, go after him. Hearing those words, Foal took off running, ignoring the calls of Log and Craig from behind, heading straight for the village exit. She ran and ran, tirelessly pushing forward. She hadn't even asked where Rofus was going, yet Foal had no doubt that Rofus was somewhere ahead of her, as if guided by some unseen force. Foal crossed rocky hills and forests, finally reaching a sprawling hill where a single carriage was making its way. The carriage bore the emblem of the Lightless, which Rofus had told her about. And the driver was Eureka, the dark-haired healer who had treated Rofus yesterday. Without a doubt, this was the carriage Rofus would be in. Elated to have caught up, Foal rushed breathlessly toward the carriage. However, Eureka noticed her and stepped in her way. Wait. You must be from Roguebelt. Do you have business with the young master? I need to speak with Rofus. Please let me through. Eureka furrowed her brow slightly and shook her head. I'm sorry, but I've been ordered not to let anyone through. I cannot allow you to pass. Please. I haven't even had a chance to say thank you. As Foal bowed his head in pleading, Eureka averted her gaze, looking sympathetic. I'm sorry, but I cannot let you through. I will certainly relay your words to the young master. The rejection was expected. Foal exhaled deeply, meeting Eureka's gaze with determination. She drew the cutlass from her waist, taking a stance. If that's the case, then I have no choice but to push through. Though she hadn't drawn the blade, Eureka let out a short sigh at the weapon pointed at her. Internally, she questioned Carlos. Was this truly the future wife candidate of the young master? Her temperament seemed a bit too fierce for that. Eureka, now poised for a confrontation, drew her wand from her belt. Are you serious? Pointing a weapon at a knight means you can expect no mercy. Then step aside. This isn't a conversation. If you leave without doing anything, I might still let you go. Foal responded to the offer by swinging her cutlass. Eureka parried it with her wand, leading to a stalemate. From this exchange, Eureka quickly deduced that Foal possessed considerable magical strength. Recognizing the futility of their struggle, she deftly deflected the blade. Despite being easily brushed aside, Fall persisted, swinging her cutlass again. Each time, her strikes were casually deflected. The overwhelming disparity in skill became more apparent with every clash. While Fall had some combat experience, it was primarily against monsters. She had little to no experience in human combat. In contrast, Eureka was a specialist in human combat, a dark knight. This was an uneven match from the start. You're way too strong. I thought you were just a healer. Even so, I'm technically a dark knight. If I wanted to, I could take down a horde of orcs with just this wand. Although I'd prefer not to do that again. As she quipped, Eureka effortlessly sent Fall's cutlass flying. It spun through the air before landing on the ground. Eureka aimed her wand at Fall. If you're planning to run away, I won't chase you. Despite her cold demeanor, Fall stood firm. Who's running away? I'd rather not have to knock out a woman here, but it seems unavoidable. The wand was raised mercilessly. I won't make it painful, I promise. With a hint of kindness in her voice, Eureka brought the wand down. Bracing herself, Fall tightly shut her eyes. However, the expected impact never came. When she opened her eyes, she saw Eureka trapped within a wall of water, unable to bring her wand down. What is this? Fall's eyes widened in astonishment. The water surrounding Eureka formed a barrier woven with advanced magical runes. What the? Eureka, equally surprised by the sudden turn of events, scanned the area, wondering if there was an enemy attack. Yet, there were no other figures in sight. When Fall looked up, she spotted a familiar seahorse floating gracefully in the air. The azure-hued, glowing seahorse. Lunamal, the high spirit of water, known to guide the ocean's currents. In the story, it had accompanied Farathiana. What are you doing here? Lunamal had previously guided Fall and Rofus to safety from a dangerous sea and then vanished. It hadn't shown itself since, but now it was right before him. Did you do this? Pointing at the water barrier enveloping Eureka, Fall inquired, and Lunamal lazily turned away, extending its curled tail to point toward Rofus's carriage, as if urging her to hurry. You saved me. I owe you one. While Fall didn't understand why Lunamal had helped her again after their previous encounter, it felt like a stroke of luck. She dashed past the trapped Eureka and stood before the carriage. Wait. Eureka's voice echoed, but Fall ignored her, placing her hand on the carriage door. Taking a moment to steady her breath, she opened the door and stepped inside. Section. Trapped within the water barrier, Eureka clicked her tongue as she watched Fall enter the carriage. She struck at the barrier with her wand repeatedly, but the advanced magical runes woven into it dispersed the impact without yielding. Eureka glanced at the seahorse floating in the air, the likely culprit behind the barrier. Lunamal. A spirit. Even from her perspective, it was clear that the spirit contained significant power. The barrier wasn't filled with water, indicating that it didn't intend to kill her. Why would such a powerful spirit act to assist Fall? Spirits are known for their capriciousness, sometimes helping humans and other times bringing harm. Yet, this was different. Eureka couldn't shake the doubt in her mind. The spirit's behavior seemed excessively protective of Fall. While whims were to be expected, it was strange for a water spirit to be here in a place with no bodies of water, even if the ocean was nearby. Could it be a spirit-bound? Eureka speculated, suspecting that Fall might be spirit-bound, a term used for individuals favored and possessed by specific spirits. However, when she had seen Fall in Roguebelt, there had been no indication of a spirit nearby. Was it not bound to her all the time? Eureka tilted her head in confusion. I don't quite understand. Deciding that pondering was pointless, Eureka channeled her magic into her wand. She unleashed a full-power strike capable of shattering even the toughest dragon scales. The shockwave from her attack reverberated through the entire water barrier, but it still didn't break. Is this also ineffective? Frustrated that even her strongest blow left no mark on the barrier, Eureka sighed and looked up at the sky. She then drew another wand from her waist, holding one in each hand as she began to infuse them with magic. I dislike tiring myself, but it can't be helped. At this rate, if I unleash 1,000 shots, it should eventually collapse. Lunamal finally turned its gaze toward Eureka. Immediately after, An unrelenting series of powerful strikes echoed against the water barrier. Section. Rofus. As Fall opened the carriage door and stepped inside, she saw Rofus sitting in a chair, peacefully asleep. She reached out to shake Rofus's shoulder but then hesitated and pulled her hand back. After all, Rofus hadn't slept at all last night. It was only just moments ago that Norn had been rescued and returned to the village. This meant that after dropping Fall off at home, Rofus had gone straight to save Norn without resting. Thinking about this made it clear to Fall that she shouldn't disturb him. Instead, Fall sat down in the chair directly opposite Rofus, resting her chin on his hand as she watched him sleep. Why? Words failed her. There were so many things she wanted to say and ask that she couldn't express it all in a single sentence. Why had Rofus gone so far for Roguebelt? Why had he sacrificed his left arm to save her? Why had he also rescued Norn? And why had he tried to leave without saying anything? Why? Fall's heart was filled with a desire to talk to Rofus when suddenly, a shock reverberated through the carriage. Ha! Fall leaned forward to peek out the carriage window. Fortunately, it seemed that the water barrier surrounding Eureka hadn't been broken, but the impact had been tremendous. Fall guessed it must have been Eureka trying to escape. Wow, that night is something else, Fall thought, shuddering at the thought, when she suddenly realized she couldn't hear Rofus's breathing. It seemed the impact had woken Rofus, who looked at Fall with an unreadable expression as their eyes met. "Gee, good morning." Fall blurted out a morning greeting without thinking, prompting Rofus to let out a sigh. "Why are you here? What happened to Eureka?" "She's outside, dealing with various matters." Noticing where Fall's gaze drifted, Rofus also looked out the window. He saw Eureka trapped in the water barrier, swinging her wand against it, while the bluish-white seahorse floated nearby. Rofus quickly grasped the situation and sighed again. "Lunamal. I see." Seeing Rofus look at Eureka with pity, Fall tilted her head in confusion. "Do you know it? Conversely, why don't you know about it?" "Come on, how would I know about a seahorse like that?" Rofus gave an exasperated look, causing Fall to pout. Despite her irritation, the light-hearted banter with Rofus brought a smile to her face. However, Rofus quickly shifted the atmosphere. "So, what did you come here for? What do you mean? Why did you try to leave without saying anything? You came all this way just to ask that?" "Shut up. Just answer me." Rofus fell silent for a moment before finally speaking, as if carefully choosing his words. "I felt no need to meet." Fall clenched her teeth at his dismissive tone. She fought back tears that threatened to spill and glared at Rofus. "Do you hate me?" "I hate you. I really hate you." The response came as a flat, heartless statement from Rofus. In a moment of impulse, Fall grabbed Rofus by the collar, glaring at him as a single tear rolled down her cheek. She then buried her head against Rofus's chest, trying to hide her tear-streaked face, and murmured in a voice barely above a whisper, "I like you, Rofus. I really like you!" Exclamation point. Rofus's gaze faltered in surprise at the unexpected confession. "Don't be ridiculous. We've only known each other for 2 days. That doesn't matter. I'm still 12 years old. That doesn't matter. I'm a noble, and you're a commoner. That doesn't matter. Our worlds are different. It doesn't matter." Fall shot her head up, meeting Rofus's eyes with her tear-swollen ones. She gently cupped his cheeks with both hands. "If I reach out, I can touch you. Look, Rofus and I are in the same world right now. We're not in different worlds." Rofus spoke in a flat voice, as if suppressing his emotions. "That's not what I meant." "I understand." Fall buried her face against Rofus's chest again and reached around to embrace him tightly. "But I still like you. Even if you hate me, I can't change the fact that I like you, no matter how different our worlds are." Touched by Fall's emotions, Rofus felt his heart stirred deeply. He gently placed a hand on Fall's shoulder as she held him close. "Fall, I." Just as Rofus was about to speak, the door of the carriage was thrown open forcefully. A visibly exhausted Eureka stepped inside. It seemed that the water cage had been broken by Eureka's powerful series of strikes. Upon entering the carriage, Eureka bowed her head. I'm sorry for being late, young master. As Eureka raised her head, she froze upon seeing Fall embracing Rofus inside the carriage. Rofus, in turn, had an expression that seemed to accept the situation. Fall's face quickly turned crimson, while Rofus looked at Eureka with a gaze of disappointment. Eureka, flustered, averted her eyes. Was I a bother? After a long pause, Rofus let out a deep sigh. Yeah, you are a bother. Wait outside. Understood. After a long silence, Eureka visibly slumped her shoulders and left. The door was quietly closed, leaving Fall and Rofus alone in the carriage once again. Realizing what she had been doing, Fall's flushed face didn't seem to calm down. Rofus playfully pinched her left cheek. Out. Rofus, you've got quite the elasticity. Stopping his teasing, Rofus laughed while Fall rubbed her swollen cheek, glaring at him with tear-filled eyes. What's wrong with you? I was being serious. Rofus shrugged in exasperation. You're hugging someone and repeatedly declaring your love. What's serious about that? I am serious. And hey, you were about to say something earlier. What was it? Fall fidgeted, unable to meet his gaze. Rofus tilted his head, bemused. Who knows? I forgot. You forgot. No, you have to remember. First of all, I'm the heir of a Marquis family. There's no way I can reciprocate the feelings of a commoner like you. So what should I do with these feelings? Either give up completely. I don't want to. Then aim to rise up and become a noble. Fall blinked in surprise. A noble? She repeated the word as if to process it, prompting Rofus to smile. Don't you dislike the idea of becoming a noble? If that's the case, then just give up. As a commoner, there's no way you can become the fiancé of the heir to a Marquis family. No, I will become one. What? I'm going to become a noble. Do you even know what you're saying? I do. If I become a noble, then Rofus will reciprocate my feelings, right? Wait, hold on. Even if you become a noble, that doesn't mean I'll reciprocate your feelings. Nope, you said it. You said that if I became a noble, you'd reciprocate. You have to take responsibility for your words. You're a noble, right? Fall, you. Rofus looked up to the sky in exasperation, while Fall smiled confidently at him. Also, did you know? My grandpa wasn't just a sailor, he was a pirate. He was quite the famous pirate who terrorized the seas of Roguebelt. What brought this up all of a sudden? Because I have pirate blood in me. Pirates get what they want, no matter the means. Fall stared intently at Rofus. So, Rofus, don't think you can escape. I will do whatever it takes to make you mine. Rofus's face twitched at Fall's unusually serious expression. Stop it. That sounds like a kidnapping threat. And Fall took Rofus's hand, holding it gently with both of hers. Thank you. What's this all of a sudden? Rofus frowned in confusion, but Fall continued unabated. I want to thank you for saving my village. Roguebelt. Thank you for volunteering to defeat the monsters. Thank you for helping all the sailors. Thank you for saving my life. Thank you for defeating that whale. Thank you for rescuing Norn. Fall's words of gratitude poured out repeatedly. Once she finished, she gently rested her head against Rofus's chest. Thank you for listening. I've wanted to say this for a long time but couldn't. I see. Rofus looked up at the sky, savoring her words, and gently placed his hand on Fall's head. Then, as if gathering his resolve, he spoke. When I was thrown into the sea in the cursed waters, I would have died if you hadn't been there. I'm grateful that you came with me at that time. Fall's eyes widened in surprise at Rofus's unexpected expression of gratitude. Her face flushed bright red, overwhelmed with emotion, and she leaned closer to Rofus. Rofus, what is it? Can I kiss you? Of course not. Rofus coldly refused, but Fall didn't care. She wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him closer. Their faces nearly touched. Just as their lips were about to meet, a nearly transparent barrier stopped Fall's advance. It was Rofus's magical barrier, woven with dense magical energy. Slowly pulling away, Fall processed what had just happened, and then let out a self-deprecating laugh followed by a scream. I can't believe this. Rofus, with one arm, covered his right ear. Outside the carriage, Eureka jumped, startled. Inside, Foal's furious voice echoed uncontrollably. What kind of nerve do you have, Rofus, to stop it right there? What do you think you're trying to do with a noble? That's practically a crime. Shut up. It's my second time, so it's fine. It doesn't take anything away from you. Second time? What does that even mean? Besides, you've seen me naked, so take responsibility. That was for emergency first aid. Their loud argument filled the carriage. Given the context, Eureka covered her ears with a deadpan expression, knowing this was a conversation best left unheard. For a while, their voices resonated outside the carriage, echoing across the hill. Later, Rofus explained to the residents of Roguebelt that the people rescued from slavery were being sheltered at the Port Town Church. Carlos, who had followed them, intervened to mediate. After parting ways with Foal, Rofus headed back to the capital, his demeanor slightly melancholic. Section. In the main estate of the Lightless family, Rofus had been summoned to his father's study. He sat with a sulky expression before a man whose cold, merciless gaze could intimidate anyone. The man, similarly black-haired with dark eyes, was clad in the dark garments symbolizing the Lightless family. He was the current head of the Lightless Marquisate. Rudens Ray Lightless, Rofus's biological father. It's been a while, Rofus. Though his tone was calm, there was an icy chill in the air that could freeze anything it touched. Rofus frowned, avoiding eye contact as he returned a superficial greeting. It's been a while. I'm glad to see you're well. Rudens did not reprimand Rofus for his attitude, as this atmosphere between them was nothing new. I hear you've been to the frontier. I've read Carlos's report. I see. In that case, I don't have much to explain. I want to hear it directly from you. The pressure from Rudens intensified. I understand you lost your left arm and your eyesight in your left eye. Treatment must be difficult. Indeed, well. Rofus's brief response caused Rudens's brow to furrow. Will it heal? I'll search for a solution, but if none is found, we can make a prosthetic. Do you understand who you are? You lack awareness of being the heir of the Lightless family. This is far too reckless. Though his voice did not rise, Rudens's anger was unmistakable. I'll be more careful from now on. Rudens continued to press. Moreover, Rofus, the use of forbidden magic in the frontier seas. A hefty bill has been submitted from the Port Town's Commercial Guild for the purchase of ships, cannons, and large quantities of potions. Additionally, complaints have come from the Steria territory about a prominent merchant claiming you attacked him. There's also the issue of the Dark Knight you dispatched, misused without permission. And more. Overwhelmed by Rudens's barrage of reprimands, Rofus sighed deeply. Rudens halted his speech, glaring at Rofus with a stern expression. Rofus, if you have more to discuss, please put it in writing and send it to Carlos. Rofus turned on his heel and headed for the study door. Rudens stood up in irritation. Come back, Rofus. The conversation isn't over yet. Then I have a few points to make as well. Stopped by his father's command, Rofus glared back defiantly. What? The corruption of the frontier officials, illegal heavy taxation, the abduction of residents, slavers have been rampant in the area. It seems the inspectors have also been bribed, though I assume you've seen this in the reports. I'm aware of the reports. What are you trying to say? I would like to see better governance. The people are suffering. Rudens's eyes widened at Rofus's words. Rofus. Then I'll take my leave. I wouldn't want to linger and frighten mother or my foolish brother. Wait, Rofus. Ignoring Rudens's call, Rofus exited the study. The door closed coldly behind him. Alone in the study, Rudens slumped into his chair and let out a long, deep sigh. I can't believe Rofus cares about the people. Is this the change Carlos spoke of? No one was there to answer his murmurs of doubt. Section. At that moment, I told him, the people are the ones who suffer. The look on father's face was priceless. I wish you could have seen it, Carlos. In the Lightless family's secondary residence, Rofus sat alone at a lavishly set table, in high spirits as he spoke. Standing nearby was Carlos, smiling. I'm sure the Lord was surprised by your growth. Growth? What are you talking about? Up until now, you never cared about the people. It seems you had quite the experience in Rogubelt. I just thought that bringing up the commoners would render father speechless. Who cares about the commoners? Rofus snorted at Carlos, who pretended to wipe away tears in a show of emotion. Seeing this reaction, Carlos shrugged in exasperation. You're not very straightforward, are you? Farathiana isn't a commoner, either. The mention of her name cast a deeper shadow over the brightly lit room. Rofus quietly set down his knife and fork, glaring at Carlos with his black and emerald eyes. You didn't tell father about Fall, did you? Not a word from me. However, I did include the facts about Rogubelt in the report. Naturally, that includes the matter of Farathiana. You didn't write anything unnecessary, did you? I have a copy. Would you like to see it? Carlos produced a bundle of reports from his pocket, seemingly waiting for this moment. Rofus snatched it from him and began to read, his anger rising. The details on the monster subjugation and Clinton's corruption are precisely documented. It's an excellent report. Thank you. Except for the last entry about Fall. What is this? Which romance novel did this come from? Rofus yelled at Carlos, who bowed his head apologetically. The final section detailing Rofus and Farathiana's interactions was described in meticulous and, at times, passionate detail, concluding with a melodramatic line about the burning romance across social classes. It's a masterpiece, Carlos said, puffing out his chest with pride. Rofus buried his face in his hands. I should have checked this before submitting it to father. Yes, that was rather careless. Don't you dare say that. Rofus threw the report down in frustration, but Carlos remained unfazed, wearing a nonchalant expression. Did father actually read this? Rofus sighed deeply, propping his chin on his hand in annoyance. Well, honestly, that's not my biggest concern right now. Indeed, we have a real mess on our hands. Carlos agreed with Rofus's complaint. Beside the table laden with food were two sets of documents. One was a hefty invoice sent from the Port Towns Commercial Association, and the other was titled Complaint from Jalan, Director of the Steria Commercial Association. Section. Rogue Belt. In the restaurant behind the inn, the innkeeper's daughter Lilia was tending the counter. However, there were no customers and the inside of the restaurant was empty. At lunchtime, the restaurant is bustling with sailors who have finished their morning fishing, but once the sailors have gone out for the afternoon fishing, it is quiet. Inside the empty restaurant, where Lilia was tending the counter, there were Norn and Fall. Since being rescued, Norn has spent most of her time outside, with the help of Lilia and Fall. During the day, she mainly helps Lilia tend the counter in the restaurant. Her physical strength, which had been lost due to her house arrest, was slowly but surely returning. And there was one other person in the restaurant. Fall would often come to the restaurant in between fishing. And now, Fall was rolling around on the floor, screaming and writhing in agony. Yuga. Lilia, who was tending the counter, looked at her with a cold look. She's doing it again. It's been like this ever since Lord Rofus left. Norn gives a wry smile. That's serious. Lilia sighs. If you liked him that much, you should have just pushed him down. It seems you did something close to pushing him down. You confessed, you tried to kiss him, and then... Norn's words trailed off with difficulty, and Lilia nodded as if understanding. If you liked him that much, you should have just pushed him down. Yeah, you got dumped. I wasn't dumped. Fall gets up and shouts in denial. Norn chuckles at the sight of Fall. But Rofus is still 12, right? It's hard to respond to force feelings, isn't it? Yeah, you know what? I confessed to a 12-year-old and tried to kiss him. What am I doing, seriously? Fall sinks deeply, then starts screaming like she's gone mad. Lilia shrugs in exasperation. You're not emotionally unstable. You should stop that before the customers arrive. Fall is 14, so the age difference doesn't seem to be a problem. Norn tries to back her up, but Lilia is merciless. But you got rejected, right? I didn't get rejected. Fall's voice echoes through the empty dining hall. Roguebelt was bustling again today. Section. It's been about 3 months since Rofus returned to the main city from Roguebelt. In a certain underground prison in Steria territory, a blonde boy is restrained with his hands and feet bound with strong chains. In the story, he is considered the strongest of the 4 heavenly kings and is also known as the dragon rider Valm Rio Draconis. In the snowy country prison, even the air you exhale freezes white. Sorry Rofus, I messed up. Valm's frustrated mutterings melted away quietly in the cold darkness of the prison. Section. The morning sun streamed through the window, illuminating the dark morning coffee. Another day had arrived. Standing nearby, Carlos offered a graceful bow. Good morning, Master Rofus. There are guests requesting an audience. They are already waiting in the guest room. Send them away. What time do they think it is? Responding in an irritated tone, I noticed Carlos glance at his pocket watch. It is already past 9 o'clock. You've woken up a bit late today. Is it those from the commercial association in the port town again? Yes, this time it appears to be the executives. Given that, I let out a sigh. It seemed I had been sighing more frequently lately. Breakfast will be after the meeting. Understood. I slipped into a black suit for the meeting and headed out of my bedroom toward the guest room. 3 months had passed since I returned from Roguebelt. The issues surrounding the port town, and more broadly the entire area, had not been resolved completely. Many towns and villages remained impoverished due to the illegal tax hikes imposed by Clinton. The residents who had been kidnapped and sold into slavery were not all yet rescued. Although we had crushed 2 slave traders, the underground slave market remained deeply entrenched. Furthermore, with Clinton's death and the absence of a representative, the follow-up actions had also faced delays. It would have been much easier if I could take the position of the representative myself, but at my age of 12, my father understandably rejected that idea. For now, I was working to tighten control over the acting representative sent in my place, turning him into a puppet who would obediently follow my orders for the follow-up actions. However, there was no clear prospect for resolving the poverty of towns and villages, and progress on protecting slaves was slow. If I could utilize the Dark Knights, it would be a different story, but they are under my father's direct command, leaving me unable to move them at will. As a temporary measure, I issued a notice for tax exemption in some impoverished areas, but it was merely a drop in the bucket. Although the tax exemption would provide some relief, the problem of poverty remained deeply rooted and needed a fundamental solution. Moreover, since the financial resources of the lightless territory were limited, I could not continue the tax exemptions indefinitely. I needed to devise a solution quickly, but it seemed the puppet representative lacked any substantial proposals. And now there were claims from the commercial association in the port town. That rascal Clinton had ordered supplies for monster subjugation, ships, cannons, potions, all of it to be paid later, with the billing directed to me, Rofus Ray Lightless. Normally, it would be impossible for the commercial association to settle for payment after the fact for such supplies, but Clinton's position as a representative lent it credibility. What a troublesome parting gift he had left me. As a result, these past 3 months had been filled with paperwork for follow-up actions and repeated meetings with the members of the commercial association, leaving me little time to rest. Discussions with the port town's commercial association had initially gone nowhere. Their demands insisted that I pay the invoices exactly as stated, showing no willingness to compromise. Our response was that we were victims who had been wronged, as Clinton had conducted the dealings without our consent. Furthermore, since my signature was absent from the contracts, one could argue that no deal had been established. However, Clinton had used a contract bearing the Lightless family crest during the transactions, complicating matters significantly. Even without my signature, the presence of the family emblem could lead to the assumption that a contract was valid. The use of the Lightless crest is permitted only for members of the Lightless family, their relatives, and those involved in the governance of the Lightless territory. Clinton, as a representative, fit that criterion perfectly. Consequently, the negotiations remained stalled. Recently, however, I had shared a story with the association members that wasn't exactly a compromise but might serve as a bargaining chip. I spoke of the treacherous sea, an obstacle for maritime trade, where I had successfully defeated the man-eating demon that lurked there and was now controlling it. In reality, I had killed it and turned it into a familiar, but the distinction was minor. This demon would only heed my commands and would not attack any ships I permitted passage. The moment I conveyed that information, the expressions of the merchants present changed drastically. Naturally, this development would allow for direct trade routes with the Steria territory. Given that Steria was in a cold region, it was home to unique magical creatures, including flying dragons. The furs and magical stones from these creatures commanded high prices in other territories. Additionally, Steria's unique crafts and fine goods represented a lucrative opportunity for merchants. They had no reason not to be excited. From that point on, discussions regarding invoices ceased, shifting entirely to talks of trade with Steria. The focus turned mainly to the commercial rights and trade taxes applicable to the business. Those greedy merchants showed up at my estate almost daily. It was a 2-day journey by carriage, so their frequency of visits suggested they anticipated substantial profits. Today's discussion was indeed fruitful. "We shall meet again soon, Master." "Not soon. You fools should reduce your frequency of visits." Once again, the meeting concluded without issue, and the association executives left with beaming smiles. The result of our discussions was that the invoices for ships and other supplies would be settled as a loan from the commercial association to the Lightless family. An interest-free, open-ended debt, essentially one I wouldn't need to repay. Of course, this meant I had to grant the commercial association certain privileges regarding trade rights. After enduring a lengthy meeting that lasted several hours, I was completely exhausted. I sprawled out lazily on the sofa in the guest room where the merchants had just departed. Just then, Carlos returned after seeing them off. In his hands was a tray bearing coffee and a ham and egg sandwich. My requested breakfast had been prepared. "Ah, you seem quite worn out," he remarked. "I hardly had time to rest. If I could, I would throw everything away." "That is something you do not need to concern yourself with. Would it not be better to leave those matters to the head of the household? Leave it to my father?" It was precisely because he had let Clinton run free that we found ourselves in this thoroughly unpleasant situation. It was clear he would repeat the same mistakes if given the chance. No way. My father must be quite exhausted managing such vast territories, especially after allowing someone like Clinton to roam freely. I delivered this with heavy sarcasm, and Carlos looked down awkwardly. That was because the appointed inspector was bribed. Such excuses hold no weight with the suffering people. I had suffered as well, having been nearly killed countless times. Carlos fell silent, unable to respond. I snorted in disdain, pondering as I munched on the sandwich Carlos had brought. The threat of the treacherous sea, its danger should ideally remain. If only ships permitted by the Lightless could navigate these waters, the profits from trade with Steria would be entirely ours to monopolize. That meant I would need to visit Roguebelt and release Strath. However, in addition to the follow-up paperwork, I was in constant communication with the puppet officials I had set up. There simply wasn't enough time. Perhaps relocating my base of operations from the main estate to the port town for a while would be more practical. But if I did that, my father might send for the Dark Knights again. Everything felt utterly frustrating. Just then, Carlos spoke up, as if recalling something. "By the way, your departure is fast approaching next week." "What? Next week? Departure?" What was he talking about? "Oh, have you forgotten? You were so excited you could hardly contain yourself. The party hosted by the Duke of Gallion." "Ah, right. I had indeed received an invitation 3 months ago. I couldn't forget that day, which had brought with it nightmares of countless murders. It wasn't that I had been looking forward to it, after all. The Duke of Gallion was the house of the story's second major antagonist, the second Demon King, Raymond. Attending the party would mean I would face him directly. This would likely mark our first encounter in the narrative. Honestly, I felt uneasy, no, quite apprehensive. After all, it was due to my association with Raymond that I became one of the 4 heavenly kings and ultimately met my demise. If I simply chose not to attend the party, perhaps I could alter the future where I became Raymond's follower. If that happened, I would naturally avoid becoming one of the 4 kings and would not face death. Moreover, the journey to Gallion territory was infinitely far. The Duke's lands were located to the west, directly opposite the lightless territory, which lay to the east of the kingdom. Even by carriage, it would take at least a week for a one-way trip. While taking the train through the capital might shorten the journey somewhat, I was busy with follow-up tasks and dealings with the commercial association, so being away for over a week. Yes, I should skip the party after all. Carlos, send a reply to the Duke of Gallion, informing them that I will not attend the party. What's gotten into you all of a sudden, deciding not to attend at this late stage? I showed Carlos my left elbow, which had little future left, letting it dangle as I spoke. Time is precious. My left arm isn't healed yet, so I'll just use illness as my excuse. That would be difficult, Carlos replied. Why's that? Well, a response saying you would attend has already been sent to the Duke of Gallion, and more importantly, the head of the household will also be present. Carlos averted his gaze, clearly struggling with the situation. My father would be attending? Upon reflection, that made sense. It would be quite unreasonable to invite a son who hadn't even reached adulthood to a party. It was only natural for my father, the current head of the household, to attend. So then, Carlos. Yes, what is it? I narrowed my eyes and looked out the window. I think I'll come down with a stomach ailment next week. Carlos sighed in exasperation. I hope you can fool the head of the household. That was the real challenge. Section. In short, I couldn't refuse to attend. 3 carriages lined up in front of the mansion early in the morning. I donned my outer coat and was brought to the carriage. Father, I'm not feeling well. Silence. Get in. I've decided not to participate this time. Are you trying to bring shame upon the lightless family? The murderous gaze from my father made it clear that I had no right to refuse. Indeed, cancelling at the last minute after having announced my participation would be a breach of etiquette, not just as a noble, but as a person. In the noble circles where manners are highly valued, such behavior is only permitted in the event of a severe emergency. If I were to back out, it would inevitably tarnish the impression of the Gallion family. Damaging the Gallion family's reputation would only bring disadvantage to the lightless marquisate. I had no choice but to obediently get into the carriage. However, my father seemed unusually tense, almost as if he were in a tight spot, lacking any semblance of composure. Perhaps his stern gaze was a result of the recent incident in the study, where I had boldly stated that the suffering of the people was due to his governance. My guess is that my words had left a very bad impression on him. When he finally joined me in the carriage, he sat across from me. With us facing each other, I quietly stood up. His sharp gaze pierced through me. Where are you going? To the back carriage. There were 3 carriages heading to the Gallion territory. The first was the one we occupied, the second was for accompanying servants, and the third was a cart carrying gifts for the Duke of Gallion. Carlos was in the second carriage. While it was slightly inferior to ours, it was perfectly acceptable. Spending the long journey alone with my father was far from ideal. Yet, he dismissed my request with a curt response. That's not allowed. But I want to be with Carlos. There are other servants as well. If you go, everyone else will feel intimidated. Can't you understand that? My father's words made my blood boil. I nearly clicked my tongue in frustration but managed to hold back at the last moment. However, he wasn't wrong, and I couldn't retort. It was infuriating, but I sat back down in silence. Let's go. My father's cold command resonated through the carriage, and we set off toward the Gallion territory. Thus began a long, hellish journey ahead. Section. Inside the carriage heading to the Gallion territory, the only thing between my father and me was an oppressive silence. We weren't the kind of parent and child who casually chatted, so this was to be expected. The tense atmosphere felt hellish. While it was the usual vibe, being in the same enclosed space for such an extended period was a first for me. My mood couldn't be worse. I shifted my gaze away from my father and looked out the window. After what felt like an eternity of being jostled by the carriage, my father suddenly spoke. Is it true that you are fond of a commoner's daughter? His unexpected question took me by surprise, and I fought the urge to laugh, forcing myself to respond calmly. Is this from a report? That was Carlos's imagination. My father glared at me sharply, as if trying to discern the truth. The girl is from a fishing village. Her name is Farathiana, if I recall correctly. Hearing her name from his lips filled me with inexplicable irritation. I'd appreciate it if you would stop this. I have no intention of entertaining such nonsense. I have received similar reports from Alba regarding a girl. Is that so? Alba, the captain of the knights, he certainly had a knack for unnecessary chatter. I made a mental note to remember that silver-haired man. It seems we both have subordinates with an affinity for foolish fantasies. Are you denying it? If so, bring that girl here. I released a surge of magical energy, crushing the words that followed my father's suggestion. Despite being enveloped by my killing intent, he maintained his composure, though his lips still moved. Rofus, that's as good as an admission. I shot him a glare filled with irritation. Now, let's assume, hypothetically, that it is true. What would happen then? Don't be so wary. Nothing would happen, nor would I do anything. You have no fiancé. The situation with Verme can be resolved however you wish. Verme, a promise made between families that I would be engaged if a girl was born before I came of age. It was a standard agreement among nobles. Then why bring it up? In response to my probing gaze, my father shrugged. I realized we haven't had a proper father-son conversation in a while, so I thought I'd make small talk. I couldn't help but chuckle at his words. A proper father-son conversation, you say? That's surprising. I never expected to hear such a thing from you. What's so funny? By the way, when do you plan to return to the main estate? Return to the main estate? Me? You must be joking. You can't possibly be unaware that my mother and foolish younger brother are terrified of me. Besides, it was you who moved me to the separate residence, wasn't it? My father had ordered me to move to the separate residence when I was 10 years old. Before that, during my childhood, I was entirely unable to control the overwhelming magical power and spells I possessed. One time, in a moment of carelessness, a spell I cast went out of control and involved my younger brother. My mother intervened to protect him, and my father stopped my rampaging magic. That incident was my first failure after being praised as the strongest magic wielder in the history of the Lytras family, the reincarnation of the first emperor. Since then, I threw myself into learning to control my magic. Day after day, I practiced, even sacrificing sleep. As a result, I finally mastered magic control by the age of 10, but my father moved me to the separate residence. My younger brother and mother's fear of me had become so intense that it disrupted our daily lives. I didn't resent being moved, although I had a twisted phase when my efforts went unrecognized and I was doubted. I ultimately found it irrelevant now. My father quietly averted his gaze. It's been 2 years. You should be able to control your magic by now. Besides, if we continue living separately, our family relationships will remain as they are. Now you want me to repair those relationships. When I told you to return to the main estate a year ago, why didn't you come back? I won't return. I have no intention of going back at any point in the future. I no longer felt any need to return. Rofus. I avoided looking at my father as he whispered my name. That's all for now. I'll take a rest, so don't mind me. I closed my eyes, rejecting any further conversation. Until we arrived at the town we were passing through, neither of us spoke a word. Chapter 3 Second Demon King. A massive dragon, shining so brightly it turned the moonlit night into day, spread its azure-flamed wings and glared down at him. From the dragon, there emanated an overwhelming magical power, as though it could easily destroy entire cities. This was no ordinary dragon, it was Bahamut, the most supreme of all dragon lords, a being recorded in ancient texts. Yet, against all odds, Bahamut, who would never submit to humans, bowed its head obediently to a single boy. The boy turned to face it, extending his hand. Come, join me. Together, we possess the power to rule the world. That boy, who would one day be known as the Second Demon King, Raymond Roi Norden's Galleon, smiled fearlessly. Section In the grand estate of the Gallian territory's capital, a lavish party was underway, attended by many nobles. We had only just arrived in Gallian a few days prior. After departing the lightless territory and passing through several towns and cities, it had taken 6 days to reach the capital of Gallian. It should have taken 7 days and 7 nights, but by taking the royal capital's train, we arrived a full day earlier. The train was an impressive vehicle, much faster than a carriage and with far less jostling. I would certainly like to introduce it to our lands, but I haven't spoken much with my father since that first day in the carriage, so we haven't discussed it. In any case, there's no rush. I'll bring it up another time. The party hosted by House Gallian was a grand affair, lasting 3 days and 3 nights. Some families attended all 3 days, while others participated only for a single day before returning home. Attendance was entirely flexible. As for House Lightless, we were only planning to attend the first day. Knowing my father, I thought he'd attend all 3 days, but with the Clinton corruption scandal and its aftermath still unresolved, he likely didn't want to leave our territory for too long. For the past 3 months, both my father and I have been particularly busy. Recently, there have been discussions with the Serpent Viscountcy about the handling of Clinton's wife and children, whom we've detained. While the Serpent family quickly offered an apology and agreed to compensate for Clinton's wrongdoings, they have been hesitant to take back his wife and children. Family members of someone involved in such scandals are like kindling for further trouble. The Serpents likely want to avoid dealing with that headache. But there's no way we, in Lightless, are going to take responsibility for Clinton's family. Incidentally, the Serpent family is not attending the party. They claim it's out of respect and self-restraint due to Clinton's actions, but I suspect they simply fear facing my father directly. Either way, I'm grateful that we'll be leaving soon. While we're away, discussions with the commercial guilds won't progress, and it's difficult to maintain close communication with the puppet officials in charge. Honestly, the sooner I return home, the better. I was at the party dressed in a coat of deep, dark colors, emblematic of the Lightless family. At the beginning of the party, I accompanied my father, who was also dressed in a dark suit, as we made rounds to greet the host, Duke Gallian, and other influential nobles. We made formal bows that were fitting for the dignified Lightless family. I enjoy parties, but I must admit, these greetings are the most excruciating part of the event. Try to smile a little more, my father muttered. I don't want to hear that from you, of all people. When he scolded me quietly, I shot back a counter. My father, with his sullen expression and lack of a smile, was just the same as me. After making the rounds, we were finally free. The party was a standing affair, and I grabbed a drink from a passing waiter to quench my dry throat. With a glass in hand, I wandered through the venue, enjoying the party's atmosphere. Elegant music played on the stage, while nobles danced freely. This was the essence of a party, of high society, of the upper class. But it's quiet. Was a party always this quiet? The music played, and the nobles murmured among themselves, but it all felt far more subdued than I remembered. This party was supposed to be the pinnacle of upper-class culture. And yet, why did it feel so lacking? Why did my mind drift to the raucous, lowly feasts of a remote fishing village? Suddenly, the face of Fall flashed through my mind, and I shook my head to dispel it. Ridiculous. Why was I thinking about her now? I let out a sigh. It had only been a few days with her, and yet, what had gotten into me? Had I been swayed by emotion? By a commoner? That's absurd. As I wrestled with these thoughts, a voice suddenly called out to me. "Thank you for your hard work!" Exclamation point. Carlos had appeared behind me without so much as a sound, startling me. "You idiot, at least give off some presence." He must have returned after stepping aside during the greeting rounds. "You spent quite a while making the rounds with your father. A party of this scale brings many nobles, after all. But I've never been fond of these greeting rounds. It's an important opportunity to forge connections with other families. I know that much. And yet, you seem rather bored. What's the matter?" I averted my eyes from Carlos, who was tilting his head in question. "Do I really look that way?" "Indeed. Or perhaps, you were reminiscing about someone dear to you." "What?" I shot a glare at Carlos for making such a foolish comment. Do you have a death wish? I hate jokes. Carlos shrugged at my attempt to intimidate him. My apologies, that was out of line. His gaze shifted from the empty glass in my hand to my left arm, which was hidden beneath my coat, missing from the elbow down. Shall I get you something? I don't need anything. His attentiveness was appreciated, but unnecessary. It was true that at a standing buffet like this, eating was difficult with one arm, but what good would it do to bring me food? Was he planning to feed me himself? I'd rather skip a meal than endure that humiliation. Then perhaps something that can be eaten with one hand. I said I don't need anything. Frustrated with Carlos's persistence, I turned on my heel and headed for the balcony. I'm going to get some fresh air. There's no need for you to accompany me. As you wish. Leaving Carlos behind, I stepped out onto the balcony. It was a crescent moonlit night. Leaning against the railing, I let the cool night breeze wash over me, soothing the fatigue from the rounds of greetings. However, the brief moment of solitude was soon interrupted by an intruder, as if they had been waiting for me to be alone. Are you enjoying yourself, Rofus? Speaking to me with the familiarity of a friend of 10 years was someone I had never met before. In stark contrast to my dark coat, he was dressed in a pure white suit, with brown hair and piercing blue eyes. This was Raymond Roi Norden's Galleon, the heir to the Galleon family and the one known in the story as the Second Demon King. He hadn't shown himself during the rounds of greetings earlier, but had he been waiting for the right moment to approach? Do you have a moment? I'd like to speak with you, Rofus. With a fearless smile, Raymond fixed his gaze on me. Section. Led by Raymond, Rofus found himself in the garden outside the party hall. There, 2 others awaited. Both seemed to be around Rofus's age. One was a tall, muscular boy, and the other a petite, fair-skinned girl dressed in a green gown. While they were meeting for the first time in this world, Rofus recognized them. Just like Rofus, they were characters who, in the story, served as the 4 heavenly kings who followed the second demon king, Raymond. Rofus narrowed his eyes and glanced around. As expected, Valm was not present. Raymond, now standing with the 3 gathered, smiled. Thanks for waiting, you two. Now, we're all here. At Raymond's words, the 2 who had been waiting furrowed their brows. The air of lightless, right? What kind of group are you putting together here? The speaker was the tall, muscular boy, August Low Diamond, heir to the Diamond family. Meanwhile, the one silently casting a suspicious glance at Rofus was the petite girl in the green dress. Anigelt Lou Triandophilia, the second daughter of the Triandophilia family. Both of them, like Rofus, were prodigies in their respective fields. As Raymond turned to face them from the center of the garden, he smiled quietly and then released a surge of magic so dense it seemed to overflow from his very being. The sheer density of the magic was enough to make Rofus break into a cold sweat. It reminded him of the fearsome demon whale he had encountered in the Cursed Seas. August and Anigelt, directly facing Raymond's magic, turned pale. August dropped to one knee, while Anigelt trembled, lowering her gaze. Rofus, possessing more magic than the average noble, managed to get away with just sweating, but Raymond's magic was so overwhelming that even high-ranking nobles were left cowering. As Rofus glared at him, silently demanding an explanation, Raymond quickly ceased his release of magic. August and Anigelt, now free from the oppressive force, exhaled heavily, as if their breath had been stolen. Without a care, Raymond proceeded to conjure a small sphere of light in his hand. At first glance, it seemed like a miniature version of a basic light spell, but both Rofus and Anigelt's expressions changed as they observed it. From a mage's perspective, what Raymond had just done was nothing short of extraordinary. One of the greatest achievements in magic is casting without incantation, something Rofus himself often employed. Incantationless casting skips the need for verbal spellcasting, allowing magic to be activated in the shortest time possible. It's considered an almost divine feat among modern mages, yet the light sphere Raymond created went beyond even that. The small sphere of light lacked the essential magic formula that all spells require. Manifesting an element without a magic formula, this was something beyond magic. It was something that transcended it entirely. Of course, not even Rofus could pull off such a feat. August, who knew little about magic, simply stared at it in dumbfounded silence. After casually rolling the sphere of light in his palm for a while, Raymond dismissed it and swung his arm. Enhanced by magic, his fist struck the ground with tremendous force, causing a shockwave and a resounding tremor. Where his fist met the earth, a crater formed. His strength was abnormal. Simply imbuing his punch with large amounts of magic would not have caused such destruction. It wasn't just raw potential at play here. The key was the synchronization of body and magic. In other words, how well the body could channel magic. Rofus and Anigelt were shocked, but the most stunned was August. Magic, technique, raw strength. Raymond had demonstrated overwhelming superiority in all three, and the serene smile he had worn until now morphed into a defiant grin. I can say this with certainty. There is no one stronger in this kingdom than me. In every capacity, I surpass anyone born in this land. This isn't arrogance, it's simply a fact based on objective reality. He continued. However, there are 4 individuals in this kingdom whose abilities exceed mine in specific areas. And, as fate would have it, they're all from the same generation. One of them isn't here today, but the other 3 are all present. You 3. Raymond fixed his gaze on the group once more. What you just witnessed was a mere demonstration of my power, he said, shrugging. But, I must repeat, it was truly pathetic. This was just a trivial display. My magic power pales in comparison to Rofus's, my magical skill is inferior to Anigelt's, and my physical strength doesn't match August's. Hearing these words, Rofus, Anigelt, and August exchanged looks. Pathetic? Not at all. It's true that each of them might surpass Raymond in their respective fields, but the sheer, overwhelming strength he had just displayed was undeniable. Even these prodigies, who stood among the kingdom's elite, were left in awe, recognizing the threat Raymond posed. Anigelt and August gazed at him with such fear that it looked like their legs might give out. Yet, Rofus alone remained calm. The reason was simple. Through the dreams that showed him the story, Rofus already knew that Raymond's base abilities were staggeringly high across the board. Witnessing it firsthand was a surprise, but not enough to shake him. Fixing his sharp gaze on Raymond, Rofus spoke. So, why have you gathered us here? Or did you just want to show off your strength? Even in the face of such power, Rofus maintained a haughty attitude, causing Anigelt and August to widen their eyes. Raymond, however, simply smiled amicably. Show off. My power is nothing compared to yours. I want to build an equal relationship with you all. Equal? You mean subjugation. After intimidating us with brute force, what part of you thinks you can claim that? Che. August tried to place a hand on Rofus's shoulder, but it was blocked by the magical barrier Rofus constantly kept in place. Anigelt looked on with bated breath, worried that Raymond might lose his temper. But Raymond, hearing Rofus's disrespectful words, simply chuckled. I'm glad, Rofus. Not many treat me as an equal. And I assure you, I had no intention of intimidating anyone. If I caused any of you to feel that way, then I must apologize. His gentle apology slightly eased the tension in Anigelt and August, but Rofus remained just as defiant. Those 2 may have been intimidated, but not me. And I'm still waiting for you to answer my question. Why did you gather us here? Hey, that's enough from you. August shouted. What's your deal anyway? Anigelt added, clearly exasperated by Rofus's attitude. Frustrated by Rofus's attitude, August stepped forward, while Anigelt shot him a disapproving glance. Who do you think you're speaking to, you lowly count? Rofus glared back, his gaze intense. He was anxious. If this continued, he would inevitably end up as one of Raymond's followers, just as in the story. That would be disastrous, very disastrous. Becoming a follower of Raymond would lead him down the same path as the 4 kings, ultimately facing a future where the protagonist's faction would come to torment him. That was the outcome Rofus feared most. Therefore, he had to resist. He intended to complicate his relationships with the other 4 kings while maintaining a defiant attitude toward Raymond. Raymond observed Rofus with a steady gaze and spoke. The reason is to rule the world. At these words, Anigelt, August, and even Rofus fell silent, their eyes wide. The audacious claim came from a mere 12-year-old boy, yet it carried a weight that seemed far beyond what one would expect from a child. At the very least, it was enough to overwhelm the three of the kingdom's most gifted individuals present. His voice held a certain gravitas and power, a strange charm that seemed capable of bringing them to their knees. With a smile, Raymond began to share his story. I lived in the Northern Empire in hiding from the age of 5 until I turned 10. Unlike our magic-centered kingdom, the Empire is a nation where alchemy and science have developed. As such, there are no true magicians in the Empire. Instead, those with magical power are often discriminated against. This information was known to Rofus through the story. However, Anigelt and August, unaware of it, listened intently. Half a century ago, the kingdom and the empire were at war. Although we maintain a non-aggression pact now, at that time, both nations were bitter enemies who loathed one another. The remnants of that era have left a strong belief in the empire that magic users are evil. Raymond extended his left hand as he wove his narrative. In the empire, those with magical abilities can be hunted down and killed in what is called a witch hunt. I witnessed it firsthand, innocent children, who committed no crime other than being born with magic, being brutally slaughtered. Then, he opened his right hand as well. In contrast, in the kingdom, those with magical power hold positions of nobility and authority, sometimes taking pleasure in the deaths of powerless citizens. Wielding the power of magic, they torment the defenseless. In both nations, innocent people are dying. Raymond turned to the three of them, asking a pointed question. Do you not think this world is filled with injustice? In one nation, those with power are revered and given authority, while in the other, they are hunted down under the guise of witch hunts. The ones who suffer are always the innocent and powerless. All of this is a tragedy born of differing values. The three were taken aback, gasping at his words. This world has yet to embrace the idea that we must not hurt others, that we must not kill. Such basic values do not exist. With a determined expression, Raymond clenched his outstretched hands, his eyes radiating strength. Then let me become that singular value in this world, the absolute leader who will guide all of humanity. This declaration signified his intention to reign as the world's ruler, potentially suggesting rebellion against the royal family. As he extended his hand toward them, he continued, I cannot achieve this alone. But if you lend me your strength, a viable future awaits us. I implore you to help me, to eradicate the absurdities of this world and bring prosperity to our kingdom. What stood before them was not the second demon king Raymond, who had wrought destruction to bring ruin upon the kingdom, but a charismatic leader overflowing with righteous spirit. Anigelt and August, as if entranced, approached Raymond and knelt before him. Rofus, too, felt an overwhelming urge to kneel at Raymond's feet but stopped just short. This was not some form of brainwashing magic, it was purely the charisma of Raymond. Rofus let out a quiet breath and fixed his gaze on Raymond. That's impossible. Rofus's statement was neither an acceptance nor a rejection but a denial. Raymond frowned slightly, while Anigelt and August looked at Rofus with disbelief. Raymond, you will fail. And why is that? Do you doubt my power? If so, Raymond raised his hand to the heavens, but Rofus promptly countered. That's not it. I have no doubts about your power. However, I still say it's impossible. We alone cannot conquer even this kingdom, let alone the world. I'd like you to judge that after witnessing my strength. A magic circle materialized above Raymond, from which light and blue flames surged forth. This was summoning magic. Raymond's extraordinary base abilities were merely an afterthought. The true power of the second demon king Raymond lay in this summoning magic. From the magic circle emerged a colossal dragon of light, landing behind Raymond. It was Bahamut, the highest-ranking dragon said to dwell in uncharted lands. Its mere presence illuminated the darkness of night as if it were day. The flaming azure wings shimmered with heat, visible even without contact. Bahamut bowed its head in submission to Raymond. Anigelt collapsed in shock, while August was frozen in place, unable to move. This is my summoning magic. I possess multiple beings of this caliber. Rofus, does this ease your concerns? Raymond smiled at Rofus and extended his hand once more. Come now, let us conquer together. We have the power to govern the world. Bathed in the overwhelming magical energy of Bahamut, Rofus felt nothing at all. Perhaps if it had been a year ago, he would have been astonished. If he could command multiple creatures of this level, perhaps he could truly take the kingdom and the world as his own. But having witnessed the entirety of the story and faced the demon whale, Rofus did not see Bahamut as a significant threat. Rofus cut his finger with the needle hidden in his ring, allowing his blood to drip onto his shadow. Then he summoned the Reaper's scythe that would reap all things. Scythe of the Reaper. What he had activated was an ancient magic. Rofus did not feel threatened by the Dragon King Bahamut, but that did not lead him to be complacent or reckless. While Bahamut might seem like nothing compared to the demon whale, he was still not an opponent to take lightly given the disadvantage of attributes. Rofus chose to use a magic he was certain would kill without fail. While Raymond's eyes widened in shock, Rofus gave the scythe a light swing. Instantly, without the blade ever reaching, Bahamut's head fell. The Dragon King could not even let out a final scream before dissipating into light. Raymond stood there, mouth agape, clearly bewildered by what had just happened. Rofus chuckled disdainfully at the vanished Bahamut. This dragon has a light attribute, does it not? Despite being in a position of attribute advantage against darkness, it fell in a single blow. So tell me, Raymond, when will you show us your true power? Overwhelmed by Rofus's maximum provocation, this was the first time Raymond showed any emotion. It was not anger at being taunted, nor sadness over the defeat of Bahamut, but joy. Ha, what utter nonsense, it's wonderful. A genuinely delighted smile emerged from the depths of his heart. Raymond suppressed his overflowing laughter, covering his mouth with his hand, and bowed his head to Rofus. Rofus, I truly apologize. It seems I have greatly underestimated your abilities. I sincerely apologize. Raymond raised his head and looked at Rofus. And I'm now convinced, Rofus. Your existence is indeed essential to my plans. It seems difficult to gain your understanding in this moment. I would like the opportunity for further discussion at a later date. Taking Rofus's hand, Raymond whispered sweetly as if speaking to a lover. Annegelt watched the two, struck with shock as if struck by lightning. She murmured softly, so quietly that no one else could hear, this might actually work. Rofus hurriedly shook off Raymond's hand. Let go. I have no interest in that, you creep. Haha, that's a misunderstanding. Do not worry, I already have a beloved fiancé. Chempage. Is that the end of the discussion? I'll take my leave. Rofus flipped his coat and turned on his heel towards the party venue. With this, the meeting between Raymond and the three parties, excluding Valm, came to an end. Rofus returned alone, while Annegelt and August followed Raymond back to the venue. As an aside, the barrier set up by Raymond in the garden ensured that the commotion went unnoticed by those outside. As Rofus walked back to the venue alone, he let out a sigh of relief that he had not joined Raymond's entourage, at least for now. However, since Raymond showed no signs of giving up, Rofus knew he couldn't let his guard down. Yet. A beloved fiancé, huh? Rofus murmured. However, Raymond's fiancé is certainly. No, it's pointless to think about that now. He pushed that thought to the back of his mind. After the story began at the academy, Raymond would suffer a significant distortion in his personality due to that fiancé. But Rofus, only aware of the protagonist's perspective, had yet to realize this. In the second chapter of the story, Raymond's distorted personality would twist even his ideals, driving the kingdom to the brink of destruction. That future was slowly and steadily approaching, its footsteps echoing ominously in the distance. Section. Several days had passed since my return from the Gallian territory to the Lightless territory. The journey took 12 days round trip, just shy of half a month. It had taken quite some time, but when invited by a duke's family, there was no way I could refuse. As a result, the administrative duties in the Lightless territory were significantly delayed, but that was the responsibility of the various appointed officials dispatched throughout the area. Well, this time, it was the appointed officials who had caused a scandal. Anyway, I was now summoned to my father's study. Having not forgotten the usefulness of the train I rode in the capital, I submitted a petition to my father requesting its installation in the lightless territory. Since my return, I had sent him several letters each day. My father's response came through Carlos, who told me to come and say it directly. So, here I was today. The matter is as I wrote in the petition. I want the train installed in our territory, without fail. My father furrowed his brows and glared at me. You come here and go straight to the point without even a greeting? I'd rather not waste time on small talk. I know you're busy as well, father. When I said this with a composed expression, my father let out a sigh. The installation of a train. It sounds simple, but do you have any idea how much it would cost? Please consider it well. The mobility it provides is worth the cost. Connecting our major cities and having the train transport goods would invigorate the entire commerce of our territory and greatly benefit our economy. It would also significantly reduce travel time. There's no reason not to install it. Hearing my words, the severity in my father's gaze intensified. You dare to speak of the economy? Whether I dare or not, we urgently need economic recovery, especially in the areas that Clinton was in charge of. Clinton, huh? My father's face contorted as if he had bitten into a sour fruit. The illegal heavy taxes imposed by Clinton have left villages and towns in poverty, and this may provide a sign of recovery for their economies. According to reports from the appointed officials, the impoverished villages and towns could no longer recover their economies independently. If they couldn't do it themselves, they needed to bring in outside resources. It was necessary to create a new market. Are you referring to the Rogue Belt area? Not limited to that alone. My father rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. I will consider it. I would prefer an immediate decision if possible. The installation of a train requires permission from the palace. The costs are considerable. Additionally, if we are to operate a train, we need to secure a source for coal supply. This is not a matter that can be decided quickly. Well, I understand. Indeed, there were few coal mines in our territory. The immediate challenge was securing a stable supply of coal, which was essential for operating the train. Laying down tracks over long distances would also require a large amount of steel. I would need to consult with the commercial union members about this next time. Well then, I've completed my request, I said. As I turned to leave the study, my father called out to me. Wait. What is it? We will have lunch with the family afterward. You should join us. That's all right. I've just finished lunch. Of course, that was a lie. The time was still only 10 o'clock, so there was no way I had already eaten. Perhaps because it was such a transparent lie, my father's gaze turned especially severe as he looked at me. Rofus. Then, if you'll excuse me. Just as I was about to make my escape, a shrill cry, reminiscent of a hawk, echoed from outside the window. Looking out, I saw a dark-colored hawk flying about outside. Its jet-black feathers were lined with countless bulging eyes. That was unmistakably a shadow familiar created using the shadow devourer technique. It must belong to my father. Hearing the hawk-like cries of the familiar, my father frowned. What is going on? Is there something wrong? My father exhaled quietly and fixed his gaze on me. Someone has intruded into the tomb of the first emperor. What? My father's unexpected words made me utter a bewildered response. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 4. The First Tomb. The Tomb of the Fire Emperor. As the name suggests, the Tomb of the Fire Emperor is the resting place of the body of the founding head of the Lightless family. There is an entrance to an underground tomb located in the mountains just outside the capital of the Lightless territory. The existence of the Tomb of the Fire Emperor is known only to a select few within the Lightless family, yet, for some reason, it seems that intruders have appeared. Where could the information have leaked? I was ordered by my father to investigate the situation at the tomb. Honestly, my father can be so demanding. Well, the Tomb of the Fire Emperor is one of the most secretive locations within the Lightless family. The truth is, no one else can access it but me. Though it irks me to be sent as a mere errand boy, it's certainly better than gathering around the family dinner table. I traversed the unfamiliar mountain path, bolstered by my magically enhanced leg strength, rushing through it with brute force. Until now, I had never even heard of any intruders entering the tomb. Most likely, the grave robbers are either clueless fools who stumbled in without knowing or just reckless individuals. In any case, I thought there was no need to go out of my way to check. Grave robbers would surely be dead by now. The tomb is filled with the shadow familiars that the Fire Emperor once commanded. The shadow familiars that belonged to the Fire Emperor continued to exist for some reason after his death. Normally, familiars vanish when their summoner dies. Yet the remaining shadow familiars have been protecting the Fire Emperor's body since ancient times, mercilessly attacking anyone who dares to disturb his slumber. These shadow familiars, which have survived since the age of the gods, possess immense power that is beyond comprehension. It's unclear where they draw their magic, but they also have a form of immortality, instantly regenerating even if they are wounded in ways unique to shadow familiars. A mere grave robber wouldn't stand a chance and would be killed without accomplishing anything. In short, I have been sent to recover a corpse. It would be better suited for a dark night, but even they would find the dangers of the tomb of the Fire Emperor overwhelming. Even a dark knight, known for their unparalleled combat prowess, would die upon entering once. If there's any possibility of returning alive, it would be only if they were one of the named Dark Knights or perhaps the chief, Alba. As for Carlos, well, he might have managed it in his youth, but now it would be difficult. Moreover, the existence of the tomb of the Fire Emperor is kept secret. Not only the Dark Knights but also Alba, the chief knight, the butler Carlos, my mother, and even my foolish younger brother are unaware of its existence. Currently, the only ones who know about the tomb of the Fire Emperor are the current head of the family, my father, my retired grandfather from the previous generation, and me, the legitimate heir. Still, I never expected to be burdened with such trivial tasks. However, it's fine. I had to visit the tomb of the Fire Emperor sooner or later. I had previously ruined the familiar that was passed down through the lightless family, which I was supposed to offer prayers for at the altar. That worthless dark lower spirit that was obliterated along with the demon whale while it was possessing Clinton. It truly was useless. I wanted to complain at the altar that they shouldn't send incompetent beings. Ha! A strange sense of discomfort. I was near the entrance of the tomb. There was an unnatural residue of magic, a type I had rarely encountered. Although my magical detection showed no response, upon careful observation, I noticed a flaw in the space that contained magic. I touched it with a hand imbued with magic and forcibly tore it apart. The space cracked, and what had been concealed within became visible. What is this? What emerged was a massive red ship. It was what one might call an airship in the stories. A barrier woven with a number of advanced spells, including invisibility and magic suppression, as well as concealment and warding off intruders, had been erected around it. The airship is a flying vessel powered by magic, a relic of lost technology from ancient times. In the tales, there had only been one airship in existence. This airship was, without a doubt, that very vessel. The ship of Scarlet Wind. Scarlet Wind, the group of treasure hunters who traveled to various ruins and dungeons aboard their airship. They were commonly known as sky pirates. They trespassed into ruins and dungeons without permission, making a living by selling the treasures, magical items, and artifacts they obtained from those places. While they are called treasure hunters, what they really do is no different from grave robbing. Though they don't engage in acts of plunder against civilians like thieves do, they are essentially a group of lawless individuals. But why are these people here? It's true that the members of Scarlet Wind, having explored many ruins and dungeons, are quite capable. However, if they were to enter the tomb of the Fire Emperor, there's no doubt they would not return alive. If they were to be wiped out here, they would not appear in the story 3 years later. So, is something happening here that prevents them from dying? Or is this an event that deviates from the flow of the story, similar to the appearance of the demon whale? There is too little information about the events preceding the start of the story for me to predict the developments. Regardless, since they have intruded upon the tomb of my lightless ancestors, I cannot simply leave them be. If the tomb of the Fire Emperor were to be desecrated, there is no telling what actions the Fire Emperor's shadow familiars might take. The shadow familiars of the Fire Emperor are ultimately his attendants, and they are not bound to the Lightless family. If those shadow familiars were to emerge and rampage through the city, the damage could be catastrophic. Immortal monsters that can regenerate endlessly are beyond control. It has been the duty of the heads of the Lightless family throughout history to act as guardians, ensuring that outsiders do not provoke these entities. Moreover, one of the members of Scarlet Wind is someone who will eventually become one of the heroines allied with the protagonist. What a hassle! With a sigh of resignation regarding the troublesome future that lay ahead, I stepped into the Tomb of the Fire Emperor. Section. The Tomb of the Fire Emperor is an underground burial site with descending layers. As one goes deeper, the concentration of magical elements in the atmosphere increases, and with it, the strength of the shadow familiars rises. A 12-year-old girl, currently an apprentice member of the sky pirates known as Scarlet Wind, found herself standing in a corridor shrouded in darkness. She had pale brown hair tied back short and wore a wing-shaped earring on her left ear. This was Lilica Skyfield. In the story, she is one of the heroines who will join the protagonist's group. However, she now found herself in a dire situation. The comrades she had entered the tomb with, other members of Scarlet Wind, were nowhere to be found. She had fallen into a teleportation trap, a vicious hazard that is occasionally found in ancient ruins and high-difficulty dungeons. Lilica had been separated from the other members of Scarlet Wind as a result. This was likely not the same layer she had been in just moments ago. The dark monsters that roamed this layer were clearly on a different level from those she had encountered before. Each one exuded an overwhelming aura, making it almost unthinkable to engage them. Lilica had been surviving by hiding and avoiding the monsters as they passed. The creatures in this tomb were undeniably strange. Even the monsters on the first layer possessed strength comparable to those found in high-difficulty dungeons. Moreover, they had the ridiculous ability to regenerate instantly, even when injured. The members of Scarlet Wind, realizing they could not win against these foes, had decided to retreat at once. However, in the pitch-black corridors, they were relentlessly pursued by the dark creatures, making it difficult to escape. And on top of that, there was the teleportation trap. Ahaha! I think I'm dead. Though she forced a laugh, despair filled Lilica's eyes. Being caught in a teleportation trap alone in a dungeon signified death. The chances of survival when isolated in a dungeon were exceedingly low. Moreover, judging by the monsters she sensed lurking nearby, she was likely in a much deeper layer. Certainly, the other members of Scarlet Wind would search for Lilica, but the likelihood of reuniting was slim. Even if they managed to regroup, escaping would be another matter entirely. It came down to whether she would die alone or they would all perish together. Lilica dreaded to think that there was no guarantee the others would be safe. Being caught in the teleportation trap was her own fault. She wished that her comrades would leave her behind and focus on surviving. However, the members of Scarlet Wind would surely, no, they absolutely would not abandon her. The bond among the Scarlet Wind members was incredibly strong. Though they were not bound by blood, to them, Lilica was family. They had entered the tomb not just because of the rumors of valuable magical items hidden within, but primarily because one of the members, who Lilica admired like an older sister, had been suffering. I'm sorry, Iswani. The sub-leader of Scarlet Wind, had been suffering from a severe illness for the past 2 years. The disease was a rare endemic found in certain regions, caused by the body being invaded by a special type of magical element. The symptoms manifested as black bruises spreading across the body over time, with the pain intensifying as the number of bruises increased. In the end, one would succumb to the pain of the bruises and die, as it was a dreadful disease that guaranteed death unless treated. The special medicine for the illness was expensive, and until now, they had been managing with painkillers to get by. However, recently, Is's condition had rapidly deteriorated, and she spent most of her days in bed, unable to bear the agony. Is's condition was dire, and the members of Scarlet Wind, including Lilica, had resolved to obtain the special medicine, even if it meant taking risks by exploring high-difficulty dungeons and ancient ruins in search of rare items. Naturally, Is had urged them to stop, but the other members, including the leader, would not relent. They had faced countless dangerous situations, but they had always pulled through thanks to their strong bond. They had gathered information on challenging dungeons, and this time, they had chosen the tomb of the Fire Emperor as their target. They had heard rumors that it was an unexplored dungeon where valuable magical items lay hidden, and compared to other ancient ruins and dungeons, it certainly seemed to have less information available. Initially, they had optimistically interpreted the lack of information to mean that no one else had explored it and that the rare items might still be untouched, but that had proven to be a colossal mistake. Scarlet Wind had explored several high-difficulty dungeons and ancient ruins before, but all of them had been stripped of items, leaving them frustrated and empty-handed. Even considering the background circumstances, it was still a shallow decision. Lilica let out a deep sigh. "All right, time to stop feeling sorry for myself." Lilica slapped her cheeks as if to shake off her anxiety and steeled her resolve. Staying in a state of despair would only lead to death. More than anything, giving up here would be akin to betraying her comrades, who were surely searching for her. Thus, Lilica decided to take action. At the very least, she needed to move closer to an exit or reach a higher floor. Paying close attention to her surroundings for any signs of monsters, Lilica advanced down the corridor. This passage was intricately labyrinthine, shrouded in darkness due to the lack of light. Though she didn't have a torch or anything similar, she possessed the skill of night vision, which enabled her to see in the dark as clearly as if it were day. Dungeons and ancient ruins were often devoid of light sources, and using torches or lanterns would reveal one's position, potentially drawing an all-out assault from monsters. Illuminating the darkness was akin to exposing one's location, making night vision an essential skill for exploring dungeons. It was one of the first skills Lilica had learned upon joining the exploration team. Wait. It was precisely because she had acquired the night vision skill that she sensed something amiss. A shadow lingered at her feet. It was a shape she was accustomed to seeing in well-lit places, yet it remained unchanged in the darkness. This was disconcerting. Could a shadow even exist in such an impenetrable gloom? As she pondered this while observing her shadow, she suddenly noticed countless eyes opened within it, all glaring at her simultaneously. Ah! An inaudible scream escaped her lips. Instinctively, she jumped back, but the shadow, now adorned with a myriad of eyes, clung to her feet, pursuing her. From the shadow, countless tendrils emerged, wrapping around Lilica's body. No way. The tendrils entwined her body, and before she could even resist, they began to pull her slowly into the shadow. Somebody. In the end, the tendrils sealed her mouth, leaving Lilica with nothing to do but shed tears in that moment of despair. Just as her last remaining view was obscured by the tendrils, they were suddenly severed all at once. What? Abruptly freed from her restraints, Lilica let out a dazed, foolish sound. Half of her body was still submerged in shadow when she felt a grip on the nape of her neck, pulling her upward. Lilica slumped down and looked up. Standing before her was not a comrade, but a boy clad in dark robes, glaring at her with a contemptuous expression. The boy in the black robe, Rofus Ray Lightless, glared at Lilica with his piercing eyes and muttered in an exasperated tone. "So it's you, Lilica Skyfield. What? How do you know my name?" Instead of words of gratitude or relief, a foolish question slipped from Lilica's lips. Section. I sprinted through the tomb, fully activating my magical detection. It was unclear whether the high concentration of magical energy within the tomb was due to the remnants of the first emperor, but it was undeniably saturated with mana. Typically, under such conditions, magical detection would be ineffective. However, that was only true for an ordinary magician. With the sheer volume of magic I possessed, I could force my way through and manage it quite well. I could see through walls and floors without a care. Of course, broadcasting high-output magical waves over a wide area meant that my presence was likely apparent to the first emperor's familiars lurking within the tomb. For the record, these magical waves were meant for detection, not intimidation, so they wouldn't cause others to faint. However, no matter how advanced my magical detection, it had the limitation of not being able to detect those without magic. Yet, this tomb was filled with dense magical energy. When I used magical detection, the entire tomb responded faintly, suffused with mana. Conversely, if there were areas within the tomb that did not respond, it indicated the presence of a human without magic. According to what I gathered from the story, among the members of the Scarlet Wind only one of the heroines, Lilica Skyfield, possessed magic. Knowing this, it became easy to determine where everyone was within the tomb. Based on the responses from my magical detection, I noted that there were 4 humans without magic on the 1st floor and 1 with magic on the 4th floor. Why was only one person acting alone in this tomb? Were they foolish? Did they wish for death? Or perhaps they had fallen into a trap that separated their party. Some teleportation traps consume the magic of those ensnared. If there was only one person with magic separated, it was possible that such a trap had been triggered. But on the 4th floor, the tomb of the first emperor consists of 5 underground levels. As one descends, the concentration of magical energy increases, and the familiars become more powerful. By the 4th floor, the strength of those familiars is at its peak. To my knowledge, there are even intelligent individuals lurking in that level. From the response of my magical detection, it seemed they were still alive, but it was only a matter of time before they perished. TCH. I clicked my tongue and pressed on. If they wanted to die, that was their choice, but I wanted them to do so outside of anything related to Lightless. I had no idea what might lead to my own death. Especially the death of a heroine within the territory of Lightless was no joke. The possibility that someone other than myself had dreamt of the story was quite substantial. It was purely a matter of possibility, but if someone who had dreamt of the story was among the protagonist's forces and I abandoned one of the heroines, what would happen if they found out? They would surely come for my life, angry that I had abandoned Lilica. Such a possibility was negligible, but it was not zero. While it wasn't realistic to eliminate all potential factors that could lead to my future death, I would at least do what I could, even if it meant saving one of the hated protagonists. I dashed through the dark corridor, heading toward the 4th floor. I would leave the other Scarlet Wind members without magic for a day. Even if they were undead familiars, they were still on the 1st floor. The members of Scarlet Wind would likely not perish immediately. Section. Relying on my magical detection, I dashed through the tomb and quickly descended to the 4th level. The first Emperor familiars wandering within the tomb wouldn't attack me, as I was of the Lightless bloodline. Thus, I was able to reach my destination without unnecessary combat. There, a girl with light brown hair was captured by writhing tentacles extending from the shadows, being dragged in at that very moment. That was cutting it rather close. The tentacles lurking in the shadows were from an ancient creature, likely of the man-eating variety. Whether it was luck or misfortune, it was the weakest level of First Emperor familiars found on the 4th floor. I summoned a dark scythe into my hand and swung it, severing the tentacles. Even though her body was freed, I grasped the girl by the nape of her neck and pulled her out of the shadows. She had light brown hair tied up in the back and a petite frame. While she certainly looked young, there was no mistaking who she was. So it is you, Lilica Skyfield. During the battle against the 4 heavenly kings in the story, Lilica Skyfield didn't direct as much hostility towards me as Farathiana had. Therefore, I didn't harbor any particularly bad feelings toward her. Well, she did attack me, so I didn't exactly have a good impression of her either. Sitting there in a daze, Lilica stared at me, tilting her head in confusion. "Ha! How do you know my name?" I frowned. For someone who had just nearly died, she seemed surprisingly calm. Perhaps she was just naive or simply foolish. In any case, I had no obligation to answer her question. This is a ruin derived from Lightless. What business do you have invading it? When I asked assertively, Lilica seemed to regain her composure and straightened up. I'm sorry. What? A ruin of Lightless? Lilica appeared confused. You entered without knowing? I heard it was a ruin of the Dark God. Ha! The Dark God was one of the deities worshipped in the 6-god religion in the kingdom. The 6 gods are said to be the 6 pillars who were involved in the founding of the kingdom 1,000 years ago, each governing one of the 6 elements: light, darkness, fire, water, wind, and earth. But how could this possibly be a ruin of the Dark God? As I mentioned before, this is a ruin derived from Lightless. It has no connection to the Dark God. Where did you get such false information? What? But this is reliable information. Wait, that's odd. With Lilica tilting her head in confusion, I let out a sigh. In any case, I cannot allow you to remain here. Leave immediately with your companions. Even if you say that, I don't even know what floor this is, and there are some dangerous monsters wandering around. Wait, speaking of which, you are. Now you're asking that. Who did you think you were talking to until now? What a dim-witted girl. Perhaps realizing my gaze, Lilica narrowed her eyes at me. Ah, you thought I was an idiot just now, didn't you? You had the same look as Sigourney. Sigil, wasn't he the leader of the Scarlet Wind? Honestly, there's nothing more exhausting than talking to an idiot. As I reflected on this, a massive number of tentacles emerged from the shadows at Lilica's feet, launching an all-out assault on me. All of the approaching tentacles were effortlessly caught by my magical barrier, allowing me to summon a dark spear into my hand and stab deep into the man-eater lurking in the shadows beneath Lilica. A high-pitched scream echoed through the corridor. Moments later, all the tentacles that reached for me vanished as if they had scattered into mist. While they hadn't truly died, being familiars of shadows, I had destroyed their magical cores, which were essentially their hearts. It would take some time before they could regenerate and move again. When I glanced over, I found Lilica had collapsed, her legs giving way beneath her. Here. I'm so weak-willed I collapsed. What are you laughing about? Get up already, I said coldly, and Lilica stood up looking dejected. Geez, you're so cold. But you're really strong. You saved me earlier too, and even though you're brusque, you're actually the kind type. Who knows? But I've realized that you're the annoying type. Ah, I'm just kidding, I'm sorry. I really appreciate your help, thank you. I shot Lilica an irritated glare and flicked my cloak before turning on my heel. I've had enough of idle chatter. I'll take you to your companions, so follow me. Really? Wow. Thank you. For some reason, Lilica attempted to hug me, but I dodged her just in time. Ha! Noticing my cold gaze, Lilica shrank back as if intimidated. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Of course, you wouldn't, you fool. As I spat that out and tried to move on, once again Lilica rushed up from behind and attempted to cling to me. I dodged her again, channeling magic into my hand as I glared at her. You. However, there was no trace of the playful atmosphere on Lilica's face. Instead, she wore an expression of intense urgency. Lilica shouted, "Get down." What? In the next moment, cracks appeared in the magical barrier behind me. Since I couldn't afford to be careless in the tomb, I had raised the hardness of my magical barrier as a precaution. And now it had cracked. Looking closer, I saw the source of the disturbance standing boldly in the center of the corridor, not bothering to hide. The figure was a humanoid wrapped in tattered cloth, wielding what appeared to be a dark scythe, a pitch-black Grim Reaper's weapon. Was this dark scythe what had cracked my magical barrier? Peering out from within the tattered cloth were numerous bulging eyes, a clear sign that this was a very powerful type of First Emperor familiar, even for the 4th level. The humanoid figure, swathed in rags, simultaneously conjured 4 dark spears of magic around it. It was astonishing to see it cast magic as if it were second nature. Moreover, it was all done without incantation. This was clearly a highly intelligent type, akin to high-ranking dragon species or the legendary magic whale. Run away. I'll be fine. Just get out of here. Lilica, still on the verge of collapsing, shouted at me to flee. I sighed and summoned a dark scythe in my hand to match the appearance of the rag-clad figure. Stay put and keep quiet. First Emperor familiars typically wouldn't attack a human of the lightless bloodline. However, that was not an absolute rule. If I took any hostile actions, such as attacking a First Emperor familiar, it would naturally retaliate. I had never done it, but it was likely that they would also attack if I acted in a way that desecrated the tomb. It seemed that even attempting to assist an intruder was an intolerable act to the First Emperor familiars. To them, helping grave robbers was akin to being a grave robber oneself. That meant I would have to fight all First Emperor familiars I encountered from now on. Considering I had been using my magical detection forcefully, my location was probably already revealed to them, which meant I would have to deal with an overwhelming wave of undead familiars. The thought was truly exhausting. I looked over at the rag-clad humanoid. You seem rather strong. Out of respect for you, I will grant you 5 seconds of my precious time. Now, come at me quickly." Whether the first Emperor Familiar understood my words was uncertain, but no sooner had I spoken than the rag-clad figure shot out all 4 dark spears, charging at me at a speed that was almost impossible to follow with my eyes, swinging its dark scythe. As expected of an ancient creature from the Age of Gods, its base abilities were impressive. It was too fast to follow with my eyes. However, all the dark spears fired and the scythe swung at point-blank range were easily deflected by my barrier, infused with an immense amount of magical power. With the scythe blocked and a momentary opening created, I swung my own dark scythe at the rag-clad figure. Yet my dark scythe failed to make contact with it. The moment my scythe would have struck the figure, its body transformed into black mist, evading the blow. Mystification of the body? You're using quite a rare technique. While in mist form, its body could negate all physical and magical attacks. During mystification, it effectively entered an invincible state, which was quite the unfair technique. Damaging the mist was like trying to grasp clouds. However, while this mystification seemed advantageous at first glance, it had a significant weakness. The mystified body had transformed into countless small particles, akin to water vapor. The fact that its body had become particulate meant that it was more susceptible to the effects of magical power than in its usual form. It was a simple truth: smaller objects are easier for magical energy to penetrate than larger ones. If it were to receive a high-density wave of magical power from an opponent of superior rank while in a mystified state, that would lead to a catastrophic outcome, far worse than mere unconsciousness. I directed a disappointed gaze at the mystified rag-clad humanoid. You must have been defeated by a first emperor and turned into a familiar, right? Didn't you learn what happens when you mystify against a superior opponent? In the next moment, I unleashed a high-density wave of magical power at close range, and the rag-clad figure was obliterated, losing all semblance of its original form. True to my word, it took exactly 5 seconds. Each particle was torn apart by my wave, and it would likely take a considerable amount of time for it to regenerate. Well, it could only blame its own foolishness. When I glanced at Lilica, she was still sitting on the ground, her mouth agape as she stared up at me. "You're still sitting there, paralyzed, aren't you?" I muttered in exasperation, and Lilica let out an embarrassed laugh. "You just effortlessly dealt with that monster, so. I'm so embarrassed." Lilica attempted to stand but wobbled, leaning against me for support. Realizing this, she quickly pulled away in a panic. "Oh, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to. My legs just kind of gave out." With a sheepish grin, Lilica struggled to regain her balance, likely a result of having been in close proximity to the high-density wave of magical power I had unleashed. It seemed she was experiencing some form of magical dizziness. It would take her some time to recover from this. I clicked my tongue in annoyance, channeling magic into my right hand to bolster my strength, then lifted Lilica effortlessly and threw her over my shoulder. "What? Wait, what? I'm heavy. Don't make a fuss." Hey, that's not necessary. I'm heavy. I said to be quiet." Ignoring Lilica's protests, I took off running. I charged through the corridor, using sheer magical force to propel myself forward, and Lilica screamed in surprise at the speed. "Seriously, you're being loud. If we waste time, there's a real chance the other members of Scarlet Wind could be wiped out. This is not the time to dawdle." After a moment of screaming, Lilica caught her breath and spoke up. I appreciate you carrying me, but this position is a bit embarrassing, you know?" She shouted this with a slight blush on her face. "Embarrassing, why?" I glanced down and saw Lilica's rear just a bit too close for comfort. Given that I was carrying her over my shoulder, it was inevitable. Or was it the exposed thighs peeking out from her hot pants that she found embarrassing? Just bear with it. It's your fault for dressing like that. Hey, it's because this is easier to move in. I don't care. You don't have to worry. I'm not attracted to a brat like you. Attracted. And, we're probably the same age, right? I mean, if possible, I'd prefer to be carried like a princess, you know? What a ridiculous request she was making. That's impossible. Impossible? Why? Suddenly, Lilica noticed my left arm, which was visible beneath my fluttering cloak. The arm that was missing from the elbow down. Your left hand, right. Sorry. What's with that apologetic face? You have no reason to apologize to me. Yeah. But I'm still sorry. Ignoring Lilica's trivial sympathy, I accelerated even more. As we progressed down the corridor, First Emperor familiars began to appear in droves. I couldn't waste time dealing with beings that would just regenerate after every attack. Sometimes, I slammed dark orbs into the heads of the familiars to stun them, and other times, I kicked them away with my magically enhanced legs as I pressed forward. It seemed the situation was different now. Perhaps it was because I was carrying an intruder like Lilica, but they were coming at us with increased aggression. Look out. Ahead, ahead, ahead. I know. I told you to stop shouting. I reprimanded Lilica, who was making a deafening racket. A massive head loomed ahead, filling the corridor and approaching us with its wide-open mouth. Whether it was a giant serpent or some kind of dragon, it was a troublesome sight in this narrow passage. With only one arm, I couldn't swing my scythe while carrying Lilica, and my other hand was occupied. Using a magic that caused a magical explosion wouldn't work either. If the corridor collapsed, it would lead to serious trouble. I summoned a shadow familiar. Sea dragon, breathe. In response to my command, shadows stretched out from beneath my feet, and from that darkness emerged the head of the sea dragon I had once commanded in the demon ocean. It unleashed a breath of darkness. Normally, a sea dragon would release a high-pressure blast, but now, as a shadow familiar, it had mutated to take on a dark attribute. The dark breath pierced through the massive jaws that were charging at us, creating a gust that rushed down the corridor. Before the First Emperor familiars could regenerate from the damage, I dashed through the opening. Lilica, who had been gaping in awe, suddenly broke into a smile. That's amazing. You're really strong. She patted my back in excitement, completely disregarding my irritation. Stop it. You're being annoying. I yelled at her, but Lilica slipped from my grasp. With the agility of an acrobat, she managed to position herself on my back. Now, she wrapped her arms and legs tightly around me. What are you doing, you fool? I glared at her, but she just laughed. Come on, it's still embarrassing. So, I'll stay like this. Stay like this isn't the point. If you can stand, then run on your own. Look out. There's a monster ahead. Lilica pointed forward. This time, we were confronted by a floating black sphere. A multitude of magical circles unfurled behind it. The deployment was impressive, but the activation was slow. I summoned a dark scythe into my free right hand and sliced the black sphere cleanly in half. One hit. Another hit. Lilica exclaimed cheerfully, her excitement unabated. How annoying. Since she was clinging to me on her own, I didn't need to support her forcibly. I could still use my right hand. In retrospect, this arrangement might actually work to my advantage. With the dark scythe in hand, I advanced, cutting down the shadow familiars of the First Emperor that appeared before me. I could see the staircase leading up to the first floor. If I could ascend those stairs and exit this fourth layer, the wandering monsters would likely be of a lower rank, making things a bit easier. Just as I thought I could finally catch my breath, the staircase was blocked. Section. Suddenly, something like tree roots burst through the stone floor, blocking the staircase. When I stopped in shock, Lilica seemed to notice as well and turned to look at the obstructed stairs. What's that? I wanted to ask the same thing. What were those roots? I had been to the tomb of the First Emperor several times, but I had never seen anything like this before. It's blocked. Why, are there no other paths? There aren't any. I interrupted Lilica, denying her words. What? There's only one staircase to the upper layers. There are no other paths. As I spoke, I raised the dark scythe in my hand. I would break through the roots with brute force to move forward. But just then, Lilica shouted from behind. Wait. Something's coming. It's coming. Ah. I turned around in irritation at Lilica's panicked exclamation. Countless tree roots were rushing toward us at an astonishing speed, filling the corridor. More roots again. What the hell is going on? Frustration boiling over, I unleashed the maximum output slash of my dark scythe toward the mass of roots surging from the corridor. I didn't care if the tomb crumbled, it was a full-powered strike. I didn't care if it collapsed, it was the roots' fault for making me angry. However, the massive dark slash I released only severed a few of the roots before losing its power and disappearing. What? The attack meant to crush a section of the tomb vanished without affecting the roots at all. It felt as if the spell had been disrupted, the magic itself broken apart. Countless roots continued to advance without losing momentum. I clicked my tongue and began to run. The inside of the tomb of the first emperor was a complex maze. There were plenty of other paths. Wait. Those root things are coming. If you can only make noise, then keep your mouth shut. It's annoying. I scolded Lilica as I dashed through the tomb, bolstered by magic-enhanced strength. If I were to escape like this, if only this little girl clinging to my back weren't here. No, that was an excuse. I needed to stay calm. As I slashed through the monsters I encountered in the corridor, I contemplated how to deal with those mysterious roots. Those roots likely had a magical property, one that could disrupt spells. Their power was strong enough to nullify even my maximum output dark scythe. If that's the case, most spells will be ineffective. Or perhaps it's premature to conclude that. If dark magic doesn't work, then maybe other attributes might. Hey, you. Launch any spell you can at those roots. What? No, I can't use magic. I glared at Lilica, who hesitated and stammered. Did she want to hide the fact that she had magical power? It was obvious, considering she was already caught by the magical detection. I can see you have magical power. Enough with the excuses, just do it quickly. What? How do you know? But I guess I have no choice. Just keep it a secret that I can use magic, okay? Despite her grumbling, Lilica began to channel her magic. Wind Blade. The spell she unleashed, bypassing the incantation, was a blade of wind. It was a type of magic that wasn't commonly seen, it was relatively rare. However, its rank was certainly not high, barely qualifying as lower tier, if anything. The wind blade struck the oncoming roots and was spectacularly deflected, dissipating into thin air. Seriously? The spell was completely disrupted. It seems it really didn't work. Well, I wasn't expecting much, to begin with. After letting me try, you say that. I ignored Lilica, who was in an uproar. It seemed that the attribute didn't matter. However, the roots that had taken a hit from my maximum output dark scythe had been severed. It wasn't the case that all magic was immediately nullified without question. This meant that the way to deal with those roots was either through pure physical attacks or more powerful magic that couldn't be negated, perhaps? I never thought I'd have to use the Scythe of the Reaper here in the First Emperor's tomb. Muttering to myself, I dismissed the dark scythe in my hand and instead conjured the Scythe of Death through incantation cancellation. This ancient spell specialized in slashing, boasting some of the highest attack power among my various spells. What? What's that scythe? Seeing the Scythe of Death made Lilica's face go pale. She seemed to sense the power contained within it. Was she perceptive, or did she have a high aptitude for magic? It seemed she truly was one of the heroines who fought alongside the protagonist in the story. I didn't answer Lilica's question. Instead, I silently swung the Reaper's scythe. The deadly slash, mercilessly cutting through hardness, distance, and all obstacles, etched a line through the countless roots. Immediately after, all the countless roots were severed. The cutting power of the deathly slash exceeded all expectations, and it seemed the roots couldn't completely disperse. However, from the severed ends of the roots, new ones began sprouting in droves. Their regeneration was terrifyingly fast. I had 4 swings of Scythe of the Reaper. After this next swing, I'd have 3 remaining. To be honest, it was clearly impossible to tackle these roots with such a high regeneration rate. But it was now proven that I could cut the roots. For now, that was enough. I turned my cloak and began to run in the opposite direction from the roots while still carrying Lilica on my back. Wait, what? We could have taken them out just now. Are we running away? Lilica's words were completely off base. Me, running away? There's no point in cutting down the roots endlessly. With their regeneration, engaging them will only lead to needless exhaustion. It's far more efficient to strike at the source. The source. They're clearly plant-type monsters. To them, those roots are akin to hands and feet, or rather, like the tips of hair for a human. There has to be a main body controlling them somewhere. These countless squirming roots were not dark in nature. In other words, they weren't from the original familiars. It seemed an unknown monster had infiltrated the first emperor's tomb without anyone noticing. If that's the case, as the legitimate son of the lightless Marquis family, I had to take action. Who did these monsters think they were, nesting in the graves of my ancestors? As I dashed through the corridor, I kept an eye on the roots pursuing me and unleashed magical detection throughout the entire first emperor's tomb. The fourth layer had a higher concentration of magical essence than the upper levels, resulting in a lot of noise that made it hard to detect anything, but I pushed through with my inherent magical power. I found the main body of the roots surprisingly easily. Following the magical energy connected to the roots, I confirmed a massive magical response from the main body. The noise was intense, so I couldn't discern the precise magical power, but it was certainly confirmed to be at least at a disaster level. I sprinted through the intricate corridors, taking the shortest route to where the main body was located. I was wary of any interference from the roots along the way, but surprisingly, my progress went uninterrupted. The main body of the roots was located in a spacious chamber. With Scythe of the Reaper in hand, I stepped into the large room, ready to assess what sort of monster was nesting within. What? Upon seeing its form, I let out an unintentionally foolish exclamation. I knew what it was. But wait, why was it here? So beautiful. While I was in a state of confusion, Lilica murmured, captivated. Beautiful? Well, I had to admit that its appearance was indeed striking. In the center of the large chamber sat a stunning woman, her lower body rooted to the ground like a plant. Wings resembling branches spread from her back. She wore nothing but the barest semblance of clothing, her body resembling a goddess in golden ratio, her skin a clear, unmistakable shade of darkness. I recognized this woman, rather, this monster that resembled an Invidia. In the innermost altar of the first emperor's tomb, there were two statues placed on either side. On the right was a massive, wingless earth dragon resembling a rock, and on the left was this goddess-like figure. So it wasn't a statue after all. At my murmured words, the Invidia turned her gaze toward me, and then she smiled ever so slightly. At that moment, I sensed an overwhelming density of magical power rising from below, sending a chill down my spine. I jumped back immediately. Right after, the spot where I had just stood was engulfed by the roots that burst through the stone floor. One after another, the stone tiles shattered, and countless roots sprouted throughout the chamber. All their tips were directed at me, and the next moment, they charged forward. Kaya, shut up. Lilica's piercing scream echoed as she clung to my back. I grimaced at her annoying voice while scanning for the approaching roots. From what I could see, the roots weren't dark in nature but rather resembled those of ordinary trees. I had misjudged. These roots were not part of the Invidia's body. I had thought an external monster had invaded, but that was not the case. This Invidia likely possessed the ability to rapidly grow plants and manipulate them at will. That explained why the roots weren't dark. Moreover, this Invidia was one of the original familiars, an exceptionally special monster permitted to serve beside the coffin of the first emperor in the innermost altar. Its power was such that it made even the disaster-level familiars deployed on the fourth layer seem like mere pets. Based on my estimates, the effective range of these roots encompassed the entire first generation's tomb. Their movements were incredibly swift. Even when I attempted to slice them, they regenerated immediately. And as for the Invidia itself, just to test, I swung Scythe of the Reaper. A thin line of injury marked the Invidia's beautiful body, but it was instantly restored by darkness. Well, that was to be expected. As the original familiar, it possessed a regenerative power that could be described as immortality. To be honest, this meant there's no way to win. I never imagined such a monster would be sent against me. It seemed that my actions to assist the intruder had thoroughly displeased the first emperor. I wasn't sure if its spirit still lingered. I evaded the roots that surged toward me while running around the large room. However, the roots continued to multiply, making it progressively harder to dodge them. Eventually, the tips of the roots approached to impale me, which I managed to block with a magical barrier. That barrier was fortified to a strength comparable to the demon whale. It wouldn't be easily breached. Even a barrage of intermediate-level magic shouldn't be able to break through. At least, that's what I thought, just before the magical barrier was pierced. The tip of a root grazed my cheek. Reacting in haste, I lost my balance while trying to dodge, causing Lilica to tumble from my back. The countless tips of the roots were now aimed at the fallen Lilica. Eek! With a pale face, Lilica showed no sign of fleeing. The multitude of roots advanced toward her. I sliced through them with Scythe of the Reaper to shield her. Get up. Get your stance ready. I stood in front of Lilica, Scythe at the ready as I called out to her. But by then, more than 100 roots were already charging toward me. The magical barrier was swiftly breached. The intricately woven spells were pierced through the gaps, as easily as threading a needle through fabric. The roots weren't especially adept at penetrating. This was more akin to the delicate art of slipping a thread through a needle's eye, a feat of finesse that one might call miraculous. While theoretically possible, it was a technique that should not be wielded by a mere monster. Even I couldn't perform such a trick. I slashed through the approaching roots with Scythe of the Reaper, using my final swing to reduce their numbers. However, it was impossible to slice through all of the more than 100 roots. They closed in on me. Death, the coldness I had felt every time I was killed brushed against my neck. Yet that death never came. The roots halted in front of me, failing to pierce through. I looked at the Nvidia. Its unreadable, somewhat detached gaze met mine. Those eyes seemed to regard me as if I were some weakling. Something inside me snapped. What's with that look? Just a mere familiar, a servant of the first emperor. Who does it think it is to look at me like that? I am the heir of the lightless Marquis family, Rofus Ray Lightless. I unleashed a tremendous surge of magical power, sending an explosive wave toward the Nvidia. The roots trembled slightly, but that was all. The Nvidia showed no change in expression. How brazen. Was it because I belonged to the lightless bloodline that I held back? If that were the case, I would find it extremely irritating to be treated with such restraint. The Nvidia possessed a power to dismantle magic, what could be called magic dissolution. It was a divine skill that could only be achieved with exquisite precision in magical manipulation and a profound understanding of spell structures, effectively nullifying spells. While it was a threat, such advanced techniques required a commensurate level of concentration. Magic dissolution. To instantly analyze and dismantle a released spell is not something so easily achieved. It may seem simple, but there must be considerable strain involved. For instance, can it simultaneously handle multiple spells? I spread out countless magic circles behind me, generating a vast array of dark spears. While the Nvidia had easily dismantled a single spell, how would it cope when confronted with an overwhelming number of spells, all at once? A barrage of dark spears was unleashed toward the Nvidia. The countless roots formed a lattice to shield their master from the onslaught. The dark spears dispersed as they touched the lattice of roots, neither penetrating nor exploding. The sheer volume of dark spears, far beyond just 10 or 20, was completely dismantled and erased. Would it be able to cope with such a large volume? It was more than I had anticipated, but still within the realm of expectations. In the next moment, a section of the lattice barrier created by the roots was breached. My magic had pierced through magic dissolution and broken the lattice of roots. The Nvidia opened its eyes slightly wider. That was an entertaining street performance, but now I see through it. Holes began to open in the lattice wall, one after another. Finally, one of my spells broke through, hurtling toward the Nvidia. This spell was not a dark spear, but a dark sphere. Just before it hit, it was blocked by a magical barrier. But the trick was up. The Nvidia's magic dissolution was, in essence, automated. It had likely been set to dismantle dark spears, allowing it to handle the barrage of dark spears without issue. However, it couldn't manage to dismantle the dark sphere mixed in among the countless dark spears. But if it could set multiple targets for dissolution, it would instantly respond to dark spheres as well. Unfortunately, that assumption turned out to be correct. The dark sphere had only gotten through the lattice wall once. All the holes that had opened in the lattice were now sealed, and no matter how many dark spheres I hurled, they would be dismantled. The Nvidia may have shown little expression, but it seemed to wear a hint of triumph. Do you think I have no more options? In the next moment, as the lattice wall dismantled a barrage of dark magic, a hole opened. That spell flew straight through, penetrating even the magical barrier and creating an opening in the Nvidia's abdomen. The Nvidia widened its eyes. Behind me, the sea dragon peeked its head out from the shadows. Although a lower species, its breath, enhanced to the limit by my magical power, was about to be unleashed. At the same time, countless familiars crawled out from my shadow, launching an all-out assault on the Nvidia. Attack. A variety of assaults that had yet to be set or adapted. Magic dissolution required an analysis of the spell structure, and that analysis had to be intricate and precise. It might manage single spells, but there was no way it could analyze multiple types simultaneously. If it could, I dared it to try. In the next moment, all the shadow familiars were pierced by the numerous roots extending from the stone floor. What? All of them, quite literally every one. The diverse sea demons I had summoned from the demonic ocean. Each one had been precisely impaled by the roots, stopping their movements. Not only that, but the magical power supplied to the familiars was being absorbed by the roots, as if they were sucking out nutrients. You damned creature, my magical power. I immediately severed my connection to the familiars. They all dissipated at once, but I couldn't let them continue to absorb my magic. Each individual root might not have had a strong absorption capacity, but as the saying goes, even dust, when accumulated, becomes a mountain. Having nearly 100 familiars, I lost a considerable amount of magical power in a short time. While this was happening, the hole in the Nvidia's abdomen was quickly mended by darkness. Before I knew it, numerous roots extending from the stone floor began sprouting branches, and leaves flourished. This was underground, devoid of sunlight, yet the roots turned into trees, creating a lush green environment. In the blink of an eye, the large room transformed into something resembling a forest. So, it can manipulate more than just the roots. The Nvidia, a creature that controlled plant life, half human and half tree. Typically, an Nvidia would disguise itself in human form to lure and capture its fellow humans, feeding on them. Although it could use its roots and branches as limbs, it didn't manipulate other plants. The ability to control plants was unique to this Nvidia, serving as the first emperor's familiar. Still, what did it matter that the trees had grown? The room had become a bit cramped, but that was all. Was its goal to eliminate my escape routes? This opponent was a special familiar kept close by the first emperor. It possessed enough power to match its status, and every action it took had to hold significance. I couldn't afford to let my guard down. In fact, I had lost my advantageous magic and the advantage of having multiple familiars to attack. Moreover, there was a burden at my side, a hindrance in the form of Lilica. The odds were heavily stacked against me. Suddenly, I realized. The Nvidia's tactics had consistently aimed to thwart my attacks and strategies. Given that flow, it was only natural to think that these flourishing trees were part of some plan to confine my movements or a setup for something else. The trees and their dense foliage were closing in, limiting my movement and range of action. Was the goal to trap me, to eliminate my escape? No, if that were the case, filling the area with roots would have sufficed. There was no reason to deliberately let all this greenery flourish. Trees, leaves, greenery. Observing closely, I noticed something changing among the thickets. White buds had begun to form at the tips of countless branches. A chilling sense of foreboding washed over me, and I immediately retreated to where Lilica was. Whoa. What's going on all of a sudden? Wind. Put up a barrier of wind. Right now. Wait. Lilica cried out in surprise, but I pressed her urgently. The buds were swelling, ready to bloom at any moment. Whatever flowers the Nvidia was deliberately causing to bloom, they were no ordinary flowers. Following my urging, Lilica activated her magic. Wind's embrace. Abandoning the incantation, she cast the spell. A barrier of wind enveloped both me and Lilica, creating a vortex of air around us. In no time at all, the buds on the trees bloomed, releasing a vast amount of pollen into the air. It was so thick that it obscured our vision, filling the large chamber. Thanks to the swirling wind, however, the pollen was kept at bay, unable to reach us. That was close. Had we stayed fighting in the middle of those trees, who knows what might have happened? Inhaling that pollen, which undoubtedly had some special properties, would have spelled certain doom. It could have been hallucinogenic, paralyzing, or even lethally toxic. My magical barrier could probably have blocked it too, but if we were pierced by those roots, it would have been over. And as expected, numerous roots surged toward the wind barrier, attempting to break through. The precision with which those roots pierce the gaps in our tightly woven magical barrier is impressive. But can it do that while using magic dissolution at the same time? With a single swing of the dark scythe I summoned, I swept away the approaching roots with a blast of dark energy. They weren't dissolved. Just as I thought. Both the gap-piercing ability of barrier penetration and the magic-nullifying magic dissolution require meticulous magical manipulation, and both are likely predefined magical processes. It's not feasible to use them both simultaneously. Now that I've confirmed that, I've got plenty of ways to counter it. However, since the Invidia is the first Emperor's familiar, no matter how many wounds I inflict, it won't die. My goal is not to kill it but to incapacitate it temporarily by causing damage so severe that it takes time to regenerate. That being said, the unfortunate reality is that, as things stand, it's exceedingly difficult for me alone to take down the Invidia. Many of my dark magic spells have already been analyzed and fall within its magic dissolution range. On top of that, the environment has been reshaped to suit the Invidia's advantage. How frustrating. It's utterly infuriating. To think I would have to rely on the power of the same girl who once killed me. But that's still better than losing here. Better than being toyed with by this servant of the first Emperor. I steeled myself with that thought and leaned in close to whisper in Lilica's ear. She arched back, startled, but I ignored it and spoke. Listen. From now on, do exactly as I say. Hey, you're way too close. Shut up. If you follow my instructions, I'll send you back to your comrades. At that, Lilica nodded fervently. I continued to whisper my orders in her ear. Is that all you need me to do? Just as I said, keep the timing in mind. And don't drop this wind barrier. With Lilica looking bewildered behind me, I dashed forward. I infused my legs with magical power and leaped out from the safety of the wind barrier into the heart of the pollen-filled thicket. My target was, of course, the Invidia. This pollen likely possessed special properties derived from magical energy. While the magical barrier was effective, the Invidia could still use barrier penetration. If a hole was made, the pollen would seep in, making the barrier itself somewhat meaningless. Thus, I filled my body with magical energy to boost my magical resistance. This way, even if I inhaled some of the pollen, I could resist its effects. As I approached the Invidia, countless roots shot toward me, their sharp tips aimed to prevent my advance. Since their spread would increase the surface area, I decided not to use any binding barriers and instead relied on my agility to evade the roots with just my body. I inhaled a small amount of pollen, feeling a slight tingling sensation throughout my body, but it wasn't debilitating. The pollen's effect was likely to induce paralysis, which was quite malicious. For now, I was able to resist, but if I continued to inhale it, that wouldn't last. It was only a matter of time before the paralysis poison would circulate through my body. I summoned the dark scythe and unleashed a powerful wave of dark energy, aiming to blow away the pollen with my maximum output. However, as expected, countless roots dispersed my dark slash due to magic dissolution. It went as planned. While the dark slash was blocked, it obscured the Invidia's line of sight. In that instant, a gust of wind swept through the area, scattering the pollen away. The Invidia widened its eyes in surprise. This wind was the wind magic I had instructed Lilica to use. For a brief moment, the thick pollen, resembling fog, disappeared from the scene. I immediately activated my magic with an incantation discard. Lightless world. The great room, which had transformed into a forest, was engulfed by a dense fog of darkness. Just as the Nvidia had filled the area with pollen, it had set the stage to its advantage, truly a troublesome maneuver. But this wasn't a specialty exclusive to the Nvidia. Rewriting the environment was also my strong suit. At the same time, I conjured the Reaper's scythe in my hand and activated Shadow Passage without incantation. This transfer magic allowed me to move from shadow to shadow. The dense fog created by Lightless World was considered a shadow itself. This meant that within the domain of Lightless World, I could transfer without having to enter the shadows. My destination was right behind the Nvidia. My aim was a deadly scythe strike at close range, not allowing for any retaliation through magic dissolution or barrier penetration. My body melded into the darkness as the transfer activated. However, at that moment, the dark fog surrounding the Nvidia dissipated. The transfer to behind the Nvidia failed. The disappearance of the dark fog rendered my intended coordinates inaccessible, and I was flung forward from the remaining dark fog, landing right in front of the Nvidia. Our eyes met as it looked down at me. "Who do you think you're looking down on? How dare it look down on me?" I noticed that the roots extending from the Nvidia were scattering the dark fog. Magic dissolution. Had it instantly analyzed the magic of Lightless World and partially dissolved it? The surprise attack from behind had failed. However, I had managed to get close. I quickly stood up and raised the Reaper's scythe. Before the overwhelming sharpness of the Scythe of Death, any defensive magic was meaningless. There was no way for it to block my attack, yet even as I tried to gather my strength, I couldn't bring the scythe down. Countless roots had entwined around the scythe's handle. Damn you! I immediately unleashed a barrage of dark orbs, raining them down upon the Nvidia like a storm. But, as expected, they were dispersed by magic dissolution. From the back of the Nvidia, branches like tree wings sprouted, covered with countless buds. The buds swelled in an instant, blooming into dark flowers. From the flowers, pollen erupted like a dark mist. It filled the air, threatening to engulf me. I attempted to leap back and escape, but roots had wrapped tightly around my feet. My attacks and strategies were completely shut down, and on top of that, my movements were restrained. I instinctively held my breath to avoid inhaling the pollen, but I couldn't hold it forever. My decision to get close had backfired completely. My options were no more. Damn it. Enveloped in the thick fog of black pollen, my consciousness began to fade. Even the strength in my clenched teeth weakened. As my vision blurred, I saw the Nvidia looking down at me with a gaze reserved for the weak. Rofus. Amidst the haze of my fading awareness, someone called my name. Who could it be? There shouldn't be anyone here calling for me. Had I finally started hearing things? Just then, the darkened view opened up. The black pollen was blown away by a gust of wind. Was this wind? From Lilica? Simultaneously, countless blades of wind shot toward the Nvidia. However, all were deflected by its magic barrier, leaving it unharmed. The Nvidia shifted its gaze from me to Lilica, looking annoyed. Seizing that brief moment of distraction, I would not let it pass me by. The roots that had entangled my legs and scythe were sliced apart by several of the wind blades released just moments ago, granting me my freedom. While diverting the Nvidia's attention, and managing to cut only the roots without hitting me, what excellent magical technique, or rather, control. In any case, well done. I would correct my earlier assessment of her as a hindrance. Lilica Skyfield. I swung the Reaper's scythe at the Nvidia, who was focused on Lilica. I had 4 uses of the Death Scythe, however, that counted only when releasing slashes. As a close-range weapon, it was merely an abnormally sharp scythe. It couldn't be used infinitely, but it wouldn't vanish after 4 swings. With the scythe, I cleaved through the Nvidia along with its deployed magic barrier. The Nvidia looked at me in surprise. Though its body was severed in half, this creature was a shadow familiar. Before the severed portions could completely separate, darkness surged forth from the wound, starting to repair itself. But I would not wait for its regeneration. I continued to slice through. I repeated the swing of the scythe multiple times, delivering relentless blows that would prevent its recovery. Eventually, I exhausted the magic energy within, causing the Reaper's scythe to disappear. I locked eyes with the Invidia, which was now shredded and continuously spilling forth darkness to heal itself. Its gaze no longer held the contempt of seeing a weakling. As I shifted from the vanished Reaper's scythe, I conjured a dark scythe in my hand, pouring in excessive magic to enlarge the blade and prepare to strike. You've got a good look now. Out of consideration for that pathetic loser's face, I'll overlook your rudeness towards me. A massive dark slash struck the Invidia's upper body, sending it flying. Section. Shadow Realm. I activated a mid-tier spell through chant cancellation. Darkness engulfed the floor and walls, radiating from my feet. Grabbing Lilica by the nape of her neck, I dragged her into the darkness of the floor, into the shadows. She let out a scream at the sudden turn of events, but I ignored it. I had obliterated the Invidia's upper body. However, that was likely only temporary. Being a shadow familiar, it would eventually revive. I had to escape before that happened. As I moved through the shadows, I made my way through the corridor to the stairs leading to the upper level. Perhaps the Invidia required time for its repairs, as I felt no pursuit from the roots. It's possible the roots couldn't detect us hidden within the shadows. If that were the case, there might have been other approaches available. No, they would likely be analyzed and then disassembled in an instant. Besides, that Invidia was the first Emperor familiar. Given that, it was essentially immortal, rendering combat against it futile. I slashed through the roots blocking the stairs to the upper level with the Reaper's scythe, which I wielded with caution to avoid any magical disassembly. The severed roots began to regenerate, so I hurried onward. The Invidia had likely finished its repairs and revived. By the way, once we exited the shadows, Lilica was momentarily dazed. It seemed that swimming through the shadows was a new experience for her, and she appeared quite taken with it. Once we reached the third floor, there was no pursuit from the roots. I had initially assumed the entire area of the first Emperor's tomb was under the roots' influence, but perhaps that was incorrect. Or maybe there was no intention to pursue. Regardless, it seemed I had ended up in direct opposition to the first Emperor. I would refrain from visiting the lowest level for a while. Section. The half-human, half-tree shadow familiar, Invidia, repaired its lost upper body with darkness and rose to its feet. It sensed that Rofus had escaped from the fourth layer, as the roots that had blocked the entrance to the stairs leading upward were severed. Failing to carry out its orders, Invidia lowered its shoulders and sank into the ground. While it was capable of extending its roots to the third layer, it had not been commanded to pursue further. A counterattack beyond expectations. Truly, the lineage of the master. And that girl, she is certainly from the sky. Invidia, as if about to say something, let out a heavy sigh and returned to the lowest layer. Section. Upon ascending to the third layer, the presence of the wandering first Emperor familiar diminished. With no roots pursuing us, I set Lilica down and sat back, exhaling a sigh of relief. Hey, what was that just now? Lilica asked curiously. I had no obligation to explain that the creature was a direct subordinate of the first Emperor, guarding the altar in the lowest layer of the first Emperor's tomb, so I ignored her. Instead, I contemplated our next course of action. If my father were to find out I had defied the first Emperor, I could only imagine what he would say. Was that Invidia we saw earlier, perhaps a floor boss? Lilica persisted with her questions. A floor boss is a powerful monster that guards the layers of a dungeon. However, this place, the first Emperor's tomb, is classified as an ancient ruin. No, this is not a dungeon. Oh, right. Suddenly, I recalled something from earlier. Did you call my name just now? While I was dazed from the effects of the Invidia's pollen, I felt as if someone had called my name. It might have been a hallucination, but if it was her, things could change. However, Lilica tilted her head, looking puzzled. Ha! No, I didn't call you. That's not a lie, is it? It's not a lie. By the way, I don't even know your name. Oh, that's right, your name. Lilica clapped her hands as if she had just remembered something. What's all this noise about? Your name. I haven't asked you yet. I've been dying to know, thinking I should ask you. As she leaned in eagerly, I pulled back slightly. You're annoying. A grave robber has no name to give. I'm not a grave robber. I'm an air pirate. A treasure hunter. Lilica stomped her feet in frustration, as if offended. I don't care. You're the same kind of outlaw. Don't yell in my ear. Come on, can't you at least tell me your name? It's hard to call you all the time. Besides, you knew my name, didn't you? How did you find out? Where did you hear it? Now a little calmer, Lilica continued to chatter on. It was incredibly annoying. You helped me when I couldn't move just now, and even though you have a really prickly vibe, I thought maybe you were actually a kind type deep down. Oh, wait, you said I was a grave robber? So that means this ruin is a grave. That was a slip of the tongue. I had given away unnecessary information. I must have underestimated her and talked too much. Well, considering that we've already been intruded upon, it's too late to worry about it now. There's no need for an outsider to know. You mentioned this place is of lightless origin, but could it be that you're somehow related to the lightless family? It's not that I particularly want to hide my identity. However, this girl is foolish but oddly perceptive. Plus, if she were to go outside and spread word of the first emperor's tomb, it could create a lot of trouble. They say you can't put a door on a person's mouth, especially not with someone like her, who seems to be rather loose-lipped. As an air pirate, the Scarlet Wind, should I just eliminate her and everyone else here? Weighing the risk of being killed in the future against the risk of information about the first emperor's tomb leaking, I considered my options. I fixed my gaze on Lilica, extending countless dark arms from the shadows to restrain her. What? Naturally confused and unsure of what was happening, Lilica flailed about. Ignoring her protests, I pinned her limbs to the wall of the corridor. Wait. What's going on? I placed the blade of the dark scythe I conjured in my hand against her throat. Eek. I am sorry. Was I that annoying? As her face paled and her expression twisted into a nervous smile, I glared at her. I wouldn't kill her just for being annoying, after all. You wanted to know my name, didn't you? I am Rofus Ray Lightless, the heir of the Lightless family. At the moment, I'm contemplating what to do with the intruders who have entered this ruin. Upon hearing my inner thoughts, Lilica swallowed hard. But you said earlier that you'd send me back to my friends. That was my intention, but allowing information about this ruin to leak outside would be detrimental to the Lightless family. Lilica's face was tense with anxiety. I won't tell anyone. I swear I won't say a word to anyone. I'll make sure the others keep quiet, too. That is certainly your honest intent. However, there's no guarantee that you can uphold it forever. What reflected in Lilica's eyes was fear, and in those eyes, she saw the cold, ruthless version of me, reminiscent of the time I plotted to overthrow the kingdom as Rofus, the shadow wolf of the 4 heavenly kings. Her voice trembled as she spoke. I'll do anything. So, if it's okay, I'm fine. Just please help my friends. What came from Lilica's mouth was not a plea for her own life, but for the lives of her friends. Kill her. Lilica Skyfield, kill her. Such words echoed in my mind. Yes, that's right. She should be killed here. If I were the one known as the Shadow Wolf in the story, I would have killed her without hesitation. Moreover, she, Lilica, had just saved me earlier. Acknowledging that as a favor is immensely unpleasant, but a debt is a debt. I let out a light sigh. Then I lowered the dark scythe and released the dark arms that were restraining Lilica. Turning my back to her, I flicked my cloak. Let's go. Why you really going to help me? As Lilica timidly asked, I replied without looking back. You won't tell anyone about this, will you? I'll believe your words for one day. But if you speak of it to anyone else, I won't. I absolutely won't say a word. She hurriedly followed behind me. Though there shouldn't be any shadows in the dark corridor, I envisioned a pitch-black shadow stretching beneath my feet. It felt as if that shadow was looking at me, wanting to say something. It seemed to reproach me, asking why I wouldn't kill her. I stepped on that imagined shadow and moved forward. That shadow, which had never existed from the beginning, felt like it dissipated. In Lilica's eyes, my cold face reminiscent of Rofus, the shadow wolf of the 4 heavenly kings, was reflected. That was the face of a loser who had been defeated by the protagonist's faction and died in disgrace. I wouldn't tread the same path again. No matter what it takes, I would absolutely survive. There was no way I would become one of the 4 heavenly kings. Section. First layer of the first tomb. The members of Scarlet Wind were engaged in a desperate battle against countless black monsters. Defending against the fangs of a charging black 2-headed tiger was Sigil, the swordsman with spiky hair and a red jacket, the leader of the group. Damn it, this thing has come back to life again. The 2-headed tiger had already been defeated twice. However, due to the passage of time, its wounds healed, and it charged at them once more. This was not just the case with the 2-headed tiger. All the black monsters that appeared in this tomb were creatures that could resurrect no matter how many times they were killed. When one thinks of monsters that can be killed and resurrected, undead creatures come to mind. The members of Scarlet Wind, seasoned treasure hunters who had survived countless deadly encounters in various ruins and dungeons, were well versed in fighting undead. The bald man wearing round sunglasses, Hawk, yelled while firing his magical gun. It's no good. Holy water isn't doing anything. As a seasoned treasure hunter, Hawk always carried special items like holy water to deal with undead. However, despite repeatedly using holy water to no avail, it showed no signs of being effective. If they were undead, they would sustain some damage upon contact with holy water. This meant that these black monsters were not undead. As his magical gun ran out of ammunition, Hawk switched to his dagger and looked to Sigil. What do we do? Should we pull back for now? Are you kidding me? Hawk, do you plan to abandon Lilica? In response to Sigil's shout, Hawk answered calmly, I'm not abandoning her, you idiot. It's just that we've been fighting non-stop since we entered this ruin. At this rate, we'll all be wiped out. Hawk glanced at the other 2 members. The man swinging a spear with long, disheveled blonde hair. K. The giant with a bald head, smashing the black monsters with a war hammer. Dan. These 2 were facing the monsters emerging from the opposite corridor from Sigil and Hawk. Both were visibly injured from the endless battle, gasping for breath. They had been fighting for quite some time, and it was only a matter of time before their focus broke due to exhaustion. Sigil clicked his tongue in frustration. Damn it. We finally found the stairs, and yet, at the end of the corridor where Sigil and Hawk were located, the stairs leading to the second layer were visible. Lilica, who had gotten caught in a transfer trap, was likely deeper inside the ruins, past the stairs. Hawk spoke to reassure him. Lilica's stealth skills are among the best in the group. If anyone can hold their own, it's her. Indeed, under the current circumstances, it was only a matter of time before they were all wiped out. If they were wiped out here, they would be unable to rescue Lilica. That would be the worst possible outcome. Sigil reluctantly nodded in agreement. Fine. Hawk, do we have any flash crystals? Flash crystals are magical crystals that emit light attribute energy when crushed, blinding enemies. We have a few left. Good. K, Dan, we're pulling back for now. We'll regroup before we attempt to rescue Lilica. In response to Sigil's order, K, who had been swinging his spear, showed a furious expression. What are you saying, Sigil? Lilica can handle this alone. Whoa. However, Dan silently picked up K. What? Let go of me, Dan. Follow the leader's orders. Don't mess with me. I can still fight. Let me go. Ignoring K, Dan took off with his impressive physical strength. You guys, keep your eyes down. Hawk threw a flash crystal at the swarm of black monsters. As the crystal shattered, a blinding light filled the corridor. This wasn't the first time Scarlet Wind had used flash crystals since entering the ruins. The mechanism was unknown, but the black monsters exposed to the light would flicker as if distorted, becoming unable to move for a short period. Weak against light. Could they be undead? Or perhaps dark-type monsters? Hawk pondered while running alongside Sigil, who observed the immobilized black monsters with suspicion. They've stopped moving. So they really are weak against light? It doesn't feel like they're just stunned from the flash, though. The strange flickering across the bodies of the black monsters gave Hawk the impression that they couldn't maintain their form under such intense light. Let's return to the ship and grab as many flash crystals as we can. No matter how immortal and strong these monsters are, they're not scary if they can't move. Yeah. Hang in there, Lilica. With renewed determination, the members of Scarlet Wind headed toward the exit of the ruins. Occasionally using flash crystals, they sprinted toward the exit. Just before reaching it, they suddenly stopped. Sigil and Hawk stared wide-eyed without uttering a word. Dan accidentally dropped Kay, whom he was carrying. Whoa, Dan. What are you? Kay dropped to the ground, raised his face in anger, only to look up even higher than Dan, who was tall. What? With a foolish voice, Kay exclaimed. Blocking the exit of the ruins was a gigantic creature coiled up, lifting its countless heads. A multi-headed giant snake, the pitch-black hydra, was there. Its many jewel eyes and the countless eyes along its body all turned toward Scarlet Wind. The hydra is a powerful monster that appears as a floor boss or guardian beast in high-difficulty ruins and dungeons. Its strength sets it apart from other monsters wandering similarly challenging areas. Sigil and Hawk moved almost simultaneously. Seizing the initiative, Hawk threw a flash crystal high above the black hydra and shot it with his magic gun. As the flash momentarily filled the surroundings with blinding light, Sigil leaped onto one of the hydra's heads, driving his sword into its massive eyeball. An impeccable coordination, a flawless ambush. There were no flaws in their movements. However, the reason they couldn't finish it off was simply due to a vast difference in power. Even with the blade embedded in its eye, the hydra showed no sign of pain, glaring at Sigil with a baleful look. Then, as if annoyed, it violently shook its head. Sigil was sent flying, but Dan caught him with his body. Are you okay? I'm not okay. You're too hard. It felt like hitting a rock. Don't praise me at a time like this. You're making me blush. I'm not praising you. Seeing Sigil gasping for breath in protest, Kay and Hawk let out sighs of relief. Hawk, how many flash crystals do we have left? Kay asked, but Hawk quietly shook his head. That was the last one. Are you serious? Dead serious. Kay smiled dryly. This monster wasn't here when we entered. Despite having been exposed to the flash crystal, the black hydra didn't become immobilized like the other black monsters. It lashed its split tongue out as if nothing had happened and glared at the members of Scarlet Wind. The sword lodged in the hydra's eye fell out. The eye quickly regenerated. Its regeneration speed was incomparable to that of other black monsters. While the creatures encountered on the first floor were indeed powerful, this hydra was clearly on a different level. The members of Scarlet Wind were simply overwhelmed and began to retreat. The hydra closed the distance slowly, as if toying with its prey. Suddenly, countless shadows appeared deeper in the corridor. Numerous black monsters were closing in. At the forefront was the black two-headed tiger that Sigil had fought earlier. They were about to be caught in a pincer between the black hydra and the tiger. The front door tiger, and the back door. What was it again? It's a wolf. This time it's a giant snake, though. At Sigil's murmur, Hawk responded. They exchanged light banter, but their faces were pale. Kay stood with his spear thrust into the ground, looking exhausted, while Dan remained in a daze. It was a truly desperate situation where death loomed ominously close. They had exhausted their supply of flash crystals, and while they had other specialized items, none were effective against the black monsters. Sigil was without his sword, and Hawk had almost run out of bullets in his magic gun. Someone whispered, "Is this the end?" No one contradicted that sentiment. They all looked down in resignation. In that moment, a voice echoed through the corridor. "Lightless world." Simultaneously, the walls and ceiling at the end of the corridor were engulfed by darkness that came creeping in. Light vanished, and the already dim corridor sank into an even deeper blackness. The feet of the black monsters advancing towards Scarlet Wind sank into the spreading darkness on the floor, slowing their movements. Another voice resonated. "Wind blade." A blade of wind sliced through the black monsters. "I did it. I hit it. I hit it, Rofus Kuhn. Don't make a fuss over a mere blow from a puny spell." Laughter and incredulous voices echoed in the corridor. "Go ahead." Then, a cold voice quietly rang out. Immediately after, a multitude of fish with sharp, blade-like heads burst forth from the dark walls and floor, slicing through and devouring the swarm of black monsters. In an instant, the black creatures were consumed to the point where they couldn't maintain their forms, dissipating into nothingness. The darkness that had obscured their view, the sudden swarm of fish swimming through the walls and floors, and the black monster's swift annihilation left the members of Scarlet Wind in stunned silence. Sigourney. A petite girl jumped into Sigil's chest. It was not a dream or an illusion, it was Lilica. Lilica. Finally catching up to his thoughts, Sigil embraced Lilica tightly. Lilica. You're safe. Sigourney. I'm so glad you, Hawk, Kay, and Dan are all okay. With teary eyes, Lilica smiled. The other members, who had been in despair, also gathered around her, their faces brightening. Lilica. I was really worried about you, you know. Kay playfully ruffled Lilica's hair. You seem well. Dan smiled with relief. Hey, everyone. You're all way more beat up than I am, Lilica exclaimed in shock, causing a commotion. While the four of them chatted excitedly, Hawk adjusted his sunglasses with a quick motion. Lilica, I'm glad you're okay. But you guys need to settle down. The Hydra is still here. At Hawk's words, the others fell silent. Lilica stared at the Black Hydra and exclaimed, What is that thing? It's huge. The Black Hydra loomed at the exit, showing no signs of leaving, its gaze fixed on Scarlet Wind. It seemed determined not to let them escape. Hawk then turned his attention to the corridor where the black monsters had been annihilated. Lilica, what happened? What were those fish and what's with this black floor? With a grin, Lilica looked deeper into the corridor. Well, that person helped me. Rofus Kuhn. Naturally, the gazes of the others shifted toward the far end of the corridor. From the depths, a small figure emerged. While the others looked on with suspicion, Hawk broke into a cold sweat. Although the figure appeared to be a boy around Lilica's age, the aura surrounding him was entirely different. Dressed in a dark cloak that matched the blackness of the corridor, with jet black hair and completely enveloped in darkness, the boy exuded an unsettling presence. His mismatched left eye, with its emerald hue, gleamed ominously in the shadows. When Hawk saw him, an instinctive alarm flared within him. This boy was trouble. It was likely this boy who had enveloped the corridor in darkness and summoned the fish that had exterminated the immortal black monsters. Hawk heightened his vigilance. The previous swarm of black fish seemed to have been of the same nature as the black monsters that roamed this ruin. A boy appearing from the depths of the ruin, wielding such power as if he were the master of the place. What if this boy was, in fact, the lord of this ancient ruin, a dungeon master of sorts? Perhaps his appearance was merely a facade to disguise his true identity. Hawk felt an uncomfortable thought growing in his mind. What's this? Just a kid? What are you doing here, lost or something? As Sigil approached the boy without a hint of caution, Hawk widened his eyes in alarm. Wait. There was no way a mere child could stroll through such a dangerous ruin without consequence. Just as Hawk was about to shout this, he stopped himself at the last moment. The boy in black, Rofus, glared at Sigil with evident irritation. Under Rofus' piercing gaze, Sigil felt a wave of pressure. Lilica elbowed him in the side. Oh, what do you mean just a kid? That's disrespectful to Rofus Kuhn. Lilica scolded Sigil, who squirmed awkwardly. Meanwhile, Rofus dismissed them with a sharp remark. If you're talking about lacking courtesy, you're not exactly blameless yourself, Rofus remarked, casting a glance at the other members of Scarlet Wind before focusing on the Black Hydra blocking the exit. A gatekeeper to ensure intruders don't escape, right? The one who built this tomb must have quite the twisted taste, he continued, approaching the Hydra with an air of nonchalance. Hey, that's dangerous. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Sigil and Kay shouted in a panic, trying to stop him. Rofus, however, paid them no mind and continued walking forward. He opened his mouth again. Get lost. Submerge it. As if in response to his command, colossal tendrils emerged from the darkness, even larger than the Hydra itself. They wrapped around the Hydra's massive body with tremendous force, attempting to drag it down into the darkness. The Hydra thrashed in resistance, But another tendril appeared, and with even greater strength, it pulled the creature down. The whole event unfolded in an instant. Without breaking his stride, Rofus continued toward the exit. The members of Scarlet Wind stood there in shock, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. Only Lilica, who had been with Rofus, seemed unfazed and rushed after him. "Come on, why are you all just standing there? Let's go." With Lilica's call, the members of Scarlet Wind exchanged glances and hurried to follow. Chapter 5 Scarlet Wind. The airship of Scarlet Wind, the Ifrit. This is not owned by the leader, Sigil, but strictly speaking, it belongs to the sub-leader, who is currently bedridden due to illness. The Ifrit is a red, otherworldly vessel with wings on either side instead of sails, designed for flight. Powered by magical energy, this ship is an ancient artifact excavated from a certain ruin in the frontier during the time when his grandfather was a treasure hunter. After that, his grandfather named the airship Ifrit and began to travel the skies with his companions, exploring ruins in various regions. Over time, his group of treasure hunters came to be known as Scarlet Wind, taking the name from the color of the Ifrit's hull. This marked the beginning of the sky pirate group Scarlet Wind. The Ifrit and Scarlet Wind have been passed down through generations, and now it belongs to Is. The leader, Sigil, is his childhood friend. Sigil is the grandson of a man who was his grandfather's partner during his treasure hunting days, and both Is and Sigil were born and raised on the Ifrit. They are close in age, both in their early 20s, and their relationship is more like that of siblings rather than lovers. The other members include the remorseful Hawk, the moodmaker Kay, the strongman Dan, and the older sister figure Elma, who did not participate in the ruins exploration but is a crucial part of the group. These four were orphans taken in by the previous generation of Scarlet Wind while traveling the skies. They all grew up on the Ifrit and have now become members of Scarlet Wind, having undergone a generational shift. The members of Scarlet Wind, who have spent a long time together, share a bond akin to family. For this reason, Sigil would do anything to protect Scarlet Wind. He would dive into dangerous ancient ruins and risk his life, and of course, he would even beg for forgiveness. "I'm really sorry for intruding into your territory without permission." In the main room of the Ifrit, Sigil was bowing deeply on the floor. Rofus sat on a sofa, resting his chin on his hand, looking down at Sigil with an air of indifference. The other male members, Hawk, Kay, and Dan, stood in a line at the corner of the room. Meanwhile, the female members, including Lilica, were informed of the situation and, with sub-leader as being bedridden, were waiting in another room. When they learned that the boy in black who had rescued them from the ruins, Rofus, was the heir of the lightless Marquis family, the members felt a chilling sense of dread. This was because Scarlet Wind had intruded into a ruin located within the territory of the lightless family without permission. Everything within a lord's territory belongs to that lord. This includes ruins and dungeons. To invade and obtain rare items without the lord's consent is no different from theft. They called themselves sky pirates because they were aware of their status as outlaws. However, even if they labeled themselves as pirates, they would never engage in inhumane acts. They would only steal items from ruins and dungeons, and of course, they would never steal from civilians or commit acts of looting. This is because they take pride in being treasure hunters before being outlaws. Until now, they had managed fine. Even if the local watchmen or knights discovered their unauthorized entry into a ruin or dungeon and sent pursuers after them, they could easily escape with the Ifrit. Flying away into the sky and escaping to another territory was an easy task. However, this time it was different. Their opponent was none other than Rofus Ray Lightless, the heir of the infamous dark nobility, the Lightless family. The incredible power and a glimpse of magic that this boy in black possessed left the members of Scarlet Wind in awe. No matter what miracles occurred, they knew they could not escape from this young man. They had witnessed enough of his power to be certain of it. Escape was impossible. Thus, the leader, Sigil, bowed deeply. He hoped to somehow gain forgiveness and avoid angering Rofus. While Sigil was bowing, the others in the corner of the room began to speak in hushed tones. "Hey, what's going to happen to us?" Kay asked. "Well, if we're lucky, we might just get whipped and thrown into a dungeon. If we're unlucky, we'll be dragged through the streets and hanged," Hawk replied with a deadpan expression. What? No, we just entered the ruins, right? Besides, we didn't take anything this time. Well, our fate depends on that little noble's mood. That's why our leader is throwing away his pride and begging on the floor. Seriously? Should we be bowing too? Hawk shook his head. Don't do it. Who knows what might trigger that noble's wrath? At that moment, Dan, who had been silent, finally spoke up. But that noble helped us. Hawk tilted his head. Yeah, that's true. It felt like we were just a side note to him, but he definitely saved Lilica. And Lilica seems to have taken a liking to him, even though he's treating her pretty coldly. Kay's eyes widened as if he had a revelation. Right, it's Lilica. That noble must be into girls. That's why he helped her. Dan and Hawk shrugged in disbelief. I don't think that's it. You're the one who's into girls, Kay. No way, that's not it. I can tell. But even if he did help her, I bet Lilica isn't his type. I mean, she's still a kid, right? Flat as a board. Let's have Elma take her place. Then that grumpy noble will be smiling in no time. Elma's got a decent chest and isn't bad looking. She's perfect for the job. Hawk and Dan were taken aback by Kay's outrageous suggestion. Are you seriously planning to sacrifice Elma? Kay, that's terrible. Don't call it a sacrifice. It sounds bad. Besides, Elma said she wanted to marry a rich guy, so it's a perfect fit. As they continued their chatter, Rofus directed an irritated gaze at the three of them. I can hear everything. Who's the one that likes girls? At Rofus's chillingly cold words, the three of them promptly fell silent and averted their eyes. Damn it! Sigil shouted inwardly while still bowing on the floor. Everyone, I made some tea. Amid the heavy atmosphere that felt like a funeral, Lilica entered the room carrying a tray. She glanced at Sigil and made a face. Wow, why are you bowing like that, Sigil? Though taken aback, Lilica didn't seem overly concerned as she approached Rofus. Rofus Kuhn, would you like some tea? I have snacks too. No, thanks. Rejected bluntly by Rofus, Lilica drooped her shoulders and headed towards the three standing at the corner of the room. How about you guys? The three, addressed by her, couldn't muster the mood for tea and looked away. No, we're fine. Hawk answered on behalf of the group, and Lilica let out a disappointed "oh," her shoulders sagging even further. I made it especially for you. With a pout, Lilica turned her face away and glanced around the room, tilting her head. By the way, what's with this hellish atmosphere? Lilica's carefree question echoed in the frozen room. Section. Inside a room on the airship Ifrit, the leader of Scarlet Wind, Sigil, was humiliatingly bowing before me. In the corner of the room, three members watched awkwardly. Their names. I think I had them at some point, but I've forgotten. By the way, Lilica had left the room after being turned down for tea, so she was not present. However, something feels off. We have the leader Sigil, 3 male members, and Lilica. As far as I know from the story, there should be one more female member. Perhaps she was acting separately or maybe hiding somewhere inside the Ifrit. Since the female member also lacks magical power, she wouldn't respond to magic detection. If she's hiding on the ship, I have no way to search for her. Or could it be that she wasn't part of the group yet at this point? The story didn't go into great detail about the inner workings of Scarlet Wind, so I wasn't sure. I didn't think she was hiding to try and stab me in the back or anything. Still, I can't let my guard down in any situation. I was certain of this after helping Scarlet Wind out of the tomb of the first Emperor. Without my intervention, Scarlet Wind would undoubtedly have been wiped out. This means that in the story, these guys had no record of entering the tomb of the first Emperor. It's hard to believe that I helped them in the story, and it's even less likely my father did. My grandfather might have helped them out of sheer hobby, but it's unlikely he would have intervened since he's supposed to be living in retirement. Why did Scarlet Wind take actions that were different from what they were supposed to do? The answer lies in some sort of intervention by someone else who had also dreamed of the story. Who was it? What was their purpose in directing Scarlet Wind towards the tomb of the first Emperor? These questions are endless. Currently, I was trying to get Sigil to explain the circumstances that led him to the tomb of the first emperor. Speak. If you hide anything, I'll kill you. I don't care what happens to me. But please, save the others. I beg you. Once again, Sigil raised his head only to press it back down to the floor in a plea. I felt a vein pop on my forehead. What kind of absurd, obsequious politeness was that? Did he think just adding polite to his sentences would make it acceptable? In the first place, why was he pleading in response to my demand for information? Our conversation wasn't even functioning. Speak normally. Besides, if you talk, I won't kill you. So tell me everything. Where did you learn of the existence of that ruin? Why did you decide to invade it? Tell me the entire sequence of events. Understood. After a moment of silence, Sigil reluctantly agreed and began to speak hesitantly. First, he learned about the tomb of the first emperor from the Treasure Guild. The Treasure Guild was an unofficial organization formed by treasure hunters, primarily a place for exchanging information about ancient ruins and dungeons. This was the first time I had heard of the Treasure Guild. There was no mention of it in the story. However, reflecting on it now, some aspects make sense. In the first chapter of the story, after Lilica joined the protagonist's party, they were able to travel via airship, flying all over the kingdom. During that time, they received information about various ruins and dungeons from leader Sigil, but it seemed too detailed for comfort. Even if they possessed an airship, the number of ruins and dungeons scattered throughout the kingdom was enormous. There was no way a small crew of air pirates, like Scarlet could gather such an incredible amount of information on the characteristics of each ruin and dungeon, the types of monsters, and the tendencies of traps. However, it all makes sense if the existence of the organization called the Treasure Guild is behind it. Nevertheless, it seems that information about the tomb of the first emperor had been known for quite some time. Of course, it wasn't referred to by that name. There was almost no information other than the bulletin board, and what's more, it was located near the capital of the Lightless Territory. Very few could approach it, and it was designated as the highest danger level of S-Class, with the information collecting dust on the bulletin board for a long time. So it was known that long ago. So, my ancestor's tomb was arbitrarily designated as an S-Class dungeon. Technically, it's a top-secret piece of information that even the royal family is unaware of. If my father found out, he would probably faint. At my muttering, Sigil tilted his head. Does that mean the Lightless family is guarding the temple of the Dark God? What? I already said that's not true. But why is it called the Temple of the Dark God in the first place? Wasn't there a lack of information about it? In town, people were calling it the Temple of the Dark God. Lilica had mentioned something similar too. It seems that the Lightless family is referred to as the Dark Nobility in the streets. Did someone confuse them with the Dark God? Sigil averted his gaze awkwardly. Sorry, I don't know the details, but there are rumors that there was an inscription about this place on a tablet from another of the 6 gods' temples. But, well, it's hard to believe. Ancient texts haven't been fully deciphered yet, right? There's a research team at the Treasure Guild. Apparently, they've made quite a bit of progress in deciphering it. But I'm totally clueless about that, so I can't answer even if you ask me. I find it hard to believe that an unofficial organization is more advanced than the kingdom's research institutions. Well, I don't really know much about it either. Sigil continued with his story. Initially, it seems there were no plans to come to the tomb of the first emperor, which was considered highly dangerous and had almost no information. However, for some reason, it appeared that every ruin and dungeon they visited was already picked clean, and they needed money quickly, so they had no choice but to invade the tomb of the first emperor. This was how they ended up entering the tomb of the first emperor. Is it common for items to be completely taken? Well, it's not rare. We're not the only treasure hunters around. But, this time, it was just bad luck. We went to nearly 10 places and got wiped out. Sigil scratched his head bitterly, seemingly by coincidence. They had been wiped clean of items at each location. Was it really just bad luck? If that was the case, it makes me question whether it was truly coincidental that they ended up in the tomb of the first emperor. Moreover, while it's true that man-made ruins may be emptied out, Dungeons will eventually see items and monsters respawn over time. Why had they been so eager to explore? It was almost as if they were in a hurry. Or perhaps someone had nudged them in that direction. Why didn't you wait for the dungeon to regenerate? What was the rush? Well, that's... Sigil seemed to struggle to say something, clearly avoiding my gaze. What is it? Spit it out. I told you I'd kill you if you hid anything. One of the men standing in the corner, a guy with round sunglasses, stepped forward as if he couldn't bear it any longer. Wait, that's... I released my magical energy to silence the guy with the round glasses. I'm not asking you. Or were you the one who suggested going to the lightless ruins? No. The guy with the round glasses, hit by my magical energy, was sweating profusely. No, it was me. I was the one who said we should go to the lightless ruins. Sigil stepped in to protect the guy with the round glasses. He was on the verge of collapsing, but the large guy and the long-haired guy rushed over to support him. I looked down at them coldly. You're the leader. It's natural that the decision falls on you. But wasn't there someone who suggested it first? No. It really was me. As I pressed Sigil for answers, the door to the room burst open forcefully. Hey there. Could you not pick on my men too much? A dignified female voice. Entering the room was a sickly pale woman with red hair. She looked like she was barely able to stand, being supported on either side by Lilica and a female member from the story. I focused on the red-haired woman and frowned. Who are you? She was someone I had never seen before. I hadn't encountered such a woman in the story. Was she related to Scarlet Wind? I'm Iz, the sub-leader of Scarlet Wind. Nice to meet you, noble. The red-haired woman wore a brave smile that belied her poor health. Sub-leader? Wait, was there really a sub-leader in Scarlet Wind? I had only imagined Sigil as the leader and the other members. However, the name sounded familiar. I remembered that it had come up during a story Lilica told once. In the story, it had seemed like she was spoken of as if she were deceased. Iz smiled at me. I've heard the story. Those idiots dived into the ruins for me. For you. Looking closely, I noticed that Iz had black spots on her skin, resembling leopard markings, contrasting with her pale complexion. Realizing where I was looking, Iz tilted her head. Want to hear the story? I nodded and motioned for her to sit in a chair. Section. When Iz first entered, the men frantically shouted for each other to return to bed, but they were quickly silenced by Lilica and the female member, apparently named Elma, who supported Iz on either side. The circumstances were explained directly by Iz. Iz was suffering from an illness. The special medicine to treat it was expensive. Recently, her condition had worsened, and they needed money to purchase the special medicine. I understood the general situation they were in. Sigil had been reluctant to share the details because he wanted to conceal his condition, as she was unable to move due to her illness. Worst case scenario, he might have intended to let Iz and Elma, whom I had never met, escape. No, he probably hadn't thought that far ahead. From what I gathered about his illness, it was a type that caused magical energy to accumulate in the body. For humans without magical power, magical energy and mana were harmful. If it accumulated, it made sense that the body would react with pain and suffering. However, it was uncommon for magical energy to accumulate in a person's body. Magical energy did not possess such a property. Although I wasn't particularly knowledgeable about endemic diseases, I assumed that there were areas where special types of magical energy with such characteristics could arise. That was fine. It wouldn't be strange for such an illness to exist. However, the problem lay with the special medicine. What exactly was this special medicine, and how could it remove magical energy from the body? I understood how mana potions could replenish magical energy. Even a wizard, if skilled in advanced magical manipulation, could share their magical power with others. I could do that much myself. But extracting magical energy or mana was impossible. It was like artificial respiration. We could supply oxygen, but we couldn't extract it. The same applied to medicine. I had never heard of a drug that could remove magical energy or mana from the body. If such a thing existed, the alchemical society would be in an uproar. Moreover, I learned that the price of this special medicine was even higher than that of an elixir, commonly referred to as a panacea. Just what kind of special medicine was that? It was enough to buy a house. Besides, it didn't appear in the story of Scarlet Wind. This meant that despite their desperate efforts to gather money, it was not saved. In the end, they must have been unable to collect enough money to buy the special medicine, or perhaps. I understand the situation. I don't sense any contradictions. Although there were still questions I wanted to ask, I decided to put a pause on the conversation. Ultimately, I hadn't discovered whether anyone else knew the story besides myself. The discussion is over. You should rest now. I said this while dismissing Iz. Throughout the explanation, she had maintained a pallid complexion. Normally, it would be difficult for her to even get out of bed. Oh, you're actually worried about me? I thought you were a scary noble, but you're surprisingly kind. Iz grinned mischievously. I shot a glare at Elma, who stood beside me. Hey, take her away quickly. Under pressure from me, Elma hurriedly supported Iz and left the room. Lilica followed suit, seemingly flustered. Alone in the room, I glanced at Sigil, who stood there looking out of place. I can't tell who the leader is. As I said this with a hint of sarcasm, Sigil staggered, pressing his hand to his chest. That's a fair point. Indeed. I agree. The other 3 men also voiced their agreement with me. Why you guys? Sigil was outraged and lunged at the 3 of them. Sigil, it seems your popularity is even lower than during the story, I thought to myself when I suddenly felt a reaction from the telepathy crystal in my pocket. This was a response indicating that the other telepathy crystal, to which it was linked, had sent a message. Most likely, my father was contacting me because I was late returning. I took the crystal in my hand. Ah. The one reaching out to me wasn't my father. It was the successor to Clinton, the puppet official, or possibly Kinkyu. It wasn't the regular time for scheduled contact. Was it an urgent message? I channeled magical energy into the telepathy crystal. What is it? Sorry for contacting you out of the blue. That's a good enough introduction. What is the matter? I have something urgent to tell you. A flying dragon has appeared in Roguebelt. What? My absent-minded voice echoed through the room. Section. Ha! A sigh escapes me involuntarily. I was on the deck of the Ifrit. The Ifrit was flying at an incredible speed above the clouds. The wind was somewhat present, but it wasn't strong enough to blow me away. At this speed, the wind pressure should have been considerable, but it seemed that a magical barrier of some sort was erected around the Ifrit, effectively negating most of the wind pressure. Thanks to that, a pleasant breeze flowed over the deck, making it quite comfortable. Leaning against the rail of the deck, I gazed at the horizon painted in hues of sunset. The reason I found myself in this situation was, of course, due to the communication from the puppet official. A wyvern had suddenly appeared in Roguebelt. It seemed they had promptly formed a hunting party, but they encountered interference from several residents of Roguebelt and failed in their mission. The wyvern wasn't attacking people. Instead, it was continuously crying out from the peak of a rocky mountain. It was as if it were calling for something. Because of this, they sent me a message to seek my judgment. There were various things to confirm, but when I heard about a wyvern in Roguebelt, it reminded me of my return from the Steria territory 3 months ago. If I had any inkling, it would be that wyvern I borrowed from Valm at that time. If it was Valm's wyvern, why had it come back to Roguebelt again? And interference from several residents of Roguebelt. I didn't know who they were, but what were they doing? Well, it was probably folks like Foal or Log, but still. Given these circumstances, I had to head to Roguebelt immediately. At that moment, I noticed a ship flying at high speed through the sky nearby. Take me to Roguebelt. I ordered, no, requested Sigil, and he readily agreed. However, he suggested that in exchange, I should overlook the incident involving the ruins, which made me wonder what to do about that. I simply told him that it was up to them, which made that rude guy's face turn quite awkward. He didn't seem to correctly understand their position. But of course, the airship was terrifyingly fast, and at this rate, we would likely reach Roguebelt by sunset. What usually took 4 days by carriage would be accomplished in just a few hours. Good, very good. I'd want to mass-produce this airship and keep one for myself if possible. As I contemplated this, the door to the deck opened. Wow, it's cold. How can you stay out here, Rofus-kun? You'll catch a cold. It was Lilica who stepped out, holding a tray. Want some tea? It's warm. No thanks. I immediately declined, but Lilica didn't seem to mind as she approached. Could it be that you dislike tea? Yeah. The strange smell bothers me. That's what makes it good. If you add jam, it tastes delicious. Jam? What are you thinking, adding such a sickly sweet thing? What is that? That's a disgusting way to drink it. Iswani often does it, and when I tried it the other day, it was surprisingly good. I don't care. Growing tired of the conversation, I averted my gaze, but Lilica pressed something into my hands. Here, take this. What is this? What Lilica handed me was a metal container small enough to fit in the palm of my hand. As I examined it while talking, she flashed a grin. You haven't eaten anything since noon, so you must be hungry, right? That's called a can. It's an imperial canned food. This tiny container is a preserved food. Can this really fill me up? However, now that I think about it, I hadn't had time to eat lunch today. My stomach was indeed feeling empty. No, more like. So you guys are connected to the Empire? Well, it's not exactly a connection. We just buy things occasionally. Stuff that doesn't sell in the kingdom can actually fetch a high price. Besides, there are ruins and dungeons in the Empire too. A treasure hunt that crosses national borders, right? It's something possible because of the airship. Crossing borders without permission would technically be a violation of kingdom law, or rather international law, but for these folks, it probably doesn't matter at this point. Well, since magic users are persecuted in the Empire, I always get nervous hoping I won't get caught. It's uncomfortable, so I'd rather not go there too often. Saying this, Lilica pulled out her own metal container, a can. Then, she took out a concealed knife from her boot and deftly sliced into the can, opening it skillfully. Inside the can were pieces of fish in a stew. Then Lilica reached out her hand towards me. What? Let me borrow the can. I'll open it for you. Oh, okay. I handed it over obediently, and Lilica opened the can with her nimble fingers before returning it to me. Wow, it's steak inside. Congratulations. You hit the jackpot. Inside the can was a thick cut of steak. I frowned and looked at Lilica. Do you like meat? Well, of course. I love it. Then I'll give it to you. Hand over that fish. At my request, Lilica blinked in surprise. Well, that's perfectly fine, but are you sure? You don't dislike steak or anything, do you? I don't like beef. That's fish, right? I want that instead. When I demanded a swap for the can, Lilica suddenly burst into laughter, doubling over. Fut, ahahaha, what's that? Rofus-kun, you're like a little kid. You don't like tea or beef. You shouldn't be so picky. Ahaha, oh, that's hilarious. Who's the kid here? You're the one with a childlike figure. After laughing heartily, Lilica handed me the fish can. Here. I'll reluctantly exchange it for you. But next time, don't be so picky, okay? She said this in a teasing manner. I handed over the steak can with a vein popping on my forehead. When I tried to take the fish can, Lilica didn't let go. Hey. Yes. I raised my voice in frustration, and Lilica tucked the steak can into her pocket. Then she pulled out a spoon and handed it to me. I'll hold this for you instead of your left hand. Or should I feed you? That's unnecessary help. Really, it is unnecessary. It is indeed inconvenient not to have my left arm, but I've grown accustomed to this way of life. I extended my dark arm from where my left elbow would be and snatched the can from Lilica. Wow, that's the hand that was extended. I didn't know it could be used that way. Magic is convenient. Remembering the countless dark arms that had restrained her in the graveyard, she stared at my dark arm curiously. Ignoring her, I began to eat the fish, and Lilica followed suit. The fish had a strong salty flavor but was quite delicious. I'd heard that the Empire had advanced technology, but it surpassed my expectations. After finishing my meal, I quietly looked at Lilica. When she noticed my gaze, she tilted her head. What's wrong? Why are you involved with me? You almost got killed in that ruin. Aren't you afraid of me? In response to my question, Lilica looked directly at me. Rofus Kuhn had a mission to protect that ruin, right? You tried to kill us for that mission. Originally, we were the ones breaking the law, so if we had been killed, I think it would be unreasonable to blame you. You're surprisingly philosophical. However, that doesn't answer my question. I asked if you weren't afraid of me. Oh, yeah. So, what I mean is, I don't feel scared at all, you know? I was actually saved, so I'm grateful, but I have no reason to be afraid. I see. Lilica's reasoning sounded logical, and I could understand her perspective. However, that was merely theoretical. When faced with the possibility of being killed, it was only natural to feel fear, regardless of any rationalizations. Human emotions are not that simple. Her perspective was unsettlingly enlightened, which only deepened my suspicions. Moreover, the person before me was strikingly different from the Lilica Skyfield I remembered from the story. I recalled that Lilica Skyfield was much more childish and emotional. The dissonance stemmed from my knowledge of the story's version of her. Could it be that she, like me, was someone who knew the entire narrative? I immediately decided to act. I tackled the defenseless Lilica to the deck and swiftly restrained her arms and legs with my dark arm. Even in that state, she didn't scream or show even a hint of fear in her eyes. She merely looked surprised, her eyes wide open. What's up with this sudden move, Rofus Kuhn? I hovered over Lilica and peered into her golden eyes. You're remarkably calm in this situation. Well, I'm surprised, you know? You just tackled me out of nowhere. Lilica remained unsettlingly composed. It seemed I had hit the jackpot. She was likely someone else who knew the story. Given that Scarlet Wind was behaving differently from the narrative, it was conceivable that one of the members had dreamt of the story. The scenario I feared the most was if that dreamer was one of the main characters in the story, specifically one from the protagonist's faction. From that standpoint, I had been cautious of Lilica from the very beginning. However, I still lacked sufficient information to be certain. If Lilica knew something only a dreamer would know, my suspicions would turn into certainty. I leaned closer to her. Recently, you must have had some strange dreams. Dreams? A dream about the future 3 years from now. In that dream, you meet a certain man. Lilica furrowed her brows. Future. Man? What are you talking about? There's no need to feign ignorance. This is Rofus, the Shadow Wolf, and I know everything. Shadow. I invoked my title from the time of the 4 heavenly kings, but Lilica's reaction was tepid. She was surprisingly resilient. If you won't admit it, I'll go kill that man. His name is Abel Carrot. I could easily kill him now. I conjured a dark orb in my hand to threaten Lilica. This should shatter her poker face. She should at least be somewhat shaken upon hearing that I would kill her beloved man. However, to my surprise, Lilica tilted her head as if she didn't understand. Abel? Who is that? Ha! The expression on Lilica's face was one of simple confusion. It was as if she truly knew nothing. If this were an act, it would be quite impressive, but could it be that she really didn't know? That's ridiculous. If so, why are you so calm? You should be more childlike. What do you know about me, Rofus Kuhn? Lilica frowned noticeably. Was it really just a misunderstanding on my part? She had shown such affection for the protagonist, Abel Carrot, in the story. Could it be that she hadn't dreamt of the narrative at all? Do you not have a man you like, Abel? Ha! Like, what? Oh, is that what you mean? Suddenly, Lilica seemed to realize something, and her face turned a deep shade of red. What was this reaction? Her face flushed bright red like a tomato, and she shyly averted her gaze from me. I am sorry, Rofus Kuhn. I'm not very perceptive. I don't have a crush on anyone, okay? I've never had one. What? You know, I'm really happy about your feelings, Rofus Kuhn, but I still don't understand those kinds of things very well. No, it's not that I dislike you or anything. Lilica fumbled over her words, speaking quickly. Ha! Wait a minute. Could she be misunderstanding? Friends first. Is that okay? I have no experience with things like that, like kissing or holding hands. That's not it. I cut off Lilica, who had begun to say something strange. She looked bewildered. Not it. What do you mean? I moved away from Lilica and immediately released my dark arm's hold. Everything. In any case, your understanding of the situation is mistaken. Ha! I'm sorry. Just forget it. Leaving Lilica, who still seemed unable to comprehend, I made my way back inside the ship. Just then, a high-pitched scream, filled with embarrassment, echoed from the deck. I covered my ears and quickly left the scene. It seemed it had all been a misunderstanding on my part. Section. I can't believe this. Lilica confronted Rofus with intensity. Isn't it normal? If a guy pushes you down and asks if you have a crush on someone, you'd think he meant something by it. You'd think he was flirting with you, right? Lilica's voice echoed throughout the ship as she vented her frustration. Rofus averted his gaze, ignoring her, but Lilica continued unabated. Besides, I reacted like I was totally fine with it. But can you blame me? After all, you saved my life, right? You helped everyone else too. Rofus Kuan is super strong, and he's not bad looking at all. Isn't it normal to think he might be a little appealing? Hey. Lilica grabbed the hem of Rofus's cloak and pulled on it while complaining. Rofus looked somewhat tired and ignored everything she said. Watching this scene from a distance were the members of Scarlet Wind, Kay, Dan, and the short-haired female member, Elma. Hey, what's up with that? What's gotten into Lilica? Elma asked, and Dan replied. She's been like that ever since they came back from the deck together. That Rofus kid, he's from that lightless family, right? Is Lilica into him? I heard something about pushing down and flirting or whatever. Kay scoffed. That's just it. In my opinion, Lilica isn't really the type for that noble. From what I heard, she probably misunderstood and thought he was flirting with her, and now things have gotten complicated because she inadvertently said okay. She's probably blowing up because she realizes he wasn't flirting at all. Is that so? I've never seen Lilica this angry before. Plus, is it really okay to yell like that at a noble? Of course it's okay. From what I can tell, that noble is a womanizer. Even if she's not his type, he wouldn't treat her poorly. And hey, Elma, you should make a move. Didn't you say you wanted to marry a rich guy? At Kay's words, Elma grimaced. Sure, I said that, but isn't that guy around the same age as Lilica? There's too big an age gap for me, and nobles seem like they have too many restrictions. Well, he's not bad looking, though. Dan tilted his head. Kay, while Lilica is being ignored, isn't that considered disrespectful? Not at all. He's a noble, right? Just ignoring her is already a huge sign of generosity. So, if I did the same thing to that noble, what do you think would happen? That would mean instant execution. Heads would roll. Dan and Elma replied instantly, and Kay shrugged. See, that's how it is. As Dan and Elma nodded in agreement, Hawk, who had come from the corridor, frowned at the commotion caused by Lilica. What's going on over there? At Hawk's murmured comment, Kay smirked. Oh, want to hear about Lilica's heartbreak? That's interesting, but we'll be arriving soon. You guys should brace yourselves for the shock. Hawk left the three behind and approached Rofus, who was still being confronted by Lilica. Rofus-san, we'll be arriving at Roguebelt shortly. There might be some turbulence, so please hold on to the railing. Got it. At Hawk's words, Rofus let out a sigh of relief as he was finally released, but Lilica wasn't done. Wait. The conversation isn't over yet. Hey, are you listening? Rofus Kuan. Soon, the ship was shaken by the turbulence that came with the rapid descent. Through it all, Lilica's voice continued to echo throughout the ship. Section. Near the peak of the Rocky Mountains close to Roguebelt. This was the place used to disembark when returning from the Steria territory. The airship Ifrit was stationed above it. Ifrit had deployed a high-level barrier that rendered it invisible and blocked magical power, making it impossible to see the airship from the ground. The high-speed flight achieved through complete invisibility was the reason why Scarlet Wind had managed to evade the kingdom until now. Even while stationed above the Rocky Mountains, the residents of Roguebelt were unable to perceive its presence. From the deck of the stationary Ifrit, Rofus looked down at the mountain peak. There, as expected, was the figure of a wyvern, more specifically, Valm's wyvern with one of its wings covered in darkness. The wyvern gazed skyward, repeatedly calling out, as if trying to summon something. "Wow! A wyvern! Hey, be careful!" Lilica exclaimed, leaning over the deck railing, only to be grabbed by Hawk by the scruff of her neck. "What's it doing here? Is that why we came to this place?" Sigil asked, and Rofus nodded. "You've done well to come this far. I will disembark here." "What? Then what about us?" "Disappear wherever you like." "Yay!" Sigil cheered, pumping his fist without a care for Rofus's glare. Rofus narrowed his eyes at him, confirming that the other members were at a distance, and opened his mouth. "Let me give you a warning." "What? What is it?" "It's about that expensive special medicine." Exclamation point. Sigil tensed at the mention of the topic, but Rofus continued unfazed. "I've seen the condition of your sub-leader. As of now, there shouldn't be any effective medicine for it." "What?" Upon hearing Rofus's words, Sigil tilted his head in confusion. No way. Rofus-san, you're not a doctor, so how can you say that? Did the doctor say that there was a special medicine for this illness?" Sigil fell silent. Indeed, when they had shown us to a doctor, the doctor had said there was nothing that could be done. He had confirmed that no medicine existed, saying exactly what Rofus was saying now. However, there was no way to give up. Desperate for answers, he had collected information on the endemic disease with great determination. During that time, a wealthy merchant had approached him. Though it would be expensive, there was said to be a special medicine. While no such medicine had been developed in the kingdom, the advanced empire had already created a special medicine for the illness. The merchant claimed to have connections within the empire and that obtaining it was possible, but it was quite a rare item even there, with a price exceeding that of an elixir. However, with that special medicine, it could be cured. If they could secure the special medicine, they would be free from the torment of pain and could once again embark on adventures together as before. To grasp that future, Sigil and the other members had risked their lives, continually challenging high-difficulty ruins and dungeons. Now, he wore a dry smile at the irony of it all. "Ha ha! Don't say such careless things. There is definitely a special medicine. Even if it's not in the kingdom, it exists in the empire. So, in the empire? That's a strange story. That illness causes magical essence to accumulate in the body. While the empire does possess advanced technology, they are utterly clueless about magical power and essence. There's no way a special medicine could exist. Enough already." Unable to endure any longer, Sigil grabbed Rofus by the collar. The sudden turn of events caused a stir among those nearby. Rofus glared at Sigil coldly. "Let go. Stop talking nonsense. What would a brat like you know? Who do you think provided you with that false information about the special medicine from the empire? Are you still going on about that?" "Whoa, whoa, whoa." Hawk, running full speed and screaming, rushed in to restrain Sigil, who was clinging to Rofus. Despite this, Sigil did not release his grip on Rofus's collar, and with the late arrivals, Kay and Dan, they managed to pull Sigil away in a 3-on-1 effort. "Are you out of your mind, Sigil? Do you have any idea who you're messing with, you dumbass?" Hawk, usually calm, yelled angrily at Sigil, while Kay and Dan watched with a cautious demeanor. Lilica hurried over to Rofus with a worried expression. "Are you okay, Rofus-kun? What happened? What's going on?" Rofus ignored Lilica and adjusted his disheveled attire while keeping his gaze fixed on Sigil, who was being held back by the three. "Do you think my words are lies? Well, whether you believe them or not is up to you." With that, Rofus shrugged off his cloak and placed his hands on the railing. Lilica clutched the hem of Rofus's cloak. "Rofus-kun, where are you going? You're not planning to jump from here, are you? Please don't, you might get hurt." "I won't get hurt from something like this. I'm getting off here." You all are never to cross the threshold of the lightless territory again. There will be no next time. Rofus attempted to walk away, but Lilica did not let go. Rofus glared at her in frustration. Let go. Why are you leaving? Is it because you fought with Sigil? If that's the case, I'll talk to Sigil properly. It has nothing to do with that. I intended to get off here from the start. Lilica clung to Rofus with a tearful expression. I don't want to say goodbye here. Come on, let's stay together a little longer. I'll take you home, or anywhere you want to go. Enough. Rofus activated a magical barrier, shaking off Lilica's grip on his cloak. Rofus Kuan. Rofus then leaped over the railing, standing at the edge of the deck as he looked back at Sigil, and then at Hawk. It was an unnecessary intervention. I'll forgive the disrespect of grabbing me. With that, Rofus jumped down toward the ground. Wait, Rofus Kuan. Hey. In an unexpected turn of events, Kay stopped Lilica from chasing after Rofus by pinning her in place. Even as she was restrained, Lilica peeked over the edge of the deck. She could see Rofus riding a massive dark hand, slowly descending toward the ground. Wow, he can fly too? Kay murmured, watching the spectacle. Lilica bit her lip slightly and reluctantly returned to the deck. What's up, Lilica? Are you really into that noble guy or what? Kay teased, and Lilica puffed her cheeks and turned away. It's not like that. No way, your attitude definitely says otherwise. I told you, it's not like that. Lilica pouted at Kay's teasing. Hawk, watching the scene with a sigh, finally released Sigil, who had calmed down a bit. Have you calmed down, leader? Do you realize that your antics nearly put Scarlet Wind in danger of annihilation again? Sigil turned away sulkily, ruffling his spiky hair in frustration. Sorry about that. What happened? I don't want to talk about it. Hey. With a furrowed brow, Hawk waited for Sigil, who finally sighed in resignation. It's about the special medicine. Ha! Why would the air of lightless? Who knows? It was just a warning. Sigil walked toward the ship's cabin. I need to confirm this with Jelan. Muttering to himself, Sigil turned to the members of Scarlet Wind. You all, we're setting off. Our destination is the north. Steria territory. The wealthy merchant Jelan had presented the high-priced special medicine to Scarlet Wind. Sigil didn't take Rofus's words at face value. If Rofus's statement was true, it meant that the special medicine didn't exist, and that is would be beyond saving. There was no way he could accept that. However, there was no reason for Rofus to lie about this matter. In any case, it was necessary to hear Jelan out at least once. The airship Ifrit roared to life, its magical engine thrumming with power, flames of crimson erupting from its back. In an instant, the Ifrit reached its top speed, soaring northward, leaving a red trail across the night sky. From the windows inside the Ifrit, Lilica continued to gaze at the distant rocky mountains of Roguebelt, now growing smaller. With emotionless eyes, she spoke softly. Maybe. I'll see the wyvern over there. Rofus Kuan. Section. At the summit of the Rocky Mountains near Roguebelt, Rofus descended from the airship, using the dark arm as a foothold. He jumped down from a height of several meters above ground. As the dark arm dissipated, Rofus landed gently on the earth. From Rofus's perspective, the only thing visible around him was the wyvern. Perhaps due to the nighttime, there were no signs of the Roguebelt residents who had previously interfered with the hunting party. Though the face of Fall flickered in his mind, Rofus shook his head to clear his thoughts. Having jumped down from the airship, which was cloaked in an invisible barrier, he must have appeared as if he had suddenly materialized. The wyvern, startled by Rofus's sudden arrival from the sky, widened its eyes and let out a short cry as it approached him. Zoo. Remembering how the wyvern had nearly bitten him the first time they met, Rofus instinctively became wary. However, the wyvern showed no signs of hostility. Instead, like it had done before with Valm, the wyvern rubbed its head against the hem of Rofus's cloak, letting out a weak cry. It seemed more like a plea than affection, almost as if it was asking for help. Rofus frowned and stared at the wyvern. What exactly happened? Why have you come here alone? Where is Valm? Naturally, The wyvern couldn't answer Rofus's questions. Yet, as if reacting to his words, it tugged at the hem of Rofus's cloak with its mouth, as if indicating for him to ride on its back. You can't be suggesting that I should go to Steria, can you? The wyvern let out a cry in affirmation. Rofus looked up at the night sky and sighed, feeling exasperated. It would be easy to dismiss the wyvern's request, but it would be a lie to say he wasn't concerned about Valm. Come to think of it, Valm hadn't attended the recent party hosted by the Gallian family. It wasn't just that he didn't come, it was possible that something had occurred that prevented him from attending. Oh, that reminds me. Rofus suddenly recalled something he had forgotten until now. 3 months ago, at their farewell in Steria, Valm had mentioned that he was going to expose the wealthy merchant Jalan for his involvement in the slave trade. Jalan, the pudgy man who had previously kept Norn as a slave and had been forcefully freed by Rofus. Later, a complaint from Jalan had reached the Lightless family. The content of the complaint claimed that Rofus, the heir of the Lightless family, had assaulted his mansion. Perhaps holding a grudge for having lost his slaves, Jalan insisted that Rofus was the attacker without any basis. Rofus hadn't left behind any evidence that could be traced back to him at Jalan's mansion. However, the fact that his identity had been revealed meant that the lightless emblem he had given to Valm had become a liability. I see now. The dots began to connect in Rofus's mind. So Valm has messed up. He claims he would expose Jalan, yet it seems he failed. Though Jalan wasn't a noble, he held significant power in Steria. It seemed he had enough influence to cover up minor wrongdoings without difficulty. That upstart, with no magic to his name, is getting a bit too cocky. Perhaps I should have killed him back then. Grumbling to himself, Rofus mounted the wyvern. Valm should be capable enough to handle things on his own. The fact that the wyvern had come alone for help indicated that Valm was likely in a situation where he couldn't act. I hope he hasn't suffered a defeat. Rofus's murmuring was drowned out by the wyvern's roar. The wyvern leaped from the rocky mountain and flapped its wings as it flew northward. Empowered by Rofus's magic, the wyvern soared through the night sky at a tremendous speed. The 2 trails etched across the night sky silently vanished without a trace, unnoticed by anyone. Section. In the frigid underground prison of Steria, a man stood before Valm, who was bound tightly by chains and unable to move. The man had long crimson hair and wore a red coat. Around his neck was wrapped a white weasel fur, resembling a scarf, and at his waist hung a finely crafted sword emblazoned with the royal family's emblem. He was the winner of this year's Swordmaster Festival, held annually by the kingdom, the current Swordmaster and the second son of the Lord of Steria, Eric Idea Steria. Known for his red hair, he was referred to as the Crimson Swordmaster. Eric approached Valm with a friendly demeanor. Have you cooled your head, Valm? There's no need to be so stubborn. Look, I have a present for you. I bought this from a flower-selling girl on the way here. It seems that despite the lingering snow, the flowers are already blooming. They're resilient and strong, much like the soldiers of my territory. Eric took a yellow lily from his pocket and showed it to Valm, who responded with silence. As the continued silence weighed on him, Eric sighed. I find it hard to believe that someone like you should be rotting away in a place like this. I would like you to return under my command already. Eric held the position of captain of the knights in Steria. Though Valm was only 12 years old, he had trained as a squire under Eric. It was Eric who had taught him how to fight. Eric was both Valm's superior and mentor. Valm glared at Eric. I want you to release my father. You must understand Jalan's misdeeds. Why do you allow a man like him to roam free? Do you think a 12-year-old child can understand? While Steria is vast and its soldiers are strong, it is not a rich land. Jalan may indeed be a wicked man, but he is a first-rate merchant. There's no denying that he is the one keeping Steria's economy afloat. What do you think will happen if we remove him? Valm clenched his teeth in frustration as Eric spoke to him in a condescending manner. Why did you let him roam free until he held the economy in his grip? Surely, the previous lord would never have allowed such a thing. Never speak such things in front of my father. If you don't want to be executed, that is. No matter how much I might want to, I cannot stop my father when he's enraged. Eric shrugged his shoulders as if exasperated. You should give up on your father. He has bitten into Jalan here in Steria. Even if he were to be released, he wouldn't last long in this territory. Valm glared at Eric. That cannot be permitted. Jalan is the poison of Steria. My father was trying to do something about it, for the sake of Steria itself. As Valm grew enraged, Eric cast his gaze downward and shook his head. I know that your father has been loyal since the previous lord, your grandfather's era. However, poison can also serve as medicine, depending on how it is used. Right now, Steria needs that medicine. Don't be ridiculous. Valm thrashed against the chains, straining against them with all his might. However, these chains were specially crafted to suppress even the enhanced strength of someone with magical power. Infused with magical energy, these chains boasted a hardness that even a dragon could not break. No matter how much Valm struggled, he could not even put a crack in the chains. Eric sighed quietly as he watched Valm. It seems that a calm discussion is out of the question. You will need to cool your head here for a while longer. Even after Eric left, Valm's voice of anger echoed in the prison for some time. The yellow lily that had slipped from Eric's hand as he departed fell to the ground. The yellow petals of the flower lay upon the white, frozen floor. Section. In the snowy mountains of Steria, amidst a fierce blizzard, a world of white and black stretched endlessly before me. I, Rofus Ray Lightless, found myself thrown into this desolate place. That damned wyvern, how dare it? The wyvern that had brought me to this location in Steria was now nowhere to be found. Having flown at an incredible speed beyond its limits due to my magical boost, the wyvern had suddenly lost speed for some reason, then abruptly plummeted to the ground while still carrying me. Consequently, I was thrown from the air and fell alone into this frigid world filled with snow and wind. Although I had deployed a magic barrier, preventing any injuries, it couldn't completely block out the cold. Alone, I was freezing in this extreme cold. Damn it, where is it? I used my magical detection to locate the wyvern. Visibility was severely limited in the blizzard, but I could still sense the magical presence of the wyvern. Fortunately, it didn't seem to be too far away. There's no way I'm going to be left here. I propelled myself forward, kicking through the accumulated snow with my magically enhanced legs, but the snow kept tripping me up, and I couldn't gain much speed. Running normally would have drained my stamina, and this bitter cold was sapping my body heat even more. Even with my vast reserves of magic, I was still human. Remaining in such an environment for an extended period would surely lead to my death. Since dark magic doesn't generate heat, I couldn't warm myself either. Guided by my magical detection, I trudged through the snow and, after much effort, finally arrived at a spot where the wyvern lay buried in snow. It seemed lifeless, lying still as if it were dead. It's not dead, is it? As long as it had a magical presence, it couldn't be dead. Given that it had dark magic in one of its wings, it should be capable of regeneration no matter what injuries it sustained. However, this was the first time I had used Shadow Devourer on a living creature. I had no idea how severe an injury it could recover from or if it would regenerate endlessly like other shadow familiars, provided it had magic to sustain it. More importantly, why had the wyvern suddenly crashed? At first, I suspected an enemy attack, but it bore no external wounds, and my magical detection revealed no signs of offensive spells. There were no similar magical reactions nearby. In the heart of these mountains, I could not fathom why it had suddenly lost consciousness and fallen, nor did I understand its current condition. One thing was clear: if I remained in this frigid world, I would die. TCH, don't take it personally. I turned my back on the buried wyvern. I would leave it behind. Don't take it personally, Valm. I have no intention of dying with this wyvern. As I continued walking away from the wyvern, I realized that I had no idea where any human settlements were, and in this blinding blizzard, I couldn't even determine the direction. While it wasn't a dead end, I found myself scratching my head, unsure of what to do. At that moment, I felt a gentle tug at the hem of my cloak from behind. I instinctively jumped back and conjured a dark sphere in my hand, ready to defend myself. There was only the wyvern lying behind me. If that was the case, then who had grabbed my hem? Straining my eyes against the poor visibility of the blizzard, I tried to make out the figure. What? I couldn't help but furrow my brow. There stood a girl with white hair, around 10 years old, dressed in a white dress. She quietly fixed her gaze on me and spoke. "Are you hurt?" "I'm sorry. I think I fell asleep." The girl offered an apologetic tone, glancing toward the wyvern lying nearby. I remained on guard, ready to unleash a dark sphere at any moment. "What are you? Did you do something to that wyvern?" In response to my question, the girl shook her head gently. "I didn't do anything. Once I fall asleep, I don't wake up for a while. The drowsiness hits me suddenly, and I can't resist it." "Fall asleep?" "Yes. It's like fainting, it just happens suddenly. And the time I spend asleep has been increasing day by day." Suddenly falling asleep. The duration of sleep increasing each day? What was that? Could it be some effect from Shadow Devourer? Since it was the first time I had used it on a living creature, I couldn't be certain what kind of side effects might occur. The mysterious girl seemed to know something about the situation, and I frowned at her. "Who are you?" "I am Yuna. I was the one who called you here." "Ha! You." The girl identifying herself as Yuna was the one who used Valm's wyvern to summon me? Surprising. That wyvern listens to commands from someone other than Valm? It's not a command, it's a request. Doesn't matter. I narrowed my eyes at Yuna's trivial correction and readied my dark sphere again. "I'll ask you one more time. Who are you?" In this frigid world, there was no way a girl clad only in a thin white dress could appear unfazed. Though Yuna responded to my magical detection, her aura clearly differed from that of a human. It was akin to that of a spirit. "I can tell you're not human." At my words, Yuna narrowed her eyes slightly. "You can tell, right? First of all, there's no way a human would wander around in a single dress in this blizzard." When Yuna looked at her own appearance, she nodded as if coming to an understanding. Humans get cold easily, after all. It seemed she had no intention of hiding it any longer, making such a remark. "What's your purpose?" Instead of answering my question, Yuna turned her back and began to walk away. "First, let's go to the nearest settlement." "You're shivering. Are you asking me to trust you to guide me there?" "I won't lie. I'm not human." Yuna fixed me with a somewhat fierce gaze. "I just want to help Valm. If you die here, it would be problematic for me." "What are you to Valm?" "A friend." With just that, Yuna began to make her way through the snow. Well, I certainly didn't want to stay in this icy wasteland for long either. This girl, Yuna, claimed to be a friend of Valm, but such beings hadn't existed in the story. In other words, I had no information. Yuna's words seemed, at best, superficial and hollow, and I wasn't inclined to trust her. However, she didn't appear to be lying, and more importantly, I needed to know about Valm's current situation. Even if it were a trap, I could crush it if need be. I followed after Yuna through the blizzard. Section. Steria region, the capital city. The mansion, built in a prime location, possibly more magnificent than the Lord's residence, belonged to the wealthy merchant Jalan. As a director of the Steria Region Commercial Association, it was no exaggeration to say that the vast economy of the Steria region revolved around this man. Though Jalan usually resided in a remote area, he had moved to the capital city for the time being. The reason for this was a recent attack by a noble's heir just 3 months prior, which raised concerns about his security measures. Jalan had never imagined that anyone would dare oppose him in the Steria region, so his security and defenses had naturally become lax. However, that was no longer the case. Using his financial resources, Jalan had fortified the defenses of his mansion, hiring skilled bodyguards. His mansion had reached a level of security that could be called a fortress. At that moment, Jalan was sitting in the guest room of his mansion, comfortably reclining on a high-quality sofa. The guest visiting him was Sigil, the leader of Scarlet Wind. Jalan stared at Sigil and asked, "So, what brings you here, Sigil? Have you uncovered some good ancient relics in the ruins? Or perhaps you've gathered the funds to purchase the special antidote we discussed?" Sigil shook his head. "No, I don't have the money yet, but it's about the antidote." Jalan stroked his double chin thoughtfully, sizing up Sigil. It doesn't seem like you're here to negotiate a price." Is there something you'd like to ask about the antidote? Is that antidote really effective? Jilan frowned. What do you mean by that? The antidote you mentioned is manufactured in the Empire, right? The disease of is caused by the accumulation of a special magical essence in the body. I heard from an acquaintance that the Empire is notoriously unreliable when it comes to magic power and magical essence. Oh, that's quite an informed acquaintance you have. I see, so you're doubting me. If I've offended you, I apologize. However, we've been to the Empire ourselves, and we have indeed seen nothing for sale regarding magic power or magical essence. So I was a bit concerned. At Sigel's words, a sharpness appeared in Jilan's gaze. Indeed, that was rather offensive, Sigel. Do you know what's important in business? It's trust. It seems you don't trust me after all. Jilan stood up from the sofa, making it clear he was done with the conversation and intended to leave the guest room. Sigel hurriedly got to his feet. Wait. I just wanted to confirm the facts. I don't know what boneheaded fool has led you to doubt me, but this has now made our transaction null and void. I can't trust someone who doesn't trust me. In a desperate attempt to stop the unyielding Jilan, Sigel rushed to the entrance and bowed his head. I am sorry. You were the only one who said you would sell the antidote. I was wrong to doubt you. Looking down at the bowed head, Jilan smirked. I'll accept your apology. However, the fact that I was unjustly suspected does not disappear. Sigel, what do you think you should do to regain the trust I've just lost? Sigel lifted his head. What should I do? How can I fix this? At Sigel's question, Jilan wore a vile grin. Recently, I've lost my favorite woman, and my nights have become lonely. You have a beautiful woman named Elma at your place, don't you? What? A murderous intent, akin to hostility, sparked in Sigel's eyes. What, is Elma your woman? Isn't bad-looking either, but I have no interest in bedding a woman afflicted by illness. Trembling with rage, Sigel instinctively reached for the hilt of his sword. Hey, even as a joke, that's beyond cruel. Right, there was another girl, wasn't there? Her name was, yes, Lilica, if I recall correctly. She's a bit young, but that could be enjoyable in its own way. Shut your mouth, Jilan. Unable to contain himself any longer, Sigel finally drew his sword and aimed its tip at Jilan. Jilan looked at him with an air of disinterest. What's that? A foolish choice, Sigel. So, you no longer want the antidote? Are you suggesting I sell out my family for that? PH, just lend me her for 3 days. No, even one night would suffice. However, now that it has come to this, it can't be helped. I expected you to be a bit smarter, but perhaps I overestimated you. Jilan stepped back a few paces and snapped his fingers. Immediately, the door behind Sigel swung open forcefully, and multiple soldiers surged into the guest room. Sigel was surrounded by Jilan's men in an instant. What is the meaning of this? With his sword ready, Sigel's expression was grim. Jilan laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Did you think I would meet a lawless man like you without any preparations? Well, it matters little. After all, you're already out of time. Out of time? What do you mean? I've had my eye on your airship for some time now. I intended to extort a large sum from you before taking it, but it seems you doubt me. If you were to escape, that would spoil everything. Jilan's face twisted in an ugly and delighted manner. Sigel's face flushed with rage, turning as red as boiling blood, and he trembled with anger. Then the antidote is. There's no such thing, of course. You've worked hard to earn money for a non-existent potion. Even if your legs are broken, you should have some savings, right? I'll take all of it, along with your women. Jilan. Furious, Sigel shouted and charged at Jilan. Naturally, the soldiers surrounding Sigel formed a defensive line to intercept him. However, Sigel was a seasoned warrior who had traversed many high-difficulty ruins and dungeons, and his combat experience against monsters was far from ordinary. His sword was not so easily stopped by mere soldiers. The soldiers, who had raised their swords to intercept him, found themselves blown away by the force of Sigel's great sword. Sigel's sword was powerful enough to easily mow down a person, having fought equally or even better against monsters. One soldier after another fell as Sigil dashed forward, quickly reaching Jalan. I will not forgive you, Jalan, for deceiving me with false promises of an antidote and trying to swindle my money, and above all, for insulting my family. Wait. Jalan's face paled as he stumbled back and fell on his rear. Sigil paid no heed and swung his sword. However, at the very moment the sword was about to strike Jalan, it was deflected. The sword spun through the air, arcing away, and embedded itself in the floor. What the? Not understanding what had happened, Sigil looked around, but in the next instant, his vision flipped, and he found himself collapsed on the floor. He was being held down from behind by someone, unable to move his upper arm due to a joint lock. Damn it! Sigil turned his gaze to the figure pinning him down. It was a man cloaked in a tattered, dark red coat, with skin so pale it resembled that of a corpse. The wide-brimmed hat he wore seemed to be stained red, as if splattered with blood. The moment he saw this distinctive figure, Sigil recalled a certain assassin. That hat, could it be the blood-stained hat? The man with the pale skin directed his blood-red eyes, resembling a pool of blood, at Sigil and smiled faintly. Oh, you know who I am. However, I don't like that nickname. I actually dislike blood, you see. It's been ages since I've been splattered with it. The color of this hat is its original shade. Though the man spoke in a calm, friendly manner, he showed no signs of weakening his grip. The blood-stained hat, also known by many other aliases such as the Magic Killer, the Strange Person, and the Most Fearsome Assassin. He was a killer well known in the underworld, rumored to have been active for 300 years. It was said that he belonged to a family of hereditary assassins or that he was an immortal being who had lived through the ages, but the truth was shrouded in mystery. There were even rumors that all of this was merely a fabrication and that he didn't actually exist. However, he really does exist. Fear flickered in Sigil's eyes. Unlike the overwhelming pressure of magic he felt from Rofus, which felt like being crushed, this man, the blood-stained hat, radiated a dense aura of death, making it feel as though a knife were poised at his throat just from locking eyes with him. Sigil recognized at a glance that this man was genuine. Why would a man like you be under someone like this? The blood-stained hat responded casually, because the reward for the job he requested of me was the highest. As they exchanged words, Jalan stood up and approached Sigil, who was still pinned to the floor. You're quite the intimidator. Don't you think you're a bit late to help, strange person? Jalan complained to the blood-stained hat, who shrugged in response. This man is quite strong, Jalan. You should avoid unnecessary provocation. Next time, I might not make it in time. I'm good at killing, but protecting isn't my forte. Jalan, meeting the blood-stained hat's blood-red gaze, felt a slight tightening in his chest. Ph. I'm paying you a high price, so you'll need to work for it. You are the most fearsome assassin, after all. I don't recall calling myself that. But I will work for my pay. After finishing his conversation with the blood-stained hat, Jalan stepped on the head of the restrained Sigil. Gah. You've done it now, Sigil. Thanks to you, I've hurt my back. You will repay this debt with your life, your heirship, and the women you care about. There's no way I'll allow that. Gwa. As Sigil struggled to move, the blood-stained hat tightened his grip, not allowing any escape. Jalan stroked his chin for a moment, a vile grin spreading across his face as he leaned closer to Sigil. Hey, Sigil. Lick my boots. What? When I was young, I was once in the same position as you are now. Back then, the man who had me crawling on the ground told me to lick his boots to show my submission. Jalan spread his arms and continued. I licked his boots. And at his command, I handed over my beloved wife and daughter. They were toyed with and then sold off. I followed him for 20 long years, enduring and demonstrating my loyalty until I finally gained his absolute trust. And then, with a broad smile, Jalan mimicked the motion of cutting someone's throat. I assassinated him. I consumed his wealth, his trading company, everything he had. His wife and daughter were treated the same way I was and discarded. Those who opposed me were either killed or had their weaknesses exploited. Everyone, once their family was taken hostage, followed me like loyal dogs. I continued this for so long that now I'm known as the wealthy merchant. Having finished his tale, Jalan turned back to Sigil. Seeing you reminds me of my past. A time filled with justice and love for family. So, I'll give you a chance. Jalan presented his boot right in front of Sigil's eyes. Lick it. Swear your loyalty to me by licking my boot. And hand over your women, your precious family to me. If I can do it, there's no reason you can't either. Jalan persistently pressed his boot against Sigil's mouth. Now, abandon your family. Cast everything aside. Become my hands and feet. Only then. Sigil opened his mouth and bit down hard on Jalan's ankle. Hikya! Jalan screamed. He frantically tried to shake Sigil off, but Sigil refused to let go. The blood-stained hat, unable to watch any longer, sighed, thrust his fingers into Sigil's mouth, and pried it open with force, freeing Jalan. Jalan rolled around on the ground, blood oozing from his ankle. Sigil spat out the blood that had gathered in his mouth and shouted, "You're the bastard who abandoned your family. I'm telling you, that was a choice you should never have made in your life. You should have protected your family, even if it meant dying. Ha! Shut up. Don't talk like you know anything, you filthy thief." Enraged, Jalan stood up and kicked Sigil in the face. Over and over again. Just as Sigil's consciousness started to fade, the blood-stained hat intervened. "He's already out cold. Or do you want to kill him like this?" Jalan halted, taking a deep breath to calm his excitement. Then, he commanded the soldiers waiting in the room. "Chimph, chain him up in the dungeon. Are we leaving him alive?" In response to the blood-stained hat's question, Jalan snorted. "I won't kill him without some payback. I'll slaughter his companions and line their heads up before him, then rape his women in front of him. After that, I'll tell him again. Lick my boots." Jalan's vile laughter echoed in the guest room. The blood-stained hat pulled his dark, red hat down deeper to hide his eyes and muttered, "You truly have a fine taste, Jalan." The following day, the morning edition of the newspaper was scattered throughout the capital of the Steria territory. On its spread, it boldly announced, "Sky Pirate Scarlet Wind Leader Sigil captured by wealthy merchant Jalan." Chapter 6, Outer. Hello, hello. Ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to see you again. Do you remember me? I'm your friendly neighbor, Outer. Once again, I shall take on the role of a humble observer in this tale, offering commentary as it unfolds. As expected, it seems that this world has deviated further from my original expectations. Aside from the changes brought about by Rofus's actions, numerous other transformations are evident. The movements of the Sky Pirates, the Scarlet Wind, exemplify this perfectly. Their intrusion into the tomb of the first and their encounter with Lilica, such events could never have occurred within the main storyline. Even Rofus himself expressed doubt about this. It appears that there are others besides Rofus who possess knowledge or memories of the game. While it might seem suspicious that one of the heroines, Lilica Skyfield, could be involved, there has been no indication of such behavior so far. In any case, there must be an entity influencing the actions of the Scarlet Wind that diverges from the main narrative. Speaking of which, the Scarlet Wind mentioned that dungeons and ancient ruins they encountered had already been cleared. Perhaps someone who cleared them possesses knowledge of the game's future. It's indeed a troubling thought. And there's one more thing that concerns me, the entity that appeared in the fourth layer of the Tomb of the First. The one who manipulated trees and roots. Invidia. I never expected something like that to be kept deep underground in the Lightless territory. The first of Lightless, the tomb. It seems it's more than just a grave. Though they may be new intruders, the overzealousness in the response to their invasion felt somewhat off, almost as if they were deliberately holding back their attacks. It was as if they were trying not to harm Rofus. Perhaps they refrained from attacking because Rofus is the heir of the Lightless lineage, or maybe repelling intruders was not their true intention. Given that it's referred to as a tomb, it's likely that the first emperor of Lightless is dead, yet the existence of a familiar is peculiar. If the first is dead, then who is supplying magical power to that familiar? The Lightless family, often referred to as the Dark Nobility, seems to embody a truly deep darkness, as their name suggests. But Rofus. What is he thinking, establishing connections not only with Farathiana Roguebelt but also with Lilica Skyfield. Is he really trying to win the affection of all the heroines in the game? It's quite the fascination, considering that these are individuals he was killed countless times. It's truly beyond comprehension. Now, let us conclude here for today. Until next time, everyone, take care. Perhaps next I will visit the territory of Steria. I look forward to the day we meet again. Chapter 7, Original Record, Birth of the Dragon Rider. Steria territory, at the foot of the ice and snow mountain range. A lone boy, wielding a spear, walked along a treacherous narrow path where even horses could not pass. He had unruly blonde hair, stood unusually tall for his age, and possessed a muscular physique. He was Valm Rio Draconis, a squire of the Steria Knights. Every day, Valm trained late into the night while assisting the knights with their nighttime patrols. His daily routine included slipping away early from his duties to mourn his beloved dragon, Flugel. In the Steria region, it was customary to tame flying dragons for combat and transportation. When a dragon died, it was typical to leave the body where it fell rather than to bury it. Even though flying dragons were considered lower-tier dragons, their scales, meat, and internal organs were all valuable, leading to high demand. Many viewed their dragons as family members and believed it wrong to disassemble and sell them after death. However, due to their massive size, transporting a dragon's remains was costly, and sufficient land was often unavailable for burial. Given these circumstances, dragons were often left to return to nature, regardless of exposure. Nevertheless, because dragon materials could fetch high prices, there were individuals who would disturb the carcasses. Typically, guardians were hired to watch over the dragon remains until they decayed, but Valm chose to oversee Flugel himself. Each night, he visited Flugel's resting place without fail, offering flowers and sharing the events of his day. Flugel had died not long ago. One day, at the northern border, toward the Empire, an engine beast appeared. The engine beasts were weapons deployed by the Empire for defense along the border, taking on various forms. Occasionally, some engine beasts would break free from the Empire's control and invade Steria territory. These strays were known as Hager, and when they attacked human settlements, the knights would mobilize to defeat them. The Hager that day was a powerful creature resembling an ancient pterodactyl. The elite unit of dragon knights had engaged it, but they were unable to defeat it, resulting in casualties. Consequently, Valm, along with Flugel, had set out to confront it. After an intense battle, Valm successfully destroyed the Hager, but in the process, he fell. In an effort to save him, Flugel dove sharply. Flugel managed to catch Valm in its jaws and successfully rescued him. However, due to the abrupt dive, it could not regain its footing and crashed into the mountainside, cushioning Valm's fall. Both Valm and Flugel survived without serious injury, but Flugel suffered a broken wing, a vital lifeline for a flying dragon. Unable to move from that spot, Flugel required healing for its wing, prompting Valm to explore all available options. Potions were designed for humans and were ineffective on monsters. Even the finest potions could not mend a broken wing. The only potential remedy lay in healing magic. Desperate, Valm rushed to the church, explained the situation, and pleaded for assistance, but his request was ultimately denied. Repairing a broken wing necessitated calling upon someone capable of high-level healing magic. While there were a few high-ranking healers in the Steria region, they all held positions above that of a priest in the church hierarchy. The required donations for advanced healing magic were exorbitant. For Valm, who was still underage, such an amount was out of reach. However, Valm's mentor, the Sword Saint Eric, offered to cover the donation. Though this should have secured Flugel's treatment, the church ultimately rejected this offer, claiming that a holy servant of the divine could not heal a monster. The Sword Saint, Eric, protested this matter by involving the Steria border duke's family, but the church remained stubbornly resistant. Ultimately, no treatment was provided for Flugel. Valm continued to visit the mountainside where Flugel lay. He brought food, spoke to it earnestly, and cared for it deeply. Yet, with each passing day, Flugel grew weaker and eventually stopped eating altogether. One day, after letting out a single cry, Flugel closed its eyes as if to sleep and never awoke again. Valm and Flugel had been together since childhood. They shared meals, sometimes bickered, but their bond felt even deeper than that of blood relatives. Valm could not accept Flugel's death. Every night, he continued to visit Flugel's resting place, dreaming of the possibility that it might one day awaken due to some miraculous mistake. "You are Valm Rio Draconis, aren't you?" As Valm visited Flugel's resting place as usual, he sensed someone standing behind him, who had approached without a sound. It was a boy with chestnut-colored hair, dressed in a white coat. "Who are you?" Valm asked. The boy smiled defiantly. "I am Raymond. I am to become your lifelong friend, Valm." This was the fateful encounter between Valm and the one who would eventually be known as the Second Demon King, as well as the one called Dragon Rider, the strongest among the 4 heavenly kings. Section. Raymond possessed a mysterious power, the ability to converse with otherworldly beings, known as demons. By utilizing this power, he established friendly or cooperative relationships with various demons, forging contracts that allowed him to summon them as needed. This meant he wielded a formidable force, capable of rivaling entire armies. Raymond had summoned numerous powerful demons, among them one that possessed the ability to resurrect the dead. What he summoned now was a skeleton cloaked in pitch-black robes. The harbinger of death, Laether. It was a high-ranking undead being known as a demilich. While Laether could wield countless spells, it could also use necromancy, a type of magic lost to modern times. Through necromancy, Flugel was granted a false life and resurrected. Under normal circumstances, this would result in Flugel becoming a lowly corpse dragon, moving with a decaying body. However, thanks to Laeth's power, Flugel's body was restored and transformed into a completely different form. The resurrected entity was, strictly speaking, not Flugel at all. It was a superior undead being created by Laether, using Flugel's corpse as a medium. Though its appearance had changed, when Valm saw what was once Flugel moving in the form of a wyvern, he trembled with joy. "Flugel. Is this reality? Flugel." Tears streamed down his face endlessly. He had been powerless to do anything but watch as Flugel, an existence he considered his other half, withered away. And now, Flugel was moving right before him. "Since you fell asleep, many things have happened. Did you hear me? I wanted to talk to you again. I've been speaking to you all this time. You may converse to your heart's content. From now on, you will have ample time for that." Seeing Valm shed tears, Raymond spoke to him gently. "Is this really reality? Resurrection shouldn't even exist in sacred magic. Your beloved dragon has been revived. I possess a power that is absent from the church, nothing more than that." "Raymond, was it? How can I possibly express my gratitude?" Valm bowed his head to Raymond, tears streaming down his face. His beloved dragon, whose bond with him was deeper than blood, had been lost due to his own immaturity. He had even contemplated taking his own life, believing that he should suffer some form of retribution for closing off the future of the young dragon, Flugel. Yet, a miracle occurred. The resurrection of the dead was something even the church, as the representatives of God, could not achieve. The future he had thought was impossible. He could fly through the skies with Flugel once again. "I have been saved by you. But I am just a knight in training. Raymond, what can I offer you in return?" Kneeling and looking up at Valm, Raymond embraced his shoulders firmly. "I have a dream. To achieve it, many challenges will stand in my way. I need the strength to overcome them." "Yes, your strength. I understand. I will do everything in my power to overcome your difficulties. From this moment on, I am your spear." Valm bowed his head as if pledging his loyalty. Raymond nodded and smiled, accepting that loyalty. "Next time, I'll host a tea party at my place. I'll invite you, so please come. I have friends I want you to meet." Without hesitation, Valm took the hand that Raymond extended. The corpse dragon, though technically a different entity than Flugel, did not raise any doubts in Valm's clouded eyes. He did not want to doubt it. This being was not just different in appearance, it also lacked the subtle gestures and calls that defined the true Flugel. Valm should have noticed the difference, however, he would never come to realize it. To accept that difference would mean accepting Flugel's death. Such a tragedy was something Valm could never bear. Hand in hand, Valm and Raymond stood together. Behind them, the white corpse dragon let out a roar. It was the birth cry of death from the undead, granted a false life. Short story. What if the one who woke up was Rofus of the 4 heavenly kings? Part 2. 4th floor of the great room of the tomb of the first emperor. Before the 4 heavenly kings, the shadow wolf Rofus, stood the figure of a mysterious Alron. Countless tree roots burst through the floor, stretching out to cover the vast room, flourishing with verdant leaves despite the absence of sunlight. The environment had been altered, transforming the space into something reminiscent of a forest. Rofus furrowed his brow and glared at the Alron. At first glance, she appeared as beautiful as a goddess. However, her body was composed of darkness. This was a trait that Rofus recognized well. She was a familiar of the first emperor, meaning this Alron was, in fact, the first emperor's familiar. For some reason, the Alron directed clear hostility toward Rofus. The countless roots extending from the floor sharpened to a deadly point, taking on a form charged with murderous intent as they targeted him. Despite the palpable hostility directed at him, Rofus tilted his head, showing little tension. He couldn't fathom why he was being targeted by the first emperor's familiar. He had disposed of all the sky pirates, the Scarlet Wind, who had somehow infiltrated the tomb, and he was certain he hadn't acted against the first emperor's intentions. Suddenly, the roots, now transformed into blades, surged forward. Rofus raised a magical barrier to intercept them. However, the barrier was pierced with no resistance. He evaded the incoming blade-like roots with minimal movement. Have they broken through? But the piercing power isn't that great. What could this mean? While evading the sharply approaching roots, Rofus calmly observed, attempting to unravel the principle behind this phenomenon. The roots were not penetrating the barrier due to exceptional piercing power. It felt as if they were slipping through the very gaps of the spell. Theoretically, it was not impossible, but accomplishing such a feat would require an extraordinary level of skill. Rofus frowned at the thought that a monster, particularly one of the first emperor's familiars, could achieve this. Well, if it's happening, then I must also consider the possibility that my protective magic could be bypassed. With an inward click of his tongue at the inconvenience, Rofus conjured a dark scythe into his hand. If defense was futile, then he would have to go on the offensive. Although he wished to avoid conflict with the first emperor, since he was being attacked first, retaliation was unavoidable. I believe you were the statue that served at the altar of the lowest level. Who do you think you are pointing your blades at? Rofus swung the dark scythe, unleashing a massive black slash capable of engulfing the entire room and causing sufficient destruction. However, the black slash was obstructed by the myriad roots, dissipating as if it had been scattered to the wind. What? His full-powered strike had been effortlessly blocked. No, it wasn't just blocked. It felt as if the very magic had been disassembled. Rofus recognized this phenomenon. Magic disintegration? Can you really do that? She had instantly analyzed the magical formula he released and disassembled it, rendering it powerless. To Rofus's knowledge, there was only one individual capable of such a ridiculous feat. Understood. Then I shall go all out. Lightless world. If this Alron possesses skills on par with that person she envisions, an erstwhile companion, then it would be truly dangerous. Rofus made this judgment. As he activated the spell, a dense black mist poured forth, engulfing the surroundings in darkness. However, that darkness failed to reach the Alron. Countless roots were disassembling the black mist from where they made contact. The roots and the flourishing trees were abundant throughout the great room, so they were effectively dismantling the lightless world. Thus, the room would not be shrouded in darkness. Yet, Rofus smirked. In the next moment, a dark breath erupted from within the mist, sweeping away the roots and trees. It wasn't just the breath. A diverse array of attribute attacks, mimicked by the darkness, began to devastate the forest created by the Alron. Within the dense black mist, a multitude of familiars, spawned from Rofus's shadow, swarmed. Lightless world served as a distraction to conceal the diverse familiars. The dark mist obstructed not only visual perception but also magical detection. With this, Rofus deprived the Alron of any information while continuously unleashing various magical attacks using his countless familiars. For the Alron, all of these attacks were unfamiliar. There was no chance she could analyze them in time with her magic disintegration. The forest created by the Alron was rapidly cut down, and much of the great room was being consumed by darkness. In a desperate move, the Alron caused flowers to bloom from the branches of her wings, scattering pollen. However, this too was blown away by a black wind summoned by one of the shadow familiars. Rofus deemed this Alron to be dangerous. Therefore, he saw no need for tricks or caution. He would crush her with overwhelming magical output and the sheer number of diverse familiars. This was the fighting style of the 4 heavenly kings, the shadow wolf Rofus. As all avenues of escape were cut off, for deep gashes appeared on the Alron's dark body. These were slashes unleashed from Rofus's scythe of the Reaper. Its overwhelming sharpness severed through barriers, ignoring distance. Yet the Alron was a shadow familiar. Even if she were wounded, darkness would spill forth from within to restore her. Rofus would not let this opportunity to exploit her recovery slip by. A barrage of dark orbs and dark spears rained down upon her, followed by a simultaneous assault from the familiars, as if to seal the deal. Having lost her magical barrier, the Alron was forced to bear the full brunt of the attacks. Dark explosions of smoke erupted. Rofus, confident of his victory, lifted the corners of his mouth in a grin. HMPH, trivial. Though she was the precious child of the first emperor, against me. Rofus began to speak but suddenly fell silent. In the rising smoke, the silhouette of the Alron projected faintly, undergoing a drastic transformation. From a human-like form, it grew larger and morphed into something grotesque. The inflated creature burst forth through the smoke. Upon witnessing this form, Rofus stared up in shock, his eyes wide. What is that form? Could it be that she is a dendroid? The half-human, half-tree being underwent a change. It grew increasingly massive, morphing into a monstrous figure far removed from humanity. From its back, colossal wings resembling great trees unfurled, and simultaneously, a torrent of magic disintegration waves erupted. As a result, the lightless world was completely nullified, and the dense black mist vanished in an instant. How dare you! Despite feeling pressured, Rofus summoned a new scythe of the Reaper into his hand. With the mist dispersed, the forms of countless familiars became visible, and they all assumed combat stances. However, rather than targeting the grotesque creature, the familiars were now aimed at their master, Rofus. What? Breath attacks from dragonkinds and the fangs of numerous magical wolves surged toward Rofus in a simultaneous assault. Caught off guard by the sudden betrayal from his familiars, Rofus quickly focused his magic, reinforcing his barrier with a high density of magical energy to defend against the onslaught. For some reason, the familiars had completely broken free from Rofus's control. He attempted to issue commands again, but his words failed to reach them. It felt as though his authority had been usurped. By whom? Rofus looked up at the grotesque being in shock. You. Could it be that you have even mastered magic control? The usurpation of magical authority. This was a technique known as magic control. It was theoretically possible, but under normal circumstances, it should have been an impossibility. The only person Rofus knew of who could wield such a godlike power in combat was an old companion of his. The grotesque figure silently looked down upon the dazed Rofus. It is said that he will not allow his vile descendants to inherit the lightless. What? You can speak? Rofus widened his eyes in astonishment at the being that had uttered words. In that instant, countless roots shot up from the floor, piercing through Rofus's body. The magical barrier, which had been deployed in all directions, was easily penetrated. It was a clear fatal wound. A death that could not be avoided. Farewell. Shadow Wolf Rofus. What he heard in his final moments was the disturbingly calm voice of the grotesque being. Nvidia. Afterword. Warning. Contains some spoilers for the games Final Fantasy X and X2. It's been a while, hasn't it? I'm delighted to meet you again. This is the author, Yukitsugu Kuroka. Let's jump right in, shall we? Do any of you play video games? I used to play a lot back in my student days, but I haven't had much time since I became an adult. In fact, I've hardly played at all recently. The only exception would be Blue Archive, a mobile game that a friend convinced me to try. I've always been fond of RPGs. I remember playing Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy back in the day. Growing up, though, my family wasn't one to buy me video games, so I saved up my allowance bit by bit and bought pre-owned games at discounted prices. Of all the games I played, Final Fantasy X2 left the biggest impression on me. It was my very first Final Fantasy game, and it's the sequel to the critically acclaimed Final Fantasy X. I'd heard that each Final Fantasy title is a self-contained story, so it didn't occur to me that starting with a sequel might be a bit unconventional. Without any prior research, I just thought, hey, I want to try Final Fantasy, and picked it up. Because it's a sequel, there were times when characters I didn't know would show up and act like old acquaintances. I kept wondering if I was missing something, but I enjoyed the experience nonetheless. The game was well crafted, Final Fantasy quality, so even without knowing the main story, it was fun in its own right. Of course, I later played Final Fantasy X itself and found it every bit the masterpiece people said it was. Having started my journey with X2, that game became a kind of foundation for me. It's safe to say that this latest work of mine carries a lot of its influence. From the Scarlet airship to the cozy, familial atmosphere among the sky pirates, I think fans will find little nods to the Final Fantasy series sprinkled throughout. The setting in a world inspired by video games reflects my own love for gaming. Final Fantasy X. For those of the younger generation, it might not be as familiar, but it was a huge sensation when it first launched. The graphics were so beautiful, almost photorealistic by PS2 standards. Its story captivated players with its emotional depth, its memorable characters, and its awe-inspiring summons. By the way, my favorite summon is Anima. If you don't know it, I suggest looking it up. Anima is a masterpiece of unsettling yet elegant design. The story of X follows a summoner and their guardians as they journey across the world to gain power from different summons, all to defeat a monstrous calamity known as sin. Along the way, they confront social conflicts, racial divisions, and the complexities of faith, all while growing as individuals. The theme of religion plays a significant role. This game taught me a lot about what religion means as a concept. In this world, there's a widespread faith called Yevon, which teaches that technological civilization is inherently evil. So, those who use machines are not just looked down upon, they're considered heretics. The belief goes that sin, the creature terrorizing the world, is drawn to places where technology has advanced. Because of that, machines are seen as something that invites sin, and the people who use them are considered impure. Whether that belief is true or not is beside the point. For the people of that world, it's an absolute truth. But when you interact with those who belong to that group, the Ulphead, they're just like everyone else. They have families, they laugh with their friends. The only difference lies in their beliefs. There's even a member of the main party who turns out to be Ulphead, which leads to some temporary tension among the characters. The protagonists overcome these differences in beliefs, values, and race, becoming true comrades in the process. The catharsis was incredible. It's one of those games I wish I could erase from my memory just so I could experience it anew. After talking it up this much, I should probably clarify. I'm not on Square Enix's payroll. I'm just a huge fan doing some missionary work out of pure love for the game. Is this okay? That said, despite how much I seem to adore Final Fantasy, I actually haven't played through all the titles. I tend to wander the game section of whatever console I own at the time and just pick up whatever catches my eye. As a side note, I'm currently interested in Final Fantasy S, though I don't have a PS5, so I haven't been able to try it yet. When I finally do get my hands on a PS5, it's definitely the first game I'll play. PS5 consoles are pretty pricey, though, so I haven't quite been able to take the plunge. Thank you for indulging my lengthy Final Fantasy ramblings. To you, who picked up this novel, thank you. I look forward to the day we meet again. Yukitsugu Kuroka. End of Volume 2.